Shea. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Come on now. Are you kidding? What, Friday, holiday weekend, and the Giants acting like the most exciting show in town? Come on. What more do you want? Waterboy, it's light outside. Life is good, brother. Happy Friday morning. Happy holiday Friday morning. And happy, Matt Chapman, Brett Wisely. What do you want? It's a party, buddy. It's a party.
Well, Murph, happy blanking Friday.
Yeah.
And how about those comeback kids? How about those swinging San Francisco Giants winning the 2 games in the series that we thought they had no chance winning?
Or as young Tony texted our thread, this team is effing sick.
Yeah.
That's what he said. This team is effing sick. I was okay. I guess they are. Yeah, correct. So we said you can't lose the Tuesday game because you can't beat these young phenoms, Jared Jones and Paul Skeens. And while they remain phenoms, and I'd love to have them on my team, the Giants won both games. And are you ready? Have you seen the stat? When's the last time the Giants came back from 4 runs down, 4 or more runs down in back-to-back days? Wait for it. Drum roll, please. 1998.
Ooh.
Which I believe is the year young Tony was born.
I was going to say it's the birth year. You got an actual date on that. Was this pre or post young Tony?
I got a date young Tony. Still in the womb.
This
young
is
Tony.
the first time in young Tony's lifetime that he has seen the San Francisco Giants come back from down 4 runs in back-to-back days.
That's correct.
How about that stat?
Other than being in utero, shout out Nirvana. But yeah, man. But I mean, listen, how did you all process it? Because we were just talking to John Joe Curley. He admitted he went down for the nap down 6-2. And he had no faith. Woke up after the game was over, rubbing his eyes. He said he was rubbing his eyes. Like the actual rubbing of the eyes, which is used as a metaphor. You know, hey, I was rubbing my eyes. He was literally rubbing his eyes.
You got to get those cobwebs out.
And I had the same situation because right around the day games are a blessing. Day games on the East Coast are a mixed blessing because they're great, but they also coincide with nap time. Now, that's for those of us who don't pull all-dayers, dude. And if you have that, I'd love to hear it.
Pretty tough, yo.
You should have that on your board.
I should have it on my board.
Yeah.
There's been some problems with my board. Someone's been rearranging it. We got some stuff going on over here. I don't like it.
Paulie used to say that.
Yeah,
and I used to be honest, can I say it now? Because he's not listening. I used to wonder, I think Paulie's cracking up over there. What does he mean somebody's messing with his board? I never believed him.
Oh, well, I'll show you during the break. Like
him.
half my board is just black right now.
So I was like, Paulie, how can somebody be messing with your board? That doesn't make any sense.
I believe it.
So now you're...
Shouts out to everybody who got through the day without taking a nap. Pulled an all-dayer. Pretty tough, yo.
Yeah, and shout out to whoever the hell was messing with my board.
So somebody is...
Yeah,
do we have a goblin?
sometimes people will come in and tinker around with my stuff. I don't like it. You're not supposed to touch another man's board, Murph.
Or his junk.
Yeah.
Do we have a poltergeist or something? Is that what we have?
I don't know. I think someone's trying to sabotage us.
We're going young Tony early today. Poltergeist, the iconic horror film Poltergeist kid. Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs down.
Well, that's a thumb down. That's a thumbs down for me too.
Oh, really?
Poltergeist.
Oh,
no.
Poltergeist would be like. I think it would probably be like one of the first, like truly like modern scary ghost movies. The famous line that you've heard a million times in life. They're back. You remember that? Have you guys ever heard that line? That little girl in front of the TV saying "They're back." You guys don't? Okay.
I think I heard that from the back of the Giants dugout yesterday.
That's correct. There it is. There's the tie-in. But anyway, we'll get back into Poltergeist a little bit later on. It was truly like the first like horror movie of sort of the modern era. Anyway, what the hell, man? So he goes down to take the nap. I actually was about to take the nap. I missed the Chapman homer because I was like puttering around, talking to my bride, doing something, going to the John, whatever. And I looked at my phone. I saw 6-5. I said, what did I miss? Are you kidding me? So I jumped back in and watched the Soler double and then the pinch run. Pardon me. So we go, it was Soler double to the Flores single. The Flores single was the key that he shot down the right field line.
Slapping it the other way.
And then the pinch run of Luciano. And then Joey Bart and Aroldis Chapman not making beautiful music together.
Not on the same page at all.
And we need to talk about Joey Bart.
Yes, we do.
Okay. And then Luciano gets all the way to third. And then Brett, gosh darn wisely. Brett, lefty on lefty crime, Waterboy.
He just smokes it right up the middle.
With lefty on lefty crime never happened under the previous regime.
Never, ever.
You can't do that.
But also, I think they were just straight up out of options on the bench yesterday.
By the way, I got Dieter. I was on the car last night. Dieter was on a roll last night. You know Dieter's a big analytics guy? Huge analytics guy. So I was getting Dieter's analytics and everything like that. But he was talking about Bob Melvin's old school managing, how they were out of players and out of pitchers yesterday. Did you realize that? They had no pitchers left?
No, I didn't even realize.
Dieter,
I was surprised to see Randy Rodriguez out there again after throwing 2 innings yesterday.
Apparently he and Tyler Rogers were supposed to have the day off, but they both raised their hand and said, put me in, coach.
Hell yeah.
I'm ready to play center field.
Way to step up.
Yeah, so wow. We got to call it in, man. I mean, this is happening. Hey, I want to tell you guys, since the Dog-Ass Manifesto, 8-3.
Ooh.
I jokingly called for a 10-game win streak, but I'll take 8-3 over your next 11.
I'll take 8-3 over any stretch of the season.
They're right now. You're one out. You're still tied in the wild card. I actually went and looked at the expanded wild card table. I said, what am I doing on Friday, May 24th? What am I doing? I said, what I'm doing is I'm entertaining myself is what I'm doing. And they are tied with the Padres in the loss column for the third wild card. And I actually said out loud in my little cocoon room over there, Waterboy. I literally said this because I was looking at the standings. And like I said, the top 4, I don't think you're going to get there, right? The Central champ is its own thing. The East has 2 teams that you're never going to catch, the Braves and the Phillies. And the Dodgers are their own thing. So I'm seeding the first 4. But you know what, brother? I'm eyeballing that 5 seed because they're only 2 back of the Cubs on that 5 seed.
You hear that, Tony?
I'm calling
it's
for
May
it.
24th, and he's calling for the 5 spot.
Exactly. So, I'll tell you who's not. I'm not the only one calling because Pat Burrell called too. He called Rob Manfred. Manfred said, "Are you kidding me?" Manfred said, "I took a nap when you guys were down 6-2."
He said I was cuddled up with John Joe Curley.
He said, "Why don't you wake up that the pale Irish guy too and tell him." Put it in the books.
Wake up my little spoon.
San Francisco Giants 7, stunned Pittsburgh Pirates 6.
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
I love you.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
God, I love the yes. How sad does the Jung-Hoo Lee sound now?
I was thinking about that this morning.
I mean, should we adjust?
I think we should definitely keep in the champagne beer celebration shower after his first home run. But I don't know if we got to keep the song.
I mean, the poor guy now. By the way, how's he feeling too? He's got the shower cap on and that blue gurney, and he's on like that blue what do they put you before surgery?
Yeah.
What do they put?
Like a gown. Yeah, the
Thank
gown.
you. He's on a gurney wearing a gown. Yeah. I can speak. And he's wearing the shower cap, and he's like, they don't love me. Yeah. They're winning without me.
They don't love me like they love Luis Matos.
Well, or
Jung-Hoo Lee wasn't winning NL Player of the Week.
Are we bringing the strobe light on the road because here he is, the kid with the high socks. Friend of the program came on this week, Elliot Ramos, number 2. So people wonder what the hell's going on. B-15, we obviously used to have Bombs Away Bobby Weir, but we retired that out of respect. And we were just joking about, what are you going to do? And the Giants unveiled the strobe light now when they hit homers. I said, shout out the early B-52's pop punk offering strobe light, which now symbolizes Matt Chapman, number 8. All right.
And I'm glad
our guitar in the background.
I'm glad our guy DC is making sure that he brings the strobe lights with him on these road trips.
So, dude, I just said Matt Chapman number 8, and we're going to need to talk about this guy today.
Oh yeah, the last 3 games. Number 6, number 7, and number 8.
And the glove. The play to his left last night in the bottom of that got Joey Bart ejected.
Yeah.
See, Joey had quite a day.
I was going to say, Joey had a hell of a start to the game, but not that great of a finish.
I mean, talk about a day where you hit a granny and get tossed.
Yeah.
How about that? How many times does that happen in life?
Add in a couple pass balls and a couple cross-ups with thinking you're getting a Ross Chapman slider and you're getting hit in the head with a fastball.
Yeah. But Bart, I mean, he looks pretty good in the box. And, man, that had to feel – he pimped that thing. See him?
Oh, dude, I expected him to, be flipping birds while rounding the bases. If I was him, I would have stopped on second, hit him with the D-Generation X suck it. I would have been going off if I was Joey Bart yesterday.
I mean, and he played it so cool after the game. No, it doesn't matter who we're playing. But he had this look on his face like, blank, it matters. Yeah, so – and then don't forget Brian Reynolds still haunting him. He won 2 yesterday.
Dude, how about
What's
this
his career
series?
against the Giants? I'm going to look up his career numbers.
Yeah, look up his numbers. But how about this series? stories. How about the start of their lineup yesterday? Half the guys in the Pirates lineup are forever Giants.
Yeah.
We're talking Andrew McCutchen going deep on the first pitch of the game.
So 3 bombs by forever Giants yesterday.
Well, yeah. McCutchen goes deep, almost got robbed by Luis Matos, almost made another phenomenal play. But yeah, there's Brian Reynolds, who had a grand slam 2 days ago. He goes deep. And of course, Joey Bart goes with the grand slam. It feels like Connor Joe has missed his kind of revenge tour party against the Giants.
So the stat about giving up grand slams on back-to-back days and still winning is incredible. So what a happy Friday, happy holiday weekend, everybody. We got a fun guest list coming your way. It is Friday, 3-day weekend coming. Murph, Marcus, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
How about the Fighting Giants?
American Canyon. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Late night Lamont made an early AM stop by the Murph and Marcus show yesterday morning to talk about the Giants' comeback win before they had another comeback win yesterday against the Pittsburgh Pirates. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Your base is loaded. It's 2 down as Bart swings. It's a fly ball deep center field. Mato's going back. He's at the wall. Looking up. It's gone. Joey Bart against his former team. Here's the 1-1. And Ramos swings and drives one deep out to left field towards the corner. Heading way back. It is gone. Home run, Elliot Ramos. Stratton from the stretch. Here's his pitch. Chapman swings and belts one deep left center field. Bay on the run, going back at the track. Looking up. It is gone. Matt Chapman again. Homers for the 3rd day in a row here in Pittsburgh. Rodriguez throws. Bart a swing. Ground ball left side. Far to his left. Chapman gloves it. Spins. Throws. He got him. Another fabulous play at third from Matt Chapman.
Yeah, Reggae Friday sounding real good after an incredible Giants comeback win. How incredible? It hasn't happened in 26 years that they've gone back-to-back on a 4+ runs, which I jock-blogged about yesterday, and then they said, hey, thanks, Murph, we'll publish that tomorrow. I don't know what's going on. Listen, the only reason I'm contractually bound to do these things, can they be contractually bound to publish them? That's my question.
Especially when we live in this 24-hour news cycle.
I know,
you would
right?
think you'd want to get these articles out, after the Giants comeback win.
Maybe I had to go to, speaking of old school, to the printing press before it came out here. So anyway, Reggae Friday. And by the way, I noticed Waterboy, he brought props today, which I really enjoy. It's a very cool T-shirt of Bob Marley.
It's a Bob Marley T-shirt that, Murph, my parents got me for Christmas. And right when I opened it up, they said, here, this is for Reggae Friday.
I got to say, that's actually that's an incredibly sweet story. That gave me the warm fuzzies. I really did. So let me see the shirt again. Is that a young, where are we at?
Here it is. Bob on stage, black
Cool
and white.
shirt,
It's
too.
just straight up a picture of Bob on stage.
How about your parents nailing the shirt? They could have blown it. You know what I mean? Gotten you a bad one.
Oh, my parents got good style.
Yeah, they definitely do.
And they're down with a little reggae music, too.
If they're listening, do they have a request?
Ooh, maybe I'll have Ken or Denise text in this morning.
Do you think your mom or dad has the knowledge to make a reggae request?
Oh, they'll hit you with some reggae. Because we go out on the boat and we'll play some like Revolution, some Pepper. A lot of these artists that you can see this weekend down in Monterey for Cali Roots.
Well, that's if you're not if you're young Tony not blowing right past Monterey on his way to Santa Barbara.
Dude, how about
for
that?
his big weekend. Get on the mic, young Tone. Happy Reggae Friday. Happy Giants back-to-back historic win Friday. Happy Holiday Friday, buddy.
Yeah.
What's going on, man?
Good morning.
Yeah, you're blowing down to the 805.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that's fantastic. The way you said that made me laugh.
You going to go down to Woodstock?
I'm going to Santa Barbara, not going to SLO.
Will you be
close
tempted
enough.
to pull into the Monterey Reggae What's the festival going on?
Cali Roots down in Monterey starts tonight, actually, with Ziggy Marley on stage with E40 and Too Short.
Bro.
How about that combination?
Do I need is there a cackle? Will there be a cackle at Cali Roots?
It's got his name written all over it.
They're going to have like a snowboarding, they have little like, whatever they have, little exhibits, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If they have a snowboarding exhibit in the Cali Roots, guarantee Triple A will be
Well, that's when he'll be up there for the Tahoe Reggae Fest, which I think I'm going to this summer also. But I'm going to get a little bit of reggae. I'm going to be down there on Sunday down at Cali Roots.
Okay,
yeah.
outstanding.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the only knock, unfortunately, on the Monterey Peninsula this time of year is they do get the marine layer. They quietly do not get awesome weather this time of year.
Yeah, I remember last year went to Cali Roots and me showing up like a bozo without a hoodie.
Yeah,
and then it's cool because they got merch tents, so I showed up and I bought a new Revolution hoodie.
You're like all those tourists we see down at Fisherman's Wharf wearing those San Francisco sweatshirts because they all came from Europe, Germany, wherever, and they're wearing shorts and sandals and all that, and then they're freezing their cojones off. And then they got to wear those brand new San Francisco sweatshirts.
Yeah, but
fresh out of the bag.
At least you got some merch to take home with you.
Yeah.
Like I've always liked going to concerts and buying like the T-shirt that has all the bands or all the artists who are playing that day. But now I've kind of morphed into the situation where I'm now just buying hoodies at concerts.
So in the movie PCU, which is one of my favorites in the '90s and was well ahead of its time, there's a scene where a young fat John Favreau. Pre-swingers, all that other stuff. Actually, might have been post-swingers. Anyway, he's going out to see a concert, and Jeremy Piven grabs him and says, "You're going to the concert and wearing the band of the T-shirt, wearing the T-shirt of the band you're going to see. Don't be that guy." That's what he says. What do you guys think? Will you wear the T-shirt of the band to the show you're going to see?
I mean, aren't you going there to see that band? So don't you want to show support of that band?
So you support it?
I support it, yeah.
Okay, I kind of rode with Piven on that one. You don't wear the band T-shirt. You can buy one when you're there and take it home, but you don't wear it to the show.
But what, you're supposed to rep a different band?
Which is ironic because the exact opposite is true when you go to a sporting event.
Yeah,
It's almost mandatory that you wear "Go Team, I'm here to support the squad."
Correct.
Whereas at a concert, you have to be so cool that you're not supporting the squad.
Now we're getting to like the hipster laws of going to
I would say like
concerts.
if you're going to see the Rolling Stones, like they're that age 80 mix still out there. You don't wear the Rolling Stones. Like you prove you're cool by wearing like a B.B. King T-shirt or something like that.
But what if you have like a vintage Rolling Stone shirt from the 70s that nobody else has or something like that?
You wear that to the Pearl Jam show. You understand?
Okay.
So,
no, I'm not connecting the dots here.
A lot of rules.
A lot of rules.
So, Young Tone.
So you're telling me I shouldn't wear my Revolution hoodie on Sunday to go see Revolution?
Well, I'm saying you can. I'm just letting you know. I'm just putting it out there that they're, up for debate. Yeah, okay. 808 KNBR.
Okay.
808 KNBR.
Tony, thoughts?
Yes.
Some people go to concerts just to get the merch.
So we went to Springsteen. I got merch, brought it home, but we didn't wear it at the show, right? So, again, up for debate. Up for debate. This sounds like one of those things that the unsportsmanlike guy does at 4:55.
Oh,
He's over it.
Somewhere in an ultimate universe or something, whatever the hell they do.
No, that's the difference. That's Maggie and Perloff.
Yeah, close enough.
Don't confuse your pre-Murph and Marcus shows.
Yeah, I missed the leadoff spot.
So for you going to the Cali, we should bring back the leadoff. Well, who knows? Yeah. Well, based on what's going on around here these days,
who knows?
Who knows what's going to happen?
There's a lot of shuffling going around right now.
Made me laugh. So I think I would recommend you go to the Cali Roots Festival wearing, let's think about this here. What would be the ultimate Cali Roots shirt?
Ooh, should I go Sublime? Because that's like in the middle of ska and reggae.
Sublime's good.
Always been something.
Do you have Sublime gear?
I've got a Sublime T-shirt.
I'd wear that. But then
40 ounces of freedom
But
cover.
you better bring a hoodie because it's going to be cold.
I'll be buying a hoodie.
Anyway, Young Tone, I wanted you to explain to the audience your happy profane text that this team is effing sick.
I mean, what's not to like?
Well, give me your take,
You got
buddy.
Matt Chapman, who's hitting tanks left and right. You got Matos in center field, who almost robbed another home run. Ball fell out of his glove over the fence. I mean, it's tough. He ran into the wall, though. He sacrificed a body.
Dude, I'm worried about his ribs. He keeps running into walls.
Dude, he's just out here putting his body on the line.
How'd that work
day
out
after
for
day
Jung
after
Hoo
day.
Lee? You know what I mean?
Maybe Luis Matos is built different.
Okay, all right. Could be. But Lee's 25. He's a young kid. But anyway, so you're loving Chappie, you're loving Matos, and what else?
And then Randy Rodriguez has been a nice player.
Mount Randy more. We put him on Mount Randy more.
Randy Randinger from the comebacks.
Nice pull, Tony.
Nice, okay.
Just a bunch of great players, and Chapman at third base making exceptional plays. I mean, it's just, they're hot right now.
All right, so
and honestly, I will say this too, they're not even at their best. It's going to get way better.
Well, Robbie Ray's coming at some point, right? Which is kind of nutty to think that Robbie Ray's going to join the rotation. Hopefully going to be good.
Yeah, and hopefully Alex Cobb, if he ever gets his stuff figured out.
Yeah, except he had a setback.
Yeah, he's got a shoulder setback.
Among cloudy, dark cloudy with a chance of meatballs storylines, that fifth starter spot's a problem.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
And then we got to figure out what's going to happen if these guys do come back, and then who's going to move to the bullpen if that. But you're right now, the fifth spot is up to bullpen games, which we saw yesterday.
Got to tell you guys, so I was listening to Dieter, and he was on one yesterday, man, breaking out analytics and baseball savant and short swings and swing speeds, and he was just going on, and I was just laughing because when Dieter's on a roll, there's few can match Dieter on a roll.
Oh, you let Dieter go.
In fact, at one point he said, I'm getting the producer is staring daggers at me, but I'm not going to break because I got a point to make.
Yeah, but you've been talking for 42 straight minutes, Dieter. That's the issue. We got to pay the bills around here.
I'm going to give you a very non-Dieter take right now.
Hit it.
And that is, and I put this in the Jock blog that has not been published. I said, is it possible that in the last 10 days we've seen what I would like to call the very non-analytic, is the Bob Melvin, Matt Williams, Matt Chapman hum baby spirit starting to take hold? Are we starting to see like the team form its identity? Very non-analytic take, but where the every day in the clubhouse, there's this standard set of you better go kick somebody's A. I don't care if you just lost to the Cincinnati Reds on a Friday night. If you're dog ass, go turn it around. Like the Matt Chapman that I wanted when they signed him, because he's a Red A and he's a leader, and that Melvin and Matty Williams behind closed doors are kicking rear end. So anyway, it's my non-analytic take.
I like that take, especially when we talked about Matt Chapman when he first signed, implementing that clubhouse leadership, but it's hard to be a leader when you're struggling. Yeah. And so when we talked about those first couple weeks of the season, when he was barely hitting 200, led Major League Baseball in errors, it's hard for him to step up and be that guy. But now that he's gotten into his groove, now that he's starting to swing a hot bat, going back to the beginning of last homestand, and now that he's out here making web gems every single play, I think he is taking more of a leadership role. Who knows? Maybe someone we'll talk to with Pat the Bat coming up later today.
That's exactly what I was going to tease right there. Horns, baby, horns. Because this leads right into our guest list. These are exactly the questions we will ask during the big hit, Young Tone. Before you hop in the car and drive down to Santa Barbara, what do you got?
All right, coming up at 7:30 this morning, we have Mike Krukow stopping by the show to break down all three of those incredible games. Or excuse me, I guess two of those incredible games.
Well, yeah, we haven't talked to him since Wednesday morning. And so we talked to him the morning after the brutal loss. Yeah. So we'll have a lot to catch up on with him. Yeah.
Yep. And then we got the big hit, who's going to be Pat Burrell today at 7:50.
Some applause on
Pat
that.
the Bat.
Pat from New York City, by the way.
Yep.
See that guy striding the streets confidently in New York. Yes.
Yep. And then we'll get a cooler content in before the end of the show. And then we got Brandon Podziemski going to make his M&M debut at 9:30 this morning. All rookie. First team.
Let's say that all over again. Say what time and guest here?
Brandon Podziemski, 9:30, ladies and gentlemen.
That is outstanding booking.
Anything is podsable.
Wait, should we say something racy and then say pods? You know what I mean? Like you guys say.
Oh, wow, nice. I see what you did there. Nice.
Pods. There you go. All right, guys. Matt Chapman. Let's get into him next on Esports Later.
Anything's possible! Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Doval ready. His 0-2 pitch. Bart swings, hits one hard on the ground to third. Diving Chapman knocks it down, gets up, throws to first. Got him! What a play, Matt Chapman! And this game is over. Stratton from the stretch. Here's his pitch. Chapman swings and belts one deep left center field. Bay on the run, going back at the track, looking up. It is gone. Rodriguez throws. Bart a swing. Ground ball left side. Far to his left. Chapman gloves it. Spins. Throws. He got him. Another fabulous play at third from Matt Chapman. Going back into his left. And the long throw across with all of his momentum going the other way. It got Bart by plenty.
Well, there it is, man. Matt Chapman doing his thing and asserting himself with that nice mustache, too. He's really, certain guys have it, and like his is like, I think it's a superior mustache on Matt Chapman.
Now, you like the look of a Matt Chapman with a mustache.
Yeah.
Our guy, Young Tony, had the opposite take earlier this morning.
Let's get into it, man. Let's get some hot takes going. Let's get some beef. Let's get some Shannon Sharp, Skip Bayless going here on Matt Chapman's mustache.
So before Mustache May, he had a bit of like a, what do they call it, a lip caterpillar or something like that, a caterpillar, whatever they call it.
Yeah.
It was a small mustache, and then he's let it go. I mean, listen, it looks decent. I'm not saying it looks bad. I just think, hey, also, whatever works, man. He's playing lights out. I can't
You backed off that take real quick.
Yeah.
It's not the best look, but at the same time, if it's helping him play better.
Fire you up like he's got another take. He's got another thing coming for you. You're like, nah, it's okay.
He's like,
It's
actually,
all right."
I don't want to disrespect the mustache. Now, who has the better mustache, Matt Chapman or Paul Skeens?
Ooh, I think it's got to be Skeens.
And do we have the sound of the kid yesterday who was asked about Paul Skeens? Because right now it's Mustache May. You see the mustache with Mike Yastrzemski. You see Lamont Wade Jr. You see Matt Chapman. But, of course, the number one pitching prospect that we were talking about, Paul Skeens, also has a filthy mustache. And that's why we're going to get a little bit of an early entry into the cooler of content. Here was a kid at the Pirates game yesterday who was asked about Paul Skeens and his mustache.
Okay, good, but I have to ask you, what's your favorite thing about Mr. Paul Skeens? His mustache and Livy Dunn.
Whoa. Was that kid like 10?
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Was that the same kid who said, "Hey, Paul Skeens, my mom is single. I need you"?
Wait a minute. Play that thing again here. I'm gonna get, because having coached you sports forever, I can give you an age on this kid here. So give it to me.
His mustache and Livy Dunn.
Yeah, maybe 12. Maybe 12, which means he may have just found his dad's Playboy stash.
yeah.
Paul Skeens, my mom is single, bro. I need you.
But that one's a little sadder.
Yeah,
that one's a little sadder.
That one's a little sadder. But
that one took us a little too far into the home.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
But hey, the kids like Paul Skeens' mustache, and Murph, I'm sure Livy Dunn does too.
Hey, now I follow her on IG like any perv, and I saw her photos, and she took a picture on the field and tagged the young lady with her. So I was like, well, who's this young lady? So I followed her tag, and it's Jared Jones's babe. So now she's got it's like aces and their babes.
Damn, were they hanging out with Vanessa Hudgens and Cole Tucker too?
How about the Pirates, man? They're like the Pirates are like the Rolling Stones, coming to town with the most beautiful women in the world on their arms. My gosh. And by the way, speaking of great things, this is my transition. We're sponsored by Marin Health. With top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay, Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. I'll also tell you a funny story. As I took off my jacket, I'm wearing a different type shirt today because I'm going to a lunch. I thought I should wear like a buttony shirt.
Yeah, no quarters it today, huh?
Yeah. And, it's a casual, whatever. But I remember I wore a shirt similar to, because I have a fleet of these kind of shirts, and I remember last year when I wore one on a Friday before I went out, And Triple E had a great line on me. He goes, Marcus and I were talking about your whole new look. We go, check out Summer Murph. Made me laugh. Do you remember the conversation?
Summer Murph showing off the guns.
Do you remember you and Triple E saying that behind the glass?
I don't remember, to be honest.
It made me laugh, though. I said, that's a pretty good riff there, buddy. Hey, Marcus Thompson joins Tolbert at 2:30 this afternoon for your Warriors or basketball hit. Okay, we talked about Matt Chapman.
Matty.
And so when he made that play going to his left and spun and threw out Joey Bart, Bart literally got tossed from the game on that play. So I was wondering, I was like, what's he talking about? Because it wasn't a bang-bang play at all.
He's protesting the glove of Matt Chapman.
Honestly, Chapman has now robbed him twice because of the end of the game Wednesday night.
Yeah, the backhand play down the line.
Right. So and Bart threw his helmet to the ground on that one. Did you see that? Yeah. And it is very frustrating when, you smoke a ball and you're like, the blanket big leagues,
Yeah,
right?
when you're hitting 100-mile-per-hour P-rods and you got a platinum gold glover stealing away hits from you.
I mean, he literally, Chapman took away 2 legit knocks from him. He could sit at home this morning over his breakfast cereal and do the math. If those 2 hits counted, he's probably hitting 20 points higher. He's probably hitting 295 instead of 270.
Possibly. Throwing a couple RBIs on top of it, too, and his numbers look a lot better.
That's why you go to the analytics, bro, because he hit that. So anyway, he got tossed because earlier in the at-bat on a check swing, which I actually agree with Joey Bart. I don't think he went around, and the ump rung him up. So he had a piece of his mind. I also think he was frustrated because the Giants had just put up a 5 spot on him, and he had a rough inning with Aroldis Chapman.
Yeah, he was getting crossed up left and right, couple pass balls, and also the 2 games he started in the series are the 2 games they lost against the Giants.
He must be saying, we hit grand slams and had 4-run leads. Don't look at me.
Dude.
I mean,
and this is after the first series of the year when he was behind home plate when Patrick Bailey hit the walk-off home run right in front of him.
So now maybe that's why he's saying something to the ump to get tossed. Like, you know what? He finally hit his boiling point. But Matt Chapman will do that to you, and it's so great to see what he did. And so he threw on the headset yesterday, NBC Sports Bay Area with Dave Fleming and Javi Lopez, and spoke after the game. So Young Tone, just giving the old feels good post-game quote here.
Jeez, I don't know, man. You guys call it, but it feels good to start to get comfortable, get into a rhythm, and just help this team win, man. I want to be able to contribute on both sides of the baseball, so it feels good.
He's got kind of he sounds very young, doesn't he?
Jeez,
yeah.
Feels good.
Yeah. So second cut here about all of his defensive plays this series. Did he have a favorite here?
I would have to say the one to end the game, just to, these have all been tight games, and every out is so precious, especially at the end of the game. So to be able to seal the game like that and shut the door, and I could have scored 2 runs, had a runner on second base, they could have been right back in the game. So to end the game with that play definitely is it was the best one.
I'm glad he answered, because frequently when you ask athletes, hey, do you have a favorite moment? They're like, no, they're all the same. No, I don't want to put one out. No, he's like, no, I got one. It's the one that ended the game on Wednesday.
Yeah, it's a game-ending web jam, but that's not to take away the play he made in the hole yesterday, going to his left, taking away half of the left side of the infield.
Well, that exact play is exactly what we talked about when Luciano was being kicked around as the shortstop this spring. Well, you got to have Matt Chapman over there as a security blanket, and he's got to expand his range.
Absolutely, and he saved him in the 8th. The problem is he couldn't get that far over in the 9th when Marco Luciano started off the inning with an error. And then I started having flashbacks. I was like, oh, no, here we go again.
So it's in his head now. 9th inning ground balls. That's 2.
A little bit of a yips, too. And also, of course, he came in as a pinch runner, got a couple bags off those Joey Bart pass balls. But the fact that he was coming in as a pinch runner meant that he was the late-game defensive replacement at shortstop, which I was not a huge fan of. But shout out to Bay for making the boneheaded decision to try to run on Patrick Bailey down 1 run in the 9th inning. That's not a wise decision.
That was a huge moment in the game, obviously, because the error opens the door. You're freaking out. The sweat's pouring down your head, and he takes off running. And Pat Bailey with that Thurman Munson. Not only does he throw like Thurman Munson, he physically resembles Thurman Munson now with that mustache.
He's got the body type of a Thurman Munson.
Young Tone, you wouldn't know a Thurman Munson, would you?
Definitely heard the name because of the comparisons for Posey.
Okay, all right. So we're trying to get our list here going. So far, Poltergeist and Thurman Munson. So anyway,
but dude, the pop time of a Patrick Bailey.
Luciano with a nice job catching and slapping it on the rear end of Bay.
That was a great tag by Luciano. I want to give him credit for that.
Yeah,
and that was a huge play to stop that momentum in the 9th inning.
But back to Chapman, guys. I'm looking at his page now. He's hitting 249, 8 bombs, 27 ribs. His OPS is up to 753. The other day, little Rory asked me, he goes, what's a good OPS, Dad? That's a good question.
Oh, yeah.
So what is, I said, well, my argument was, I said, well, I would say it's a good question. I said, depends on kind of what role you play on the team. Maybe if you're a defense first guy, you can get away with a lower one. But I said, I'd say 750 would be the passing grade for a good OPS. And I said, if your OPS is over 800, you're an all-star candidate. And I said, if your OPS is over 900, you're one of the elite players in the game.
Yeah.
That was what would you say?
I've always broke it down like the grading system. Like over 700 would be a C, over 800 would be a B, and over 900 would be an A.
Over 800 is only a B?
Well, yeah, that's how you grade it. 80% and higher are Bs.
Yeah, but I'm saying if my guy has an 820 OPS, that's an A student.
Oh, that's right. I forgot we compare Bs and As differently in our households. B to me is like being an all-star. If I got Bs, Murph, I would have gone to Yankee Stadium. I would have got that 3.0.
That's pretty funny. I would say, though, that an OPS over 800, you're an all-star candidate.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
but again, like that's good, but really good. I mean, we're talking about a grading system. You got to separate them somehow, some way. I think it's 700, 800, 900, ABC. That's my grading scale.
Yeah. So I'd be 753 right now. That's pretty funny. Waterboy thinks a C is a good grade.
What do you mean? C's get degrees, baby. What do you mean think it is a good grade?
Okay.
It's a passing grade.
808 KNBR, is a C a good grade?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. You don't want to be around our dinner table, buddy.
Oh, no.
Holy moly.
I definitely don't.
Oh, my God. Young Tone, is a C?
Unless Candace has fried chicken on the table.
Well, that's very true, actually. Is a C a good grade, bud?
My parents wouldn't be happy, to be honest.
John Joe Curley, is a C a good grade?
Oh, yeah. John Joe Curley is cut from my cloth, bro. We're trying to get C's to get degrees.
Oh, man. By the way, 707's yelling at me saying the interview with Chapman was Carlos Ramirez and Randy Wynn, not Flem and Javi. My bad.
How dare you,
Well, I got to
Murph.
give credit where credit's due. And then Chapman on turning around his hitting, getting from what you said was the interstate earlier to up to 243. And again, 243 is the new 280, right? So here it is.
The biggest thing I would say is we were trying to get me to be on time more, start a little bit earlier, get ready to hit a little bit earlier, and then just trust myself. Trust that, I don't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to look a certain way. Just go out there, trust my athleticism, and just put a good swing on the ball and compete. So I know that sounds pretty simple, but for me, it was just trying to get out of my own way. I was trying to, maybe do too much or try to be too perfect, and instead of just going up there, taking good at-bats and, just being athletic.
So funny. It's like not analytics, not stance. That was all mental. He did say getting ready a little or
get his foot down a little bit earlier, which is something I want to point out. His home run yesterday was off a 96-mile-per-hour fastball at the top of the zone. When we've been talking about all season long, he's been blown away by these fastballs. He's made the adjustment. And Murph, he's now on an 11-game on-base streak. During those 11 games, hitting 405, 17 for 42 with those bombs we were just talking about.
That's a great stat. And speaking of 11 games, 8-3 since the Dog S Manifesto. I'm calling it. Logan Webb planted the flag, and the flag is flying. And there's an emoji of Dog S on the flag. All right, guys, it's fun, man. It's really fun. It's a holiday weekend. We got a 3-day weekend coming up. We'll be back on Tuesday. But we are riding and vibing these San Francisco Giants. And we'll do that. All these questions about Matt Chapman and his hitting will be answered by Pat Burrell at 7:50 in our big hit. That's outstanding. And any questions you have about the Warriors will be answered by Brandon Podziemski Friday at 9:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports League.
Dog, to be honest, as a whole.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And the first pitch, the runner goes. It's a strike. Bailey's throw to second. It's there. He is out at second base. Bailey with the throw. Luciano with the tag. And the possible tying run cut down on the bases. 2 outs in the ninth.
All right, Reggae Friday continues and Giants Friday continues. Yeah, of course, 49ers are down in Santa Clara, and we can talk about that. Christian McCaffrey not being there. Is there anything to the contract situation? And, of course, Steph Curry, congrats, makes all-NBA team, third team. Let me get the exact stat for you here, buddy. Let me get hang on. That newspaper. It's his 10th all-NBA selection, first, second, or third team. Do you know how many players in the history of the NBA have made 10 all-NBA teams?
Ooh, I saw the video that Magic Johnson sent to him congratulating him for joining him in that elite company. So I can give you Magic.
LeBron James.
I would guess
Don't
it's
tell
probably
Waterboy that.
a small handful of players, Murph. I'll throw out 12.
26.
Okay.
But only 4 active, including this kid.
LeBron James.
Ready for this? Chris Paul.
CP3.
I mean, 11. How about Chris Paul has more All-NBA teams than Steph? Somehow that seems wrong, by the way. But we also digress. I know we'll get back to the Giants in just a sec, but we didn't talk about that Scott Foster story in The Athletic where he called out Chris Paul. See, that's just, man, talk about this time. It's personal.
It's been personal for a couple years now.
He was calling out Paul the human being.
Oh.
Man, it's like, whoa. People are like, oh, no, I don't like your, people say me on they stop me on the streets. They go, hey, man, I don't like your show. I go, well, that's okay, man. I appreciate it. They're like, no. You don't understand. I don't like you as a person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Scott Foster is going, I don't like your face, Chris Paul.
I mean, he had some harsh words to say about Chris Paul in that thing. And then Kevin Durant has 11.
I'm Kevin Durant.
Ready for how many All-NBA teams LeBron's made?
A lot.
20.
I was going to say, has he been All-NBA every season he's played?
20. So anyway, congrats to Steph. Way to go, buddy. But right now we're talking about all MLB, and we're talking about the San Francisco Giants. And here's my thing for you. And by the way, 808 KNBR is the phone number if you want to call in. Are you ready to apologize to Farhan? Are you? A week and 2 days ago, we did the, quote, where did it all go wrong? And it was after the blowout loss to the Dodgers. That Tuesday night to the Dodgers, no fun.
Not at all.
Then they win the next game.
After Tyler Fitzgerald got picked off, got thrown in a doghouse, and now he's got 5 home runs in the last 2-3 games for the Sacramento River Cats.
Yeah,
Tyler Fitzgerald is killing it right now.
I heard Papa and Lund talking about getting him on a plane back to the club.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So I would submit to you guys that, and I wrote this in the Jock blog. So we know the NFL's king, right? And we know the NBA has the best individual superstars of any sport. I would say even more than football.
Yeah,
right?
Because I think the fact that you literally get to see their face each and every night. They don't got a helmet on. They don't got a hat on.
It's funny you say that. That is a super underrated part of it all. Yeah. It really is like the physical costuming of these players plays a role.
Yeah, think about how recognizable NBA stars are versus your favorite wide receiver who's got a tinted visor on the entire game.
Seriously.
You hardly ever see him unless you're watching the post-game press conferences.
It's very true. I mean, you know, to identify the best edge rusher in the league out of uniform ain't that easy. Unless it's Nick Bosa wearing shorts. Then you're like, oh, yeah. See those quads? That's Bosa. You know what I mean?
I can recognize those quads from a mile away.
I heard Papa calling him Quadzilla the other day. But my argument in the Jock blog was, and here's why baseball will, I don't know, why it moves me, and it moves, no sport, football and basketball cannot take a Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday in the middle of May in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and make you feel like that. And make you feel like, because you think about what you experienced Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday emotionally.
You're talking about the highs and lows.
And I mean, you were twisted into freaking, think about Tuesday night. When Luciano kicks that ball and the ninth inning occurs like that, the 10th inning occurs like that. You're just, think about it. People were losing their minds. It was a Tuesday night.
We were calling it the loss of the season.
Yes. Then you come back the very next night, and what happens, right? Whether it's Matt Chapman or whether it's the Randy Rodriguez or thing, you're like, whoa, the win of the year.
Lamont Wade Jr. gets on base 6 different times in one ball game.
And then you follow it up with Thursday morning. It's early, too. I mean, Lamont Wade comes off the bus, comes on our show, and you're like, man, how are you guys going to do this less than 24 hours later? And then Joey Bart hits the grand slam, and that hurt, right? That it was Joey Bart?
I actually got some joy out of it.
You did?
A little bit, because I thought Joey was kind of disrespected here in San Francisco. I hated the way that they wasted his options and then DFA'd him for Dalton Jeffries. I wanted Joey Bart to be the backup catcher over Tom Murphy, over Blake Zabel, over Jackson Reed. So I actually took a little bit of joy of seeing Joey Bart get a little bit of revenge. But, of course, the ultimate revenge is him losing both games that he caught yesterday.
And getting tossed. Once again, I want the analytic on how many times a guy who's hit a grand slam in a game gets tossed in the same game. It's got to be a short list, doesn't it? I can't imagine. If you've hit a granny, you got to be feeling so good for the rest of the day.
You would think.
There's nothing you can do. There's no way you could lose your temper later in the day.
Until Aroldis Chapman starts bouncing balls in front
it was a check swing call, too, which by the way, I think Joey Bart was right on that. But it doesn't mean you need to get tossed over it. But he was getting frustrated. He was like, we had this damn game. I hit a granny, and we're going to lose this freaking game.
Matt Chapman's out here stealing away base knocks from me.
Multiple times, too. And I want to go back to Joey Bart for just a second. And you can get the Bart quote ready, Young Tone. I agree with you in that I was not, there's a part of me that will always have a soft spot for Joey Bart because he handled himself so well here and he was in a tough situation and COVID was weird and all that stuff. So, I mean, did he get a fair shake? Yeah, he got a fair shake. Was Pat Bailey better than him? Yeah, Pat Bailey is better than him. Would you agree with that?
Patrick Bailey took advantage of the opportunity better than Joey Bart did. Joey got hurt. Patrick came up, started swinging the bat better than anybody thought he would, better than his minor league numbers. And then he starts putting up the defensive stats, the defensive numbers, throwing guys out, having one of the best pop times in baseball. By no means am I saying that Joey Bart should be the starting catcher today over Patrick Bailey. But I thought there was a spot for him still on this roster.
So that's why I want to pause.
And I felt like they wasted the talent and wasted that draft pick. Of course, that came before Farhan Zaidi.
So that's where I want to pause in that I'm with you a lot on the Joey Bart stuff, but I'm wondering, is that the best, like, is him as a backup the right move? He's a talented guy.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I can't ever think of a time where you have two potentially starting catchers on the same team. So I think maybe moving him was the right move if you're going with Bailey. I mean, would he have been productive or good as a backup?
Well, to me, Murph, I looked at it this way.
Yeah.
When we're talking about a farm system that lacks power hitters, Joey Bart was advertised as one of your best bats in the system. So whether or not he was starting behind home plate, I thought you could have used him a couple games as a DH. Hell, I thought you should have thrown him a first baseman and teach him how to play first base. We've seen the power drop off this year for Wilmer Flores. I just thought the bat was too valuable that you could have found ways to use him.
Yeah.
Could have been a late inning pitch hit situation. Now, of course, Joey wants to be a full-time starter, but he's not even really doing that in Pittsburgh right now. So I just thought it was too much talent to be wasted, to be DFA'd for Dalton Jeffries.
I understand what you're saying in that you got a good player, keep him and figure something out.
Yeah, if anything, keep him for half of the season and then see if he does have some trade value.
Yeah.
See if he does have some pop instead of just
right.
getting nothing for him, essentially.
Now, that said, after the game, he was asked, you hit that grade. Now, they lose the game. They lose a crusher. And no beautiful Instagram star girlfriend will take the edge off of that sting of that loss. That's for Paul Skeens.
Maybe a little bit.
But maybe that's true.
Yeah,
Actually, that's true. If we're going big picture.
Yeah, and also big picture, the two comeback wins came against the bullpens, not Jared Jones, Paul Skeens.
Right, exactly. By the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So they asked Joey, and he got tossed from the game, and they lose a tough game, but they said still had to feel pretty good hitting that granny against the Giants, huh?
Yeah, it felt good, definitely. I mean, it's nice to square a pitch up like that, and you put in all the work, and you dream for swings and situations like that. So it was pretty cool.
Did the opposing team you hit it against make it a little sweeter too?
I don't know, man. I'll take anyone I hit. So any home run, any base hit, anything. It doesn't matter who we're playing.
Yeah, so he took the high road, but of course, you saw his face. He's kind of like, hell yeah. Wait, come on, man. We're human beings.
I also love the line he dropped, you dream of swings. I think he was dreaming of that swing against the San Francisco Giants.
He pimped it.
Mm-hmm.
See him hold it?
Oh, he stared it. Yeah. He stared it down for a couple seconds. Good for Joey.
By the way, I'm kind of just as miffed that Brian Reynolds is still out here beating him senseless.
Bro.
I looked up, though, by the way, if that's the team he beats the most. And his numbers against the Giants are good. He's a career .294 hitter with 5 bombs. But he actually has savage numbers against the Atlanta Braves, believe it or not.
He's a good ball player.
He's hitting like .390 against the Braves with like a lot and a big sample size, too. So pretty fun stuff. But anyway, about the baseball and about how you felt. Man, that's what makes this sport so enduring. Talk about how it's dying. It's a dying sport. But like we said, you go out to the bleachers on a Friday night, the kids are out there. The young Tone, you're 25. How many of your peers will go to a baseball game?
Oh, a ton.
Okay.
I will say, though, a lot of my friends like football and basketball more just because of the pace of those games. Mm-hmm. Baseball's a little bit more slow, but I'm a baseball purist. I grew up loving baseball. It was my favorite sport as a kid.
I think maybe KNBR is the wrong place to ask this question because I think if you come to KNBR, you're probably slanting heavy Giants.
We're all baseball heads, but Murph, you have a kid that's 16 years old. Yeah. His buddies all love baseball. Yeah. You have a kid that's 12 years old. Yeah. They all love baseball.
Yeah, it's true. It's funny. We had some time before the first pitch of our last game, so I was quizzing the kids just on like stuff. I'm like, what division is the Baltimore Orioles in? These kids don't know their division. They're like AFC North.
No, that's the Ravens.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, guys, well, listen, 808 KNBR is the phone number. It's an incredible time to be a Giants fan. And again, I told you guys, I looked at the wild card standings, and they're looking pretty good, guys. And it's not just, as I told you, I don't want to focus strictly on the third. Here's my goal in 20. I'm staking my claim right before Memorial Day weekend here. Pre-Flag Day goal here of mine. It's not just that the Giants are in the hunt in the third wild card spot because they are tied with the Padres in the loss column, 2 back in the win column, so officially 1 game back. I'm calling for the second wild card spot where the Cubs are 27-24. The Giants are 25-26. So they're literally 2 back in the second wild card.
And I got to say, you're feeling damn good about the Giants right now. Obviously, with the production that they had, the win streak followed up by these 2 comeback victories. And then you look ahead to this weekend. On the bump today, Kyle Harrison. Saturday, Jordan Hicks. Sunday, Logan Webb. Against a New York Mets team that's not lighting the world on fire right now, you got to be feeling good about your odds going into New York this weekend.
Yeah, you do. I mean, I heard Dieter was on a roll last night, and he was breaking down the Mets. I don't want to say they're taking a step back, but they're kind of taking a step back.
The Mets might be one of the teams that might be sellers at the trade deadline.
Yeah, right now they're 21-28. Dude, they're 21-20. They're 2-8 in their last 10. They've lost 3 in a row. This guy who's pitching tonight was a 2021 5th-round draft pick, Christian Scott, out of Florida. I mean, his numbers aren't that great. He's just part of this slow rebuild after they tried to win the World Series last year, and it absolutely exploded in their face.
Yeah, and now Edwin Diaz, I think, has been removed from the closer role. He's been struggling. You're not going to hear the trumpets this weekend, I don't think.
Dude, how about that? Well, Jerry Seinfeld and Chris Russo have been proven correct because Russo went off on Knicks fans about, it's the first round. It's the first round. And do you remember Seinfeld coming out anti-trumpet? Mm-hmm. What are we doing? It's August. You got to win the World Series. You can't be playing the trumpet in August.
And it was a live performance. And what's the dude's name? Timmy Trumpet,
yes.
Who came out to MetLife Stadium. I was with Seinfeld. I was like, it's way too early to have the live entrance in the middle of August. And then they blew the division, and the Braves ended up catching them and passing them that year, I believe.
I'm telling you, buddy. So tonight, Kyle Harrison. So my buddy P1 Chuck, his kid played high school baseball with Kyle at De La Salle. And they're going to go to the game. They're flying in. Chuck lives in Charleston now, but they're flying in. So this is for you. I know Dirty Harry nights are special for you. It's one of your guys.
Oh, I block off my calendar. I block off my schedule. I block off my holiday weekend when Kyle Harrison's on the bump.
It's not a reggae Friday. It's a Kyle Harrison Friday.
You're damn right.
And then tomorrow, Jordan Hicks. Mm-hmm. Jordan Hicks, and I heard Dieter yesterday saying he's seeing some fraying at the edges with Jordan Hicks.
Fraying at the edges.
You don't come with a take.
Did it have to do with him throwing up before last game?
Well, that's what he was.
Those Stroop waffles.
Yeah, his argument was the Giants are so thin in pitching they had to get a guy pitching who's going to be puking. And then Sunday, 10:40, Logan Webb, Sean Manaea.
Ooh.
Manaea 3-1 with a 3.11.
Manaea without the hair.
Yeah, and then the Severino on Saturday, buddy.
Luis Severino, who's having a decent year, kind of a comeback year a little bit with the Mets.
Buddy there. All right, out to the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, what they're having to say out there. 209 says, trade deadline, hoping the Mets sell us Pete Alonso.
Bring me the polar bear.
Yeah.
I want Pete Alonso badly. And the Giants, Murph, are the only team in Major League Baseball that can offer him a life-size Coca-Cola bottle.
I like that. Very good.
Shout out those old Coke commercials.
That's very good.
You know what I'm talking about,
yes.
Tony? You ever see those old Coke commercials with the polar bear?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a deep pull on polar bears and Cokes.
Yeah.
Deep pull.
I see the connection already.
707 says, how about 500 by Memorial Day? Well, you say Flag Day. It could happen.
How about 500 by tonight? They're still a one game under.
500 by tonight, buddy.
Yeah.
415 says, Bart didn't do anything as a Giant. Now, Brian Reynolds, I'd take him back for sure.
Yeah, I'll take Brian Reynolds, and I'll take Joey Bart, man. Again, we had Jackson Reitz and Blake Sable behind home plate this year.
559 with a comment on Livy Dunn's Instagram. I'm not going to read that. I'm going to move on.
Good for you, Murph.
925 says,
good discipline.
Guys, I just can't with your Bart revisionist history. Did you forget how pathetic he looked at the plate as a Giant? This never would have happened in San Francisco. He needed a change of scenery.
That's all right, but I've talked to sources around the Giants club that thought that Joey did have a good potential future with the San Francisco Giants. And I remember him going deep on opening day, his rookie season. And I remember him giving you more competitive at-bats against Jackson Reitz. Again, nobody is saying Joey Bart should be the starting catcher over Patrick Bailey, but his bat is too valuable to just give him away for absolutely nothing.
510. I agree with Marcus on Joey Bart. I think Farhan mismanaged Joey Bart.
Well, especially just wasting the options and literally running out of options before the season started.
Yeah, I agree. 707 says, why wasn't Jorge Soler hustling on his no-out hit to the wall in the eighth? He was just jogging. Is he hurt? I don't know. Didn't it just kind of have double written all over it? Didn't it? I don't know. Are we calling him out?
I was on the radio for that, AB, so.
Well, didn't Rizzo describe it to you?
He did, but I forget.
Did we get some Rizzo calls, by the way?
No, that was a double all the way.
Yeah.
What do you want him? Do you get him a triple?
510 says, excuse me, I am not ready to apologize to Farhan for blank. The only reason the team's doing better is because injuries forced him to bring in the young players that he refused to play otherwise.
I respect that take.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think about how Luis Matos was kind of buried, even though after spring training, I thought he was the best bat we saw down in Scottsdale, and I was saying he should be the opening day right fielder. They decided to send him down, and now he's been the spark of the lineup over the last week and a half.
209 says, love him or hate him, Farhan has given us, the fans, exactly what we asked for. I love him today. I hope the players don't make me hate him tomorrow. 530 says, I agree with Marcus. Super happy to see Joey Bart looking great. And then 650 says, guys, let's get back to Reggae Friday. Can I request a cool summer winning vibe tune, Get Paid by Aluna?
Oh, okay.
Princess Nokia and Jada Kingdom.
Oh, we'll check it out.
925 asking me a inside Mill Valley question. I'll get back to you, 925. It used to be a lumber yard. Now it's a fancy 1%er dining area. That's your answer, 925. 209 says, good morning, boys. The wife, me, we're currently hanging out in Santa Monica, heading to Universal Studios, proudly wearing my Giants jersey and hat. Especially when I see Giant Dodgers fans walking by us. Do you remember when Giants fans took over Disneyland in 2010 specifically?
After the World Series?
Yeah, it was crazy. It was almost like some unseen memo went out that said, go to Disneyland. Because people started sending videos and pictures. It's like Giants fans are taking over Disneyland. It was like a flash mob or whatever.
Yeah,
It's like a flash mob.
It's a celebration. And shout out to the San Francisco Giants, who will be giving away Mickey Mouse ears in honor of the Dodgers coming back to town in June, later on next month.
559 says, if you ain't puking, you ain't trying. And 415
Puke and rally, baby. Puke and rally.
415 says, Bart wasn't worth S. That's why they didn't get anything for him.
I'd say he's more valuable than Jackson Reitz.
There it is, buddy. And 818 says, when are you guys going to talk about Vladdy Jr. to the Giants?
Ooh, I got thoughts on Vladdy Jr. to the Giants. People are talking about the Blue Jays being sellers. They've been struggling this year.
Yeah. Where would you play him?
I'd play him at first
base, yeah.
And then I'd maybe move Lamont Wade Jr. into a platoon system with Elliot Ramos out in right field.
Okay.
Because they're not letting Lamont Wade play against lefties anyways.
I'm going to say no to Vlad Jr. Are you kidding me? Bring him.
Put Wade in right, and sorry, Slater. Gotta go.
What do you got, Young Tone? He says them?
No, I was going to say you could also play Lamont Wade at DH.
True. But you still got to get at bats for Jorge Soler.
Yeah, as a lefty, yeah. I hear you.
The early entrance by Spider today. How about that? Little holiday weekend Spider. Is that we're getting there?
What's up, Spider?
Spider, you enjoying these last couple games there, buddy? Yeah, double thumbs up. Were you enjoying Tuesday night, though, Spider? No, double thumbs down.
I need 4 thumbs down for that.
All right, so that's an hour and 10 straight Giants. 49ers, though, like we said, they're going on, and the coaches are speaking down there. Let's get down to 49ers football as they begin to figure out the 2024 roadmap with Nick Sorensen, Brandon Staley, and the future lying ahead. Niners, next on the Sports Leader.
Pacifica, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pacifica's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
What's up, everybody? Happy Reggae Friday. It is Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, here to talk to you about Prize Picks. Because Prize Picks is the most fun I've had, winning up to 100 times my money this basketball season. And right now, during the playoffs, is the perfect time to join the Prize Pick community of over 5 million members who have already downloaded the app. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projected stats, and submit your lineup. Turn $10 into $1,000 with just 4 correct picks. And look, you know I love my pitcher props, my strikeouts, my over-unders. I went with Paul Skeens yesterday. I told you to fade the water boy if you weren't interested. And if you did go on the under, you would have won. But today, I'm taking the over with Kyle, a.k.a. Dirty Harry Harrison. 5 strikeouts is the line. I'm taking the over. Join me on Prize Pick and download the app. And if you use the code word LEADER, they'll give you a first deposit match of up to $100. That's promo code LEADER for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
It was the team always from the outside looking in. I knew that the 49ers was just one of those teams who always came out and played hard. Every single player came out and played their hardest and really played grown man football. You know, you got to wake up early, eat your breakfast early when you're playing the 49ers, you know, because it's going to be a physical game. So seeing that from the outside made me want to be a part of that, you know. Seeing them get close so many years, these past few years, I want to come in and help us get over the hump.
There's Leonard Floyd with Reggae Friday continue. Now, this is a listener request, and we said, okay, we'll give the listener a chance. Okay. Yeah. Okay, all right.
Is this reggae?
We're debating if it's reggae or not.
This is more like Jamaican dancehall almost.
Well, Jamaican dancehall does kind of fall under the reggae umbrella a little bit. Pretty much anything from Jamaica counts as reggae.
It almost sounds like Rihanna a little bit if we're talking umbrellas.
Interesting. Well, we decided to go with it to give the listener their chance. How do you guys feel about it?
I say we stick with Bob Marley.
Let it go a little bit longer here, buddy. I want you to make, because sometimes a song kicks in. They said it's a summer vibe. Young Tony, you want to give us the artist and the song here?
Yeah, this is called Get Paid by Aluna, Princess Nokia, and Jada Kingdom.
Okay.
Blah, blah.
Shout out 650 for the request.
Okay. Does it feel summery?
No, this is not fitting my
It's
reggae
not like
vibes.
Summer Murph?
I don't
over
think
there?
I'm going to see these artists at Cali Roots this weekend.
Okay, all right. I wouldn't have been as harsh. To me, it was just fine. Background music.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
Thanks for the effort.
Leonard Floyd got paid, though.
Yes, he did. He plays grown man.
Nicely done,
We want a
Tony.
grown man reggae is what we want in the next man thing. So
Grown man reggae.
Boy, that quote got a lot of traction.
Yeah.
Nationwide.
And by the way, 562 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line says, only reggae roots, man.
Yeah, and 707 says, boo, not reggae. Well, 7650, sorry, buddy, you tried. And, hey, music's a very personal thing. Like
How long have you been a Rasta?
Well, I've been a Rasta from ever since, you know.
That's just the best sound of all time.
You
That's
know?
what that is. I've been a Rasta since ever since, you know. Okay, guys, 49er football. They're
And by
going
the way,
down
that's the guy that's on my shirt today.
Yeah, which is
Want to give
awesome.
that Bob Marley
for
shout
Reggae
out.
Friday, very much so. 49ers down there. You know, the McCaffrey story, okay, keeping an eye on it, not making a big deal out of it. You know, why isn't he there?
On a level of 1 to 10, how concerned are you of CMC not being at voluntary OTAs?
1.5.
Yeah, I'd say that's even high for me. I'm like at a 1.
Yeah. I mean, this guy's got to take care of his body, stay off his feet. But there is questions about running backs and contracts, and he did perform at an unbelievable year last year. He led the NFL in rushing yards from scrimmage, and tied for the league in touchdowns, 21, voted Offensive Player of the Year.
True. He's also the highest paid running back in the NFL.
I know, but the question is, you know, the highest paid running back in the NFL is like the tallest little person. You know what I mean? I used to say a different word.
I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, Murph, because you look at his contract and be the highest paid running back in the league, probably puts him around somewhere between 10th and 15th behind wide receivers. Oh. And we're not even talking pass rushers and quarterback money.
The stat is crazy. I have it for you right here. He's the... Let me find it for you here. He's the 162nd highest paid guy. And here it is. God, where is it? It's in the branch story. I should have done here. He signed a 4-year, $64 million extension. No, here it is. $16 million average, 123rd.
123rd.
123rd in the league.
I would love to challenge everybody right now who's listening to find me 122 players that are better than Christian McCaffrey.
Cannot do it, bro.
We'll be here all
Cannot
week.
do it.
I'll be here all year.
Find me 10 players better than him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I mean, if the NFL top 100, where's he going to be?
I mean, that's the thing I've always said about Christian McCaffrey. He's paid as the top running back, but he should be paid more than some of these wide receivers because of the versatility
Without question.
and what he can do as a receiver.
And is that why he's not there? Now, the Niners have not. Nobody has reported that. None of the beat writers, none Schefter, not Rappaport or anything like that. But he's not there. He is getting married to Olivia Culpo, and so they could be planning their wedding, and it is a voluntary workout, and he does need to kind of stay off his feet a lot. He came last year because it was his first full season where he could have an off season, kind of like Purdy this year.
Yeah, and I've mentioned this before because I remember this topic coming up during the season last year. Everybody's like, why is Christian McCaffrey taking a Wednesday off? This is what he's done his entire career. Yeah. Going back to his days in Carolina, he would take off the midweek practice, and there was always the questionable tag on him in fantasy football, and I'd always just ignore it because I knew Christian McCaffrey was going to be out there. Same situation with Trent Williams. He takes those Wednesdays off during the season, And he's not at voluntary OTAs either.
So if Ayuk gets the extension, he would be the 5th highest paid offensive player. It's kind of nutty, dude. Trailing Debo, Kittle, Trent, and Ayuk.
Oh, but do you think he's going to get a bigger contract than Debo Samuel? That's the question.
Ayuk?
Yeah.
No, I was just talking about people higher than McCaffrey.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
That's
excuse
all.
me. Sorry.
So McCaffrey will be the 5th highest paid player on the offense. I got to be honest, he's got legit beef.
Yeah.
If he's like, oh, really? You pay me 5th? Okay. Well
that's-
then I'll give you the 5th base effort.
Yeah. Well, that's not even just beef with the 49ers. That's beef with the NFL and how they've devalued running backs.
I mean, the story in Branch was last year was Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, and Tony Pollard. 1st, 4th, and 16th in the NFL, and they did not get the extensions they wanted.
They're being slapped with franchise tags.
They got 1-year franchise tags.
That's what happened to Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, a bunch of dudes.
McCaffrey tweeted last summer, "This is criminal." 3 of the best players in the entire league, regardless of position. Now, the catch is the Niners did give McCaffrey a restructure last year to get salary cap space. They gave him the $10.7 million of his 2023 base salary into a signing bonus. Means he just got the check right away, which is good, right? Cash is good.
Cash is king.
You like cash? So anyway, Lynch's quote at the time was good for him, good for us. So, they're probably not looking to change his deal again. And I'm not saying, again, I'm putting it at a 1.5. I'm just throwing it out there just to put it on your radar. I'm not a panic guy. He's going to be awesome. Also, guys, the sad part about talking about McCaffrey is, I hate to even bring this up, but how much more peak McCaffrey do you get? I hate to even bring it up.
He's 28, 29 years old?
27, I believe.
Yeah.
So he just finished his, and so, now you're talking about 28, 29, 30. He is entering his age 28 season. He's entering his age 28 season.
And
NFL high 339 touches last year.
Correct. And most people say that you reach your athletic peak at 28 years old, but also with running backs, we start talking about them hitting the wall at 30 years old. Now, Christian McCaffrey is different to me because of his versatility. Look at a guy like Darren Sproles, who had a longer shelf life compared to your more traditional up-the-middle type running backs. I think CMC is going to have value into his 30s, 32, 33, 34. I still think he's going to be a valuable asset on your offense.
NFL history, running backs past the age of 30. 808 KNBR, not rich. Not rich.
Not much.
No,
and again, but like the way that he's built so differently, I think you can use him in a different role, especially if you bring in another running back to complement him.
He does take a lot of punishment. He does. He touches a lot, and that's just math. NFL touches, NFL tackles human bodies. That's a thing. All right, switching over from McCaffrey for a second to the Brandon Staley issue, which seems to be, to my estimation, still murky. Still murky as to what he's going to do. But to your joke the other day, like he actually said, I might help Kyle with some game situations. You're like, whoa, buddy, why don't you just go get a Coke and not worry about it? Don't worry. Well, then again, you could riff on Kyle and say, maybe he could use some help from Brandon Staley.
Yeah. They say 2 minds are better than one, but in this case, is it?
Or do 2 negatives make a positive?
There we go.
But anyway, here's Staley about the Nick Sorensen deal. Like, wait, are you the D coordinator? Or are you not? Are you calling the plays? Are you not? What are you doing with Nick Sorensen? This is 523D, Tony.
There's no question who the DC is. It's Nick, obviously. Do you have to talk about that with Nick? Like, I understand I have a reputation. I've been head coach. I want you to know that you're the DC. I mean, do you have to literally have that conversation?
No, I don't think so. That's been defined by Kyle and John. So, what it's really about is putting a group together that's committed to the Niners. And when I came here, that's certainly what I was committed to, and helping this team in whatever way, Kyle and John saw best. And, Nick has been fantastic, and we've got a great group of guys on this coaching staff.
You imagine you're going to be in the booth because Nick's going to be on the field?
I don't know that. Well, I think we'll take the next couple months, training camp, and, we've got a lot of time to make those decisions.
You were on the field when
Okay, so Brandon Staley is getting grilled by Kawakami. Tim Kawakami.
You're going to be on the field? Are you, Brandon? Are you?
So it's curious, and Nick Sorensen, his first media appearances, he was a pretty low-key dude. Doesn't have that solid D'Amico Ryans energy, or the pipes of a Steve Wilkes, for that matter.
Yeah, but I wonder how the energy will be on the sideline, because he will be coaching and calling plays from the sideline this year.
Yeah, that's correct. And he said he likes to look at players in the eyes.
Right, what's a big point of controversy last year was Steve Wilkes, when Steve Wilkes wouldn't leave the booth, a.k.a. like the stoop kid, not leaving the stoop.
Yeah, very much so. By the way, 818 says OJ was over 30 as a running back, and he still had a killer instinct.
Oh, that's That's some good dark humor on a Friday.
818 there, so there you go.
I had to register that for a second.
I know, right? Pretty good. One more.
That got me.
One more Staley on coaching two Bosas from Joey to Nick. Cut E, Young Tone. Yeah.
Yeah, they're both special players. Very fortunate to coach both of them. I think coming here, I think having to, face Nick, you know what a challenge he is. And I've coached, Khalil Mack, Von Miller, Bradley Chubb, Leonard Floyd, and Nick's always a guy that we would watch. And I think, when I've been other places and we've had to face him, you just know the type of respect that he has in the game plan, that he's a true matchup player and, one of the top players in the league. And I think I've gained a deeper appreciation of his game being here up close. And, Chris has done such a good job with him. And, Nick is, one of the top players in the league.
All right, so Brandon Staley, hearing his voice and doing your thing. By the way, 9256 says, Big Bama Clot Young Tony playing da bangers on this Reggae Friday. Very funny.
I mean, you can always hit us with some Chet
by the way.
Hanks, Little White Boy Summer later.
Somebody
if you
actually,
want.
Stan Tim said that could qualify as a Reggae Friday.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, so there's a little 49ers chat. Christian McCaffrey missing. By the way, all the players not attending. Brandon Ayuk, Juwan Jennings, Christian McCaffrey, Malik Collins, Trent Williams, and then offensive lineman Chris Hubbard. Ayuk and Jennings, both for contract reasons. Jennings has not signed his tender. All right. Well, all right, here's the deal. A lot of Giants coming your way because, man, it's been super fun. And how baseball made you feel these last 3 days, all right? You had the Tuesday agony, you had the Wednesday ecstasy, and you had the Thursday, wow, that happened again. Mike Krukow and Pat Burrell coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Back gal, white dandada. Can ruin my whole summer. Tatiana's all out by the cabana.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Oh, man, we left talk to Mike Wednesday morning after that Tuesday night loss. Now we talk to him Friday after 2 epics. My gosh, baseball, you got to love it. Mike's brought to us by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Mike, we talked to you Wednesday morning, and it was Devastation City, baby. And here we are, Friday morning. Mike, I got one word for you. Baseball, huh? Good morning.
Morning, Mike.
Yeah, good morning. And, it was an opportunity. It really is what it was. And there are certain points of times in the season where you have to take advantage of an opportunity that creates energy. And it comes from a loss, always from a tough loss. And the loss that they suffered in the first game of that series with the Pirates, that was rough. Because they don't lose that way. They don't lose late in the game. They don't lose because they have a good bullpen, because they have a great closer. And they lost that one. Now you start to think about all the possibilities. Well, I mean, this is they could go in the tank here. They got two fireballers coming at them on games 2 and 3, and then they roll into New York, and they'll limp in home against Philly and the Yankees. All these things, you start to think about. But yet, if you come to the ballpark the next day with a clean palate, and you have that belief that you can turn things around with a victory, that's key. And that's why you need a manager. That's why you need a coaching staff. Because they realize that is an opportunity. Because nobody expects you to do anything. And that's the perfect time to rally the troops. And that's exactly what Bob Melvin did. If you go back and take a look at the comments following the game, the tough loss, after game 1, it was all positive. He built up. Marco Luciano had a critical error, and everything was very complimentary of his players. One thing I learned in Chicago a long, long time ago, Joey Malfitano was a great baseball guy, and he was our manager. And I don't know, not a very good team back in '81 or what it was, but Joey took over, and Leo DeRocher had told Joey. Leo was his manager with the New York Giants, and he said to Joey, when Joey was the manager of the Cubs, and we weren't playing very well, he says, Joey, never get on your guys after a tough loss. That's not the time. That's when you build them up, because they're going to put themselves through their own hell. They're going to be very self-critical, and they're going to be downtrodden, and they're going to do it to themselves. That's when you pump them up. When you get on them is when they've won 9 out of 10, and they have that one speed bump, and they lose that one game. That's when you jump them. And that's kind of the style that Bob Melvin has. He'll be overly critical when they're playing well. But when the things aren't going well, he'll do exactly what he did after the Tuesday game. They came back into the Wednesday game with a clean head and a resolve. And now you've got a team that really truly believes that they're a badass. With the bats, with their arms, with their gloves, they're a force. They win that series, 2 comeback styles. I mean, you haven't seen that in a long time. I mean, and now you've got energy and you've got power coming into New York. So what happened in Pittsburgh was one of the most significant things that could possibly happen to this team, and it's all positive.
It's incredible. And we could talk about it forever. Just go straight to, and by the way, you say I haven't seen it in a long time. It's been since 1998 that the Giants won back-to-back games where they trailed by 4 or more runs. I want to go straight to Matt Chapman and just his role, both with the glove and the bat. Homered in the Wednesday game when they were down, homered in the Thursday game when they were down, ended the Wednesday game with that play, stole Joey Bart on yesterday. Everything about Matt Chapman and what his season was leading up to this, and then what this week means to him as a leader in the clubhouse.
Well, I mean, you get an idea as to what it means to him to play in the Bay Area. I mean, he loved his time in Oakland. He was proud to wear that uniform, and he knew the Northern California fans. And when he came back into San Francisco, I mean, he knew the challenge to try and do with San Francisco what he did in Oakland. And it really took him into mid-May to get to the comfort zone. He was putting so much pressure on himself to be able to live up to the expectation. And he would talk about it openly. He goes, "Yeah, I've got work to do. I can't let these people down." And that's such a humble thing for an athlete, to know that there is expectation and to take on the challenge to try and meet that expectation. Well, he's in heat now. I mean, he never, ever left with his glove. Even when he was struggling with a bat, he still made brilliant defensive plays. Well, now he's an all-star player. What he's done here in the last week and a half has been remarkable. And it's so cool when one of your leaders in that clubhouse goes off because it relaxes everybody. You know, he's getting some big iron to come here and play. Everybody in that clubhouse knows what everybody makes. And when the big fellas are getting paid and they're producing, it relaxes everybody. And you know, I mean, he's just got a cool way of handling success. It's the same cool way that he has handling a tough time. He just rolls his sleeves up and he gets to work. And what he's doing right now is I think, the catalyst of this whole team.
And, Mike, I wanted to circle back to Wednesday night before Matt Chapman made that game-ending backhanded play down the line. It was Luis Matos with 2 strikes, 2 outs, getting that base knock, taken second on that air by Brian Reynolds. And then Lamont Wade Jr. for the 6th time of the night, getting on base, the game-tying RBI. What are your thoughts on these 2 guys setting the table at the top of the Giants lineup?
Well, they're in heat. You know, I mean, well, how long have we been waiting for somebody to come out of the Giants minor league system with the bat and do something? Long time. And now you're seeing, you know, the 3 top prospects making offensive contribution. But what Matos is doing now, you know, look, we've all seen the hot streaks. Remember when Casey Schmidt came up last year and he was just for the first week he was unbelievable, right? And he didn't really know what he's doing. He was a young player who's going to be a good player that nobody knew, and they didn't realize they didn't have to throw him a strike. Well, after about a week and a half, they realized that. And then he struggled to make the adjustment. I don't sense that with Matos. I think that Matos, his whole career has been told you need more discipline at the plate. When you find that discipline, you're going to you will find out that you can play here and you can excel here. And that's what's happening. He is making good all of the prophecies that have surrounded him since the first day he's walked into to organized baseball. And he truly believes that he can play here. He truly believes that he can be a Ronald Acuna player. You know, that's high expectation. But you can't be good if you don't have that expectation from yourself. Now, whether or not he realizes that dream, we don't know. Now, he's looking to me like he can play here. Elliot Ramos looks to me like he can play here. Lamont Wade Jr. has had a brilliant year, and it's taken him some time to really believe that he can play here. And it's happening. Happened last year, and he's carrying into to this season in a very cool way. He's a leader in that clubhouse now. So when you have all these guys going off, I mean, you don't even know where the next at bat that good at bat's coming from. That it's coming, and it's happening right now. You've got contribution up and down that lineup. You know, Luciano is getting big hits. We saw Wisely yesterday. He joined the party. You know, Soler is joining the party. For the guys who are on the injured list right now, Slater and Conforto, they can't wait to get here because they're having fun in that clubhouse and they want to be part of it. That's what's happening in that clubhouse right now.
8-3 since the night Logan Webb dropped the dog S-bomb on him, and these 2 wins are just absolute game changers here. Mike, there's so much to talk about. By the way, tonight, 4:10, Kyle Harrison in New York against the Mets, Christian Scott. But we can't not talk to you about pitching. That's you. You are our pitcher, and I'd say of all the last 2 wins, the one that jumps out to me the most is Randy Rodriguez. And I'd love to see what you're seeing and what role he can and should fill in the bullpen.
Well, I think you have 2 guys down there that right now are really finding their confidence, Sean Jelly and Randy Rodriguez, and both guys with above-average stuff. With Rodriguez, you know, he's a little bit of a gunslinger. And if you take a look at the deep wrap that he has when he starts to get gathered on his back leg, you know, that was the problem. He would collapse the back leg, and as he would fly open, he would drag his arm, and with that, you know, that velocity, he never had a great command of it. You take a look at his minor league statistics, he had a lot of walks. Well, they've taken some of that wind out. They've got him a little more compact, and now he's in the strike zone. And, you know, he's got some TNT in that shoulder. And where he goes, I don't know, but I love it when he comes in. When he came in yesterday in the 8th inning, I mean, he had 2 good defensive plays behind him, but he was filthy dirty. Nobody was squaring him up. I mean, and he's got, 18 strikeouts or something ridiculous against 3 walks? That's ridiculous. That's like closer stuff. And the more guys you get down there at the back end of your bullpen that want the high leverage innings, the more closers you get. I mean, you know, really think about the really great bullpens. They've had 3 guys that basically, one guy's a closer for the 7th, one guy's a closer for the 8th, one guy's a closer for the 9th. And the Giants aren't that far away from that. And those 2 arms, those 2 young arms, complementing what Tyler Rogers is doing and just basically what everybody's doing in general, you know, you're starting to get a pretty filthy, dirty bullpen back there, and I love it.
Mike, before we let you go, I'd love to get your thoughts on Blake Snell. I was actually encouraged overall by his stuff and his movement, but still the results aren't there. Only 3 1/3 inning pitch, a couple too many walks he was handing out. What was your breakdown on Blake Snell returning to the rotation?
Well, I was happy to see his fast, man. That I think is what's critical with him. Is such a great pitch, and if the first 3 starts he never really had command of it. The first 2 he never finished with it. He didn't have that little jump. In his 3rd outing, he did. Things didn't bode well for him. But I thought that what he showed coming off of the IL in his last outing was really good stuff. I don't think he's that far off. He's a notorious slow starter. But this guy's highly motivated. And I think he was a little frustrated with the way things went in this last offseason. When you get him motivated, he's the best in the game. We saw it last year. We saw it when he won his first Cy Young with Tampa. And I think, you know, with the option that he has to go back out on the free market at the end of this year, that's big motivation. Plus, he wants to prove to somebody, and you know, the people in San Francisco, that he's good. I mean, you just want to do that. So I've seen progress in every. I expect him to go out there and throw 7 shutout innings this next outing. That's how good this last outing was, because he had his fastball command, and he was able to use that as a great weapon.
Mike, it's incredible. Again, it hasn't happened in 26 years. And like you said, the belief from the top down. I'm just going to end up this. I'd say a little hum baby spirit in these last couple games. Maybe that's the Bob Melvin, Matty Williams effect, maybe.
Well, I agree. And you know what Melvin made reference to is that this is a team win. And those are your biggest wins. When you have contribution from 9 or 10 guys in a win, and everybody feels a part of it, those are the ones that really gives you the team confidence that you need to do well. Look, they're in a tough stretch. These next 9 games they're tough. Mets in New York are tough. Then you got Philly and the Yankees, tough. And if you want to extend beyond that, you got the D-backs in Arizona and Texas in Texas. So you have to come into this point of your season confident, and that's what they have right now. So, you know, I'm looking forward to these next 5 series, whereas before I was a little worried about him. Not anymore. Absolutely.
Just incredible theater. So have a great weekend. We know we won't talk to you Monday, so we'll do a makeup one on Tuesday. Have an awesome 3-day weekend with the family. Enjoy all the baseball, Mike. We'll talk Tuesday.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow, brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers, man. Yeah, team belief, team swagger. And a guy who's part of it is Giants hitting coach Pat Burrell. World Series champ Pat Burrell, live from New York City next on the Sports Leader.
How about the fighting Giants?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Late night Lamont made an early AM stop by the Murph and Marcus show yesterday morning to talk about the Giants' comeback win on Wednesday night before their comeback win on Thursday. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Hold it now. This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
All right, Reggae Friday always puts us in a good mood. What more puts us in a good mood? It's a holiday weekend, 3-day weekend. We'll be back on Tuesday. And then the best mood of all comes when the Giants make some 21st century history. It's been since 1998 that they had 2 games in a row where they came back from 4 or more runs down, and they just did it in Pittsburgh on Wednesday and Thursday. And the man entirely responsible for it all is on right now. Pat Burrell, our buddy, World Series champ, both in Philadelphia and San Francisco. The kid out of Bellarmine Prep, and, of course, now the Giants hitting coach. So, Pat, always great to have you back on. Murph and Marcus, and congrats, bro, on those last 2 wins, man. Good morning.
Yeah, what's up, Pat?
What's up, guys? No, thanks for having me on. It's been a lot of fun last couple of days. I mean, I can't say enough about the effort these guys gave. A total team effort. Our pitching just hasn't kind of caught up to where we want it to be, but these guys have come out and give it all they have. They've never given up. They believe in one another, and you're seeing some contributions from everybody across the board. So it's been a real special time for us when we needed it the most.
Totally. And we can talk about the emotion of it and the wild swings, but let's just go right to the front of the line. That's Matt Chapman. I mean, home runs on Wednesday and Thursday were just so gigantic. And that's a guy who, the numbers told the story, Pat. They weren't the numbers he wanted the first 40-so games. But lately, last 10 games, they're the numbers he wanted. So take us inside the lab. What have you guys done to turn it around?
I'd like to say that I had something to do with any of this stuff, but I got to, he's worked a lot with Barry at home. He's worked a lot with JV, Justin Veely, the other hitting coach. They spent a lot of time together in the cage and found a way for him to get back on top of the fastball, especially away from him. I mean, if you've watched the last couple of nights, he's, been able to really to get on top of some high pitches out over the plate there. His top hand's really coming through nicely. I can't say enough about how hard he's worked. But we at the home games, Barry's there quite a bit, and him and Chappie have, over the last couple of months have formed a pretty good relationship, and I think he's really helped him a lot. So I want to make sure and give Barry some credit for that because I know it's due.
And Pat, we know even when Matt was struggling early this season, he still had one of the hardest hit rates in baseball. I'm curious with MLB's new bat tracking data that it just put out, how much of that data do you dive into, especially during the season, and how much do you try to implement it to these guys mid-season?
You know what? I mean, he's a very physical, strong kid, and so when he hits it, he's going to hit it hard, and that's fine. But we want to encourage just to have good at bats, to be on time. When he gets a little out of sorts, he tends to expand and chase a little bit, and then you're really putting yourself kind of behind the 8 ball. So the way he's going right now, he's just not missing, and that's as a hitter, you go through ups and downs, of course, every season. And when it's going good, you just want to ride it as long as possible. And so we're just doing everything we can to keep him with that feeling that he's got. And he's doing it against some big arms, right? I mean, he's coming in and doing that against bullpen guys and guys throwing super hard that have really nasty breaking stuff. And so, the goal for us is just to keep him doing what he's doing.
Talking to Pat Burrell, who is, of course, the Giants hitting coach and was, of course, Giants World Series champ in 2010. Also won one with Philly, too, and just all-around Bay Area dude from Bellarmine Prep, and now he's back in the black and orange and coaching these guys up here with Matt Williams and Justin Veely and Bob Melvin and the whole crew, Ryan Christensen, the whole boys, and Brian Price. So, Pat, a guy we talked to you about even before you were on the official big league staff, and you've been with this guy for a while, is Luis Matos. Even though he's only 22, yeah. I feel like I kind of tie you to Luis Matos because you were high on him. I'd love to hear the Pat Burrell view of how this is going now. The obviously terribly unfortunate injury to Jung-Hoo Lee. We all miss him, but it's an opportunity for this kid that you've known for a while, even though he's 22. What's the update on Luis Matos? Top of the lineup, been a part of a couple of big wins here. What are you seeing?
Yeah, he's just a natural hitter. I mean, of all the guys we have, I mean, he's ready to when he gets in that batter's box, he's ready to do damage, and he's ready to do it right now. And so that's something that's, I don't know if you can teach anybody. He's very confident about his ability. Defensively, I mean, I think he's made some huge strides in center field, with the help of Ryan Christensen. I'm not sure he settles in center field in the long term, but for right now, he's doing a phenomenal job. You got to remember he's 22, so he's learning a lot about and developing at the major league level, which is very hard. And so I can't give him enough credit for the way he's gone about it. Big hustle double off the glove of the center fielder the other day to get on second base, to get in scoring position. That was a massive part of that win. And so it's all positive. When he gets balls on the plate, he does some damage. I mean, he's fun to watch.
And then when you look at Luis Matos' overall approach, it's interesting because it seemed like earlier on this season, Pat, there was a lot of guys that were working deep into the count, seeing a lot of pitches in the strike zone, but maybe not taking advantage of it. You look at someone like Luis Matos, and in 45 at-bats this year, he's only struck out twice and has taken one walk. So talk to us about his overall aggressive approach and how that kind of lines up with the big-picture team approach.
Well, great point. I mean, keep in mind that 22, I think as you get older and you pile up 1,000 at bats here and there, and I think you get a little bit better idea of the strike zone, how the opposing teams are going to pitch you. Obviously, we'd like to have him be a little more selective at times, but given the situation, his age, and the success he's had, there's not a whole lot to say. I mean, I think in time he'll, as I said, he'll become a little more patient, a little more selective about certain counts, situations in the game. All those things are coming for him. But, if you had to draw it up, you want an aggressive hitter that's looking to do damage. I mean, he's right where you want him. I mean, he's doing a hell of a job. We couldn't be happier for him. He's coming up with big hits for us. There's no moment too big for him. He wants it. I never really thought about the leadoff spot, but man, I mean, he's an imposing figure up there. He gets on the plate, he wants the ball close to him, and he doesn't budge on the ball in. So it's he's a pretty special player.
Pat Burrell, it's great talking to baseball with Pat and going over these individuals. But Pat, I want to go big picture team wise, and if now that you're a professional hitting coach for the Giants on a major league level, how much you look at where you guys rank major league-wise. And so there's various different metrics. I mean, there's any number of metrics, my gosh. But I'm sort of an old-school guy. So I look at something like batting average, team batting average, and you guys are fairly high. You're ninth. You're top 10 in baseball. I look at on-base percentage. That's another good one. You guys are ninth. You're top 10 in baseball. Runs scored a little bit lower, down 14th. I'm just wondering, are you – or 15th? Yeah, tied for 14th. I'm wondering, do you look at these team stats and see how you guys measure up against the rest of baseball?
I don't. Fortunately, there's a whole team of people here that do. So, we get updates on most of this stuff quite often. I'm happy with where the guys are at. There's been a lot of injuries, right? I mean, there's been a lot of transition, a lot of moving parts. And I think for the most part, given the circumstances, everybody's kind of held their own. I think the last couple of days have been some of the best team approaches we've had against, some guys like Skeens that come up and they're the new phenom. I think we did a hell of a job against him yesterday. We didn't have a lot to show for it, but we only punched out 3 times, I think, in 6 innings. So we should be proud of things like that. I think the overall, team approach to hitting of what we try to do every night against a starter, I think that's really kind of sunk in with guys. I think guys have bought into it, so I'm really proud about the way we're going about it. And you don't see a lot of wild swings from our guys. They seem to get up there with a plan and try to execute. And it's been really, really fun to watch, really rewarding to see the growth of the guys.
And, Pat, if we're going to stick on the topic of overall approaches, we got to ask you about Lamont Wade Jr., who looks like he's got one of the best approaches in baseball right now, leads the big leagues in on-base percentage. We saw on Wednesday night he gets on base 3 different times, a game-tying RBI. Just talk to us about the confidence that Lamont Wade is showing at the plate right now.
I wish I could talk a lot more about it. I just don't understand how he can – he's so good. He's so disciplined up there. He has the best strike zone awareness of really anybody I've seen outside of Barry, probably. And so every day it's just he swings his strikes and he takes balls and he takes borderline stuff and he gets on base. He's not afraid to go to first base, of course. But he's also he hits the ball really hard and we hadn't seen the massive power numbers, but they're in there. And they'll come with time, but as far as hitting the ball hard up the middle, through the middle, the big part of the field, I don't think anybody's doing it better than he is. He's a consistent worker. He comes in with a plan every day, and an absolute joy to be around. It's fun to watch. We talk about it all the time in the dugout of how he takes control of these at bats and doesn't chase and is able to get in hitters counts and. If they give in, he puts a hell of a swing on it. If they don't, he goes to first base. He's got a real positive, strong plan up there. And again, he's a massive part of what we're doing.
Yeah, definitely one of the biggest.
Those things, those are contagious things. When you're consistently watching somebody control the zone the way he does, and not chase. You can't help but watch and have that rub off on you a little bit, especially as some of our younger players. So it's we got a good thing going.
Yeah, I think we'd all say he's been one of the biggest bright spots in the lineup so far this season. But, Pat, also, he's usually in the lineup against righties. So far this season, it only has 12 at-bats against lefties. It's hitting .333 with a .526 on-base percentage. And then especially with his ability to draw walks, do you think that Lamont Wade Jr. will get more opportunities to face left-handed pitching this season?
I wouldn't rule that out. Of course, that's not obviously not my decision. Those are decisions that happen far above me. But I agree with you. I think of anybody we have, I think he can hold his own against lefties. I know that he wants to. And so we'll just kind of see how the season plays. It's a long year. We're 51 games in, and a lot of things can happen over time. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him in there, over the course of time.
We're talking to Pat Burrell. A few more minutes. He's in New York City getting ready for the Giants and the Mets. Kyle Harrison on the mound tonight, 410. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Just going to check in, Pat, on what it's like to be part of a big league staff, man. You've done the dugout thing.
My God.
You've been a dugout.
We're having so much fun.
Give us the stories, man.
Guys.
Yeah, give us the stories. What do you got? This traveling pack here.
I can't share the stories on the radio, but we're having a good time. A lot of the guys, Matt Williams, obviously I grew up watching, so it's pretty crazy to share a locker room with him. And so I always have a ton of respect for him. I knew Brian Price just being on the other side, managing, being a pitching coach, never really spent much time with them, or Ryan Christensen. And so, we're just getting a chance to get to know each other, through the course of the season. It's been a whole lot of fun. Brian Price is one of the funniest guys I've ever been around. And of course I've known Garvin and, getting to know Mark Hallberg. I think things have, really kind of come together for us as a staff. I think we're all working in the same direction. Of course, it takes some time for these things to develop. We've got some guys from different backgrounds and coming from different places, but over the course of the first couple months here, I think we're all having a really good time. I think we're all kind of bought into what we're trying to do, and it's been a blast. It's been an absolute blast.
I love the book you got there, buddy. It's old school. There's no laptop, no iPad. You got a little black book. You got your pen out, right? You're writing.
I like to write things down. It helps me remember stuff, Yeah, I didn't know what to grab, really. They gave us a little notebook, so I used it. But I have taken a liking to this green pen. I think it's our lucky pen.
I like it. Very good. You're writing into things like, bro, terrible at bat. Then you show it to him after the game. Like, bro.
Oh, God, no. No, just little things we touch on, that I might see or, and just keeping track of the game, keeping track of who's doing what. There's a lot of pitching changes that go on in today's game. So just finding out when guys come in for who and why, and just trying to get a better idea for matchups, for our guys later on in the season. So, I just try to take some notes.
A few more minutes here with Pat the Bat on the Guest Line this morning. And Pat, one man I want to talk about is a man that shares the same name as you, Pat Bailey. Patrick Bailey, how much he's meant to the ball club this year. I know he's dealt with a few injuries, but getting his bat back in the lineup, having that big runner thrown out in the ninth inning yesterday, he's been one of the best hitters in the lineup. Talk to us about Patrick Bailey and the adjustments he's made this season.
I think it starts with the offseason for him. Him and Justin Veely, they have a great relationship. They've worked together, obviously, last year. And they have an unbelievable program every day in the cage. It's a joy for me to just kind of sit there and watch what they do. Patty's turned himself into a hell of a hitter. The catching stuff, I think everybody's pretty aware of all that. And the ability for him to throw, the ability to call a game, the interactions with the starting pitchers and the staff. There's no question about it. He's a massive, massive part of this deal. And we got to make sure he's healthy. But when he's out there, it's a big difference. We love having him out there. And I can't say enough about the work he's done offensively. He's really turned himself into a pretty damn good hitter.
Pat, we'll let you go, but you broke it in 2000. How's dugout culture or locker room culture, clubhouse culture different in 2024?
It's a good question. It is different, but I can tell you, walking through after the game last night and yesterday and the night before, it brings back a lot of good memories that I had as a player. Seeing everybody involved, everybody pulling for one another, celebrating. These guys have these celebrations they do now after the games, and it's full participation. I don't know exactly what's going on in there, but it's awfully loud.
Yeah,
so that kind of stuff. I love that kind of stuff. I love when guys come together, believe in a common goal. I think our guys are really pulling for each other. So that part, it's been just fantastic to see develop over time. You have to earn those things, and our guys have done that. And come from behind wins are a big part of that. So, the as far as the clubhouse culture and stuff, it's different, no question about it. But at the end of the day, if those guys take over that room and enjoy the company of each other after games and spend time together talking about baseball, I think it's all positive stuff.
And last one, I know you went back as a player and also went back for some ceremonies, but going back to Philly as a coach in the dugout, and of course, it was not a great series, but were they letting you have it? Did you see some old friends, and how was that going back to Philly?
It was a tough series for us. Good God. They're a confident group, and they've earned that. And it showed. And we weren't exactly hitting on all cylinders at that time. And so they gave it to us pretty good. So it was a tough series for us as a group. As far as me going back, it was good to see people. It always is. A lot of old faces, a lot of memories. Watching that team on the other side play with that confidence level is always, it's not good. It's not good to be on the other side of it, but it's nice to see a team that plays with that much confidence. Because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to match them. So, and I think if we can stay healthy and keep coming together as a group, I think we can get there. Because it's not about it's about how bad you want it, and it's about how close you can get as a group and how much you can pull for the guy next to you. That's what this is all about. Talent's great. We have plenty of talent, but if our guys can continue to come together and pull for one another, that's why we come. I mean, we want to be a part of something like that, where it's bigger than just the players. It's all for a common goal. So that's the best part of the whole deal.
That was really, really well stated. You just summed up the hum baby attitude right there, man. So I know we kept you for a long time. We got to let you get going. It's New York City. I get my last one is that you guys got tomorrow night. I hope there's an Italian restaurant that you got on lockdown, and you guys, and I don't know, you guys got the.
Mark, you know the truth. The places I was going when I was playing, those, I don't go to those places anymore.
No, I'm looking for. I know that you were 23 when you broke in. You're 47 now. You're a different man. But
go get a pie.
I'm just talking about you. I know you and
go
ahead.
Nice to wake up feeling good in the morning.
I know, right? Exactly. Yeah. Frank Sinatra used to say that. I feel sorry for people who don't drink. When they wake up, that's as good as they're going to feel all day. But hey, I'm just thinking like a nice Italian spot. Maybe you and a couple of the coaches, just like in the white tablecloth, get some veal. You know what I mean? Be civilized, Pat.
Well, you know what? If we had, I don't think we have. I think we got the day. I think we got night games, so that's going to be tough.
Tomorrow's a day game, right? I talked to Susan Slusser about it because she's got her Saturday night all planned, right?
Oh, then maybe we will do something Saturday night. I hadn't even gotten that far ahead.
No, yeah. Go. Why don't you in the elevator sidle up to Bo Mel and Maddie and BP and Ryan? Say, hey guys, let's go to find that nice Italian spot. Get us some veal. You know.
We might. We just may. I appreciate it. Yeah. Thank you.
It's always great catching up with you, man. And thanks for sharing a lot of your time. And go have a great weekend in New York.
Yeah, thanks, Pat.
You got it, guys. Take care. Thanks for having me on.
Pat Burrell. There he is, man. That was enjoyable.
At the bed.
The cooler content on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680. These Sports Leader.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Larry Bear stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tom Tolbert and Kerry Crowley to talk about the Giants' back-to-back comeback wins against the Buccos. To hear both of those podcasts and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
Happy Friday. Reggae Friday will return next break. And that was great talking to Pat Burrell. Man, he talked to Burrell for like hours. He's like just hanging out in the dugout with the guy. So awesome. And somebody wrote in and said, that's the true case of being a big leaguer when you don't even know what time the game is. You're like, we got a night game. No, you don't. You have a morning game. Oh, okay. When we used to do 3-city road trips on baseball, the game was on the third city. Name your 3 hotel room numbers. Huh. You know, and 4-city road trip, you're like, forget it. You can't. By the time you get, you're like, what's my first city? Where were we?
Oh, good luck. By the time you hit New York on this second stint of the road trip, you're walking to the wrong hotel room.
Yeah, pretty much. Or in your case, Waterboy, being single could be the right hotel room.
Hey, now.
You know what I mean? Okay, guys. Well, speaking of which here, speaking of getting frisky, some kid at a Pirates game.
Hey, now.
Paul Skeens is all that. The Giants, by the way, did a nice job. Only struck out 3 times against him in 6 innings.
I was surprised. Yeah. That was bad news for Bobby Boucher because I took the over 7 strikeouts yesterday.
You win some, you lose some.
That's gambling, kids.
House always wins. That's why it's always open.
Yeah, that's why Prize Picks is always open.
And so they're roaming Pirates reporters are in the crowd. There was a kid with a fake mustache on to imitate Paul Skeens, but that's not all.
But I have to ask you, what's your favorite thing about Mr. Paul Skeens? His mustache and Livy Dunn.
I mean,
Dude, I'm telling you, Paul Skeens and Livy Dunn is the new Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift.
Can a Pittsburgh Pirate be a celebrity like that?
I mean, when you're the top prospect in baseball, when you're the #1 draft pick, when you're getting comparison to guys like Steven Strasburg, but he never got this big, but this guy's blowing up. We were talking to Justice De Los Santos earlier this week about how kids were storming the press box at a AA game because they heard that Livy Dunn was in the booth.
I mean, this is just old school kids. This is like your Sandlots with Mandy. What's her name?
Wendy
the
Peppercorn.
Lifeguard. Wendy Pepper. This is like that.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say, having coached youth baseball for a while, I'm gonna say that kid's about 12, and I think maybe that kid just found his dad's Playboy stash.
Hey,
his mustache and Livy Dunn.
Yeah, there it is.
He likes the mustache, and I'm sure Livy Dunn does too.
Oh my God.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on. Staying in Pittsburgh, how'd you feel about Joey Bart hitting a grand slam on you, Waterboy? On you.
Me personally, I enjoyed it. I actually wanted more of a celebration from Joey Bart. I did.
The Giants gave up. They fell from, it was a 1-1 ball game. It's 5-1. You can't enjoy it.
You're talking to the man that used to be the president of the Joey Bart fan club.
Yeah, but now he's wearing the different uniform.
And I thought he was disrespected, and I thought he was shoved out the door. He got DFA'd from Dalton Jeffries, and Joey always handled himself as a pro. So I want to see Joey be successful. And boy, oh boy, did he stare down that home run yesterday, the grand slam. But if I'm Joey Bart, I would have been rounding the bases, flying double birds. I would have stopped on second base like Anthony Edwards the other night, doing the D-Generation X, suck it to the Giants dugout. I think Joey Bart was actually a little too easy on the Giants yesterday.
Man, I got to tell you, I with respect, number one, I'm never going to cheer, no matter how a guy gets treated, I'm never going to cheer for the Giants, get coughing up a granny. Mm-hmm. And number two, I'm going to say, hey, Joey, if you're going to be that defiant, you might have hit a little better when you were here, bro. Oh. You know what I mean? So as a Giant career, I got to look it up real quick. As a Giant, a career.
We don't need the numbers.
219 hitter, 623 OPS. Mm-hmm. Anyway, he got asked. He took the somewhat high road here.
Yeah, it felt good, definitely. I mean, it's nice to score a pitch up like that. And, he put put in all the work, and you dream for swings in situations like that. So it was pretty cool.
Did the opposing team you hit it against make it a little sweeter too?
I don't know, man. I'll take anyone I hit. So any home run, any base hit, anything. It doesn't matter who we're playing.
Okay, pretty good. By the way, just real quick, you know what's interesting? Pat Bailey, you think of as such a great number. Now, he's only played 126. He's only a 246 career hitter. So
That's interesting.
It's only 25 points. And his OPS is 679. His career OPS is 679, which ain't that different than Joey Bart's. So
That's interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. Joey Bart's career OPS is 653. So
that's interesting.
It's funny. I'm like, oh, Bailey's no, but Bailey's trending better right now.
Correct, and Bailey's the better defensive catcher, 100%. And again, I feel like I got to reset this argument every time I praise Joey Bart because the text line blows up. Oh, Waterboy wants Joey Bart over Patrick Bailey. No. I wanted Joey Bart over Tom Murphy. I wanted him over Blake Snell. Yeah. I wanted him over Jackson Reitz. So that's why I wanted Joey Bart over.
We'll get Farhan on. If he was on our show, we'd ask him these hard questions. Keon Coleman, Buffalo Bills draft pick out of Florida State, continues to be the media sensation. And the Bills are maximizing Keon. At OTAs, they made him do a promotional video where he wore a blindfold and had to guess the flavor of Skittles he was eating.
I mean, this guy's a content machine.
Here you go.
I eat candy for a living. I know what it is.
Okay, then let's see. Let's put it to the test.
It's like sleeping with them cold things on your eyes. Let's get it. This hurt my eyes. Oh, that's the point to keep them closed, huh?
Yeah. No, you have to guess the flavor.
What? I think it's red.
It was yellow.
I think Skittles all taste the same. That's green.
Orange.
I don't know that suck. I'm guessing it's purple off the rip, but let's see. That's purple.
Yes, it is purple. All right, next.
It's green.
No, red.
I'm trash. It's green. It gotta be.
You got it. Ding, ding, ding.
I'm sorry.
He got 2 out of 5. Here's the hottest take of all, and I need your takes. At 808 Kevin, do Skittles all taste the same, or are they different?
Now, I think with Skittles, I think there is a difference. But with M&Ms, I think we're all on the same page. There is no difference, right?
Yes. Correct.
All M&Ms taste like chocolate.
Well, so they have those tropical fruit Skittles. Do we even sell those in the Circle KNBR here?
Ooh, I know they got like the different color bags. You got your classic red bag. There's a purple bag. There's a blue bag. So you would think if they're advertising different flavors, they got to taste different.
You know, on my team, if a kid gets hit by a pitch and runs to first without hesitating, he gets a bag of Skittles.
Wow, that's the prize.
It's like the Keon Coleman reward.
Damn, I'd be leaning in with my elbow.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to tell them. They're jumping out of the way. I'm like, what, you don't want Skittles?
Yeah, come on. Bribe the kids with some Skittles.
How about him calling himself out? I'm trash.
I love the fact, too, that he started the whole clip with, yeah, you know, I eat candy for a living.
Give me that opening there. Yeah.
I eat candy for a living. I know what it is.
Okay, then let's see. Let's put it to the test.
It's a great message for the kids. If you want to be an NFL wide receiver, eat candy for a living.
Which candy do you eat on a daily basis?
Zero.
Really?
I hardly ever eat candy.
I'm trash.
Young Tone, you eat a candy bar?
Kit Kat, because you're always bringing in half of it.
Yeah, we get your leftovers sometimes.
Might be due for one, yeah.
But no, I'm not going to the chocolate too often. I will engage in some peanut butter and some chocolate. Give me a nice Reese's cup, but I try not to do it every day.
Reese's might be number one. And then we were talking earlier today, Waterboy unveiled his Reggae Friday shirt, which I thought was awesome. It's really cool. Shout out his mom and dad who got it to him for Reggae Friday.
For Christmas, for
which
Reggae
will return,
Friday.
which was really great. And then you said your mom and dad, if they had to make a reggae request, they'd have the chops to do so. And then you dropped the bomb that you're going to Cali Roots this weekend.
That's it. I got Bob Marley on my shirt, but you can see Ziggy Marley, Damian Marley, a bunch of Marleys down in Cali Roots in Monterey this weekend.
So we were talking about the Marine Lair, and then he was talking about he could buy a hoodie and all that. And then I said, well, make sure you don't buy the band. Don't wear the band that you're going to see. And then you guys were like, no, that's cool. And I was like, well, I don't know, man. 808 KNBR. I said, so if you're going to see the Stones, you wear your Pearl Jam shirt. If you're going to see Pearl Jam, you wear your Stones shirt. But if you're going to see U2, don't wear your U2 shirt. So
because it was confusing.
Or you would
I'm
say,
so damn
here's what you would
confused.
say. Don't go see U2.
Yeah, just don't go to U2 at all.
But I told him it reminded me
Don't
of the
put
movie,
that album on my iPhone.
The movie PCU, which I think is criminally underrated. Jeremy Piven stops a chunky young Jon Favreau who's wearing the shirt of the band he's going to see with this life lesson here.
I don't know if you're aware of this, Scudder, but there actually was music recorded before 1989. What is this? You're going to wear this to the show. You're going to wear the shirt of the band you're going to go see. Don't be that guy.
Oh, am I going to be that guy this weekend? I'm seeing Revolution on Sunday, and I got a Revolution hoodie.
Well, Tony, what would he...
Don't be that guy.
By the way, Piven. You know Piven. He'll tell you if somebody accuses you of wearing the shirt, you'll deny it.
Deny till you die.
Oh, you just did it for me. Thank you very much.
And by
There
the
you go.
way, I do got to give some love to 408 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. They said, "Water boy, you don't indulge in candy? Then what are you doing with all those edibles every day?"
All right, there's your cooler content. We enjoyed it very much. Brandon Podziemski at 9:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports.
I eat candy for a living. I know what it is.
Okay, then let's see. Let's put it to the test.
River Islands. Come on, Memorial Day weekend. You can drive out there and check it out. River Islands in Lathrop, Northern California's best-selling master plan community. Been out there, finished my tour at the Boathouse for a great lunch. Had an unbelievable turkey club sandwich out there. Looked at the lake, bocce ball, TV, tunes. It's all good. And I pondered on what I just saw, which is all the latest in smart home technology and beautiful new model homes being built for grand openings in the months to come. Homes ranging in size from 3 to 6 bedrooms. Prices in the low 600,000s, over $1 million in the lifestyle. We're talking about 3 new charter schools for your kids. Brand new River Islands High School opening its campus in the fall. Talking about launching kayaks from their own docks, fishing along the San Joaquin River, watching baseball. Just a true lifestyle. Getting out of the core Bay Area and getting to a more relaxed lifestyle. So it's been 10 years since we opened River Islands. And isn't it time for you to discover the islands? I'd start your tour right now at riverislands.com. And hey, I'll meet you at the boat.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
I think it's extremely important. You know, he's a playmaker, love throwing to him, love BA as a person. So, yeah, it's definitely important. Like I've said this before, it's out of my control. But, you know, for me, I'm showing up every day trying to get better with the new guys and the guys that are here. And that is what it is. But hopefully, you know, get settled soon.
There he is, noted Luke Combs fan and Bud Light can tosser Brock Purdy talking about Brandon Ayuk. There's no question. Him not being there is not good. It's just like Justin Jefferson not being in Minnesota is not good for J.J. McCarthy, and on and on and on. This is the business of the NFL, and it happens in every camp, everywhere. It's just that the Niners are missing Ayuk and Purdy bonding time. By the way, Reggae Friday continues, and we like to help the people out. Young Tone, Marcus?
This right here is Pepper, another band I'll be seeing this weekend, Stone Love.
Pepper. Used to have a guy in my neighborhood, old Italian-American guy. And he smoked cigars, and he had a dog named Pepper. And me and my friends would be, listen to this guy, Mr. Carini. Pepper, Pepper. So every time I hear that, I think about that. So, Cali Roots Sunday, where is that?
That's down in Monterey.
Whereabouts? Like at the Laguna Seca Raceway? Is that where it is?
I believe it's at the Monterey County Fairgrounds.
Okay, all right. Look at you. You staying the night down there, buddy?
I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
Might have to buy myself a hotel.
Depends on who you meet.
Yeah, we'll see how the night goes.
Hey, now.
Yeah, exactly. And Murph, here's the thing. I'm ready to go for Monterey this weekend. Trucks are full. Premium gas, like my guy Brandon Ayuk.
We blessed to have life this morning. The grass green, the trees is blown. You know what I'm saying? The pool water heated. All the trucks is filled up with gas. Premium.
I mean, he's not wrong. That is blessed. The trees are in bloom. The pool water's heated. If you had to do one of those in your own like apartment, what would you be saying? Like, the fridge has a couple hazy IPAs.
Smoker's got a brisket on it for 12 hours.
I'm 12 minutes walking distance from a Giants game. Yeah. What would you put,
Just
young
emptied
Tony?
out a tin
Young
of-
Tony would be like, golf bag full with a new sleeve of Titleist.
Yup.
I got a tea time at 11 a.m.
Yup.
Yep. And after a burger joint down the street on my way home.
Yeah.
There it is.
What
right
about
there.
John Joe Curley? Slacks are fresh.
Slacks have been ironed.
Loafers shined.
New data in the system.
Guest book. That'd be incredible. You know what mine would be?
Rundowns to create.
You know what mine would flat out be? Bed ready for the nap.
Shoes on.
firmly on. Laces tight. Let's go.
Life
Truly
is good.
blessed.
Life
Truly
is
blessed.
good. Truly blessed. And I got to say, it's a man that does fill up my tank with premium gas. I know we got into discussion earlier this week whether or not it's a ruse and whether or not I'm wasting money filling up my tank with premium gas. But Murph, one of the biggest benefits of moving to the city of San Francisco, I think I filled up my gas tank twice in the last 3 months.
Bro, your gas tank are those shoes you're wearing. Your Nikes.
Yeah, dude,
You know
I'm
what
just
I mean?
walking everywhere.
It's incredible. It's awesome. All right, guys. Hey, 49ers on our mind because that was obviously Brock Purdy. And it looks like they're back. Unfortunately, no Brandon Ayuk. Also, no Christian McCaffrey, which we kind of kicked around earlier in the show. Just like, all right, yeah, I get it. You're getting married. Staying off your feet. But also, I don't know. Who knows? We'll just keep half an eye on that. Also, Trent Williams taking some time. Juwan Jennings has not signed his tender yet, so a little business to take care of. But the bigger stuff is that who is there, and that is Brandon Staley, the brand new defensive coordinator. Or wait, did I say defensive coordinator? He's not the defensive coordinator. He's the assistant head coach.
Pump that back a little bit.
With a new defensive coordinator, even though Brandon Staley's been a defensive coordinator on a Super Bowl winning team. So imagine that dynamic.
That's interesting.
Yes, well, Brandon Staley himself was asked about his relationship with Nick Sorensen. You hear the great Tim Kawakami of The Athletic grilling him here.
There's no question who the DC is. It's Nick, obviously. Do you have to talk about that with Nick? Like, I understand I have a reputation. I've been head coach. I want you to know that you're the DC. I mean, do you have to literally have that conversation?
No, I don't think so. That's been defined by Kyle and John. So, what it's really about is putting a group together that's committed to the Niners. And when I came here, that's certainly what I was committed to. And helping this team in whatever way, Kyle and John saw best. And, Nick has been fantastic, and we've got a great group of guys on this coaching staff.
You imagine you're going to be in the booth because Nick's going to be on the field?
I don't know that. Well, I think we'll take the next couple months, training camp, and, we've got a lot of time to make those decisions.
You were on the field.
It continues to be sort of just a weird, undefined dynamic. Yeah. Like he's like, yeah, no, whatever's best for the team. Well, what does that mean? So, but look, I guess they just wanted brain power in the building. Bring in somebody whose mind they respect.
And a guy that obviously worked under Vic Fangio, so he's got the familiarity with the system that Kyle wants to run defensively. And I think it's good to have that extra kind of thought process for Nick Sorsen to work through, especially when this is his first time calling plays at the NFL level.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to watch this thing. And as you've pointed out multiple times this spring, what are you doing about the run defense, bro? Yeah. Because the way the Detroit Lions treated you was abusive.
They absolutely gashed you. That's why this offseason they completely revamped that defensive line.
That first quarter was startling to say the least. I mean, it was like, wait, this is the NFC Championship? Dude, you are getting road graded.
Dude.
And that O-line's not going anywhere, although one of the O-linemen went to the Rams.
Correct. So they lost one piece, but still, they had 3 touchdowns in the first half alone. They were running all over this team. Even the Packers had success running the ball.
Blowing the Niners off the ball. Blowing them off the ball. Well, Javon Kinlaw was a part of that. He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. Armstead's gone.
Armstead was good,
Farrell
though.
gone. Yeah, Clee was really good against the run, setting it on the outside.
He wasn't around for those games.
No, exactly. He was injured. Chase Young, he's gone out of the picture. They've completely revamped his line with guys like Malik Collins, your Turk Gross-Matos, and Leonard Floyd, who stopped by the program earlier this week and talked about his relationship with Brandon
Jordan
Staley.
Elliott's another one too. Meanwhile, Fred Warner did the tour. He was on a tour about malnutrition. BeatNutrition.com was his big thing. So he did all the media, and he did NFL Network. And they asked him. This is his 4th D coordinator. His 4th. Sala, Ryans, Wilk, and Wilkes, my God, and Nick Sorensen, Fred Warner on DC.
Yeah, Nick's great, man. I love the hire. Nick has been a part of this organization for a couple years now and has been heavily involved with the linebackers. So he's played the game for a long time. So he's just a true player's coach through and through. And he knows what it's supposed to look like. You know, I think he's obviously been around our scheme for a long time, so we'll be able to shore up some of those things that we were kind of lacking in last year and get back to playing dominant defensive 49er football. You know, that's been the standard ever since I've been here. And just because it has been the standard for a long time doesn't mean that you're guaranteed anything going into a season. You know, you have to uphold and continue to push that standard. And I know that we're going to do that. Nick's going to do that for us as our leader in that room. And I think he'll do a great job.
It was nice that he did that at an airport terminal, too. That was pretty good. Right there, right in the middle, too.
Where was he doing an interview? In the back of our parking garage?
He did say, no, that's dead quiet back there with only that one guy sleeping.
Oh, that's right. You hear some noises, though, sometimes.
He did say shore up some things. That's what he said. Shore up some things.
It did feel like there was a disconnect last year between the front 7 and the back 7.
Yeah, and obviously the Wilkes thing was just kind of from the point of get out of the booth and get down here and on down. All that said, you had the lead in the 4th quarter and overtime in the Super Bowl. Exactly like the autopsy needs to be that deep here, you know? And that leads to Fred Warner, actually more bad audio, but I do want to hear, because they're going to when is the next Niner going to snap about a question about Super Bowl 58? Because it's only May now. Because then in the summer, the national writers will come in to do their tour, and the national networks, NFL Network, ESPN will come in. So, about that loss to the Chiefs. So, about that coin toss.
I was driving in the other day, and they were still talking about the overtime coin toss.
Bro, see? It's May.
Yeah.
Okay? They don't start till September. You're going to ask this every day. Here's Fred Warner. This is the latest version of the how did you lose the Super Bowl question.
Not fully over it, for sure. That one's going to sting for a long time. I'm not even over the first one, so I'm sure this last one, it was, like 3 months ago. I'm still not over it. Those things stay with you. You know, in this league, you earn scars throughout the league. You know, you face adversity. You know, losing a Super Bowl, of course, is as big of an adversity that you can hit, and it stays with you, and it makes you stronger. It makes you better. I know I'll be better from it. You know, I've watched it several times and seen different plays that we could have made to win that game. And you just got to be better for next time. You know, it's not a matter of if in my mind, it's a matter of when we do go win one.
Man, oh man. Chiefs. Owning them. Well, one of the plays that happened was Dre Greenlaw going down.
Yeah.
And the question is, will he be back this year? So Johnny Holland, who is the linebackers coach, and admirably battling cancer. God bless him in his fight. So we wish Johnny Holland well. And he did some media. And he was asked about Dre Greenlaw and his recovery.
Dre is always positive. You know, Dre's always the cup is half full and empty. And and I got a lot of confidence that he'll be back full go. And I don't know the time frame, but Dre is a player that stand for the 49er type of defensive player that we want. He's a violent, physical player, but on the other side, he's a great teammate, and we miss him being on the field. But it's part of the game, and he'll get through it.
All right, so Johnny Holland, we'll figure that out when Dre Greenlaw can be part of the situation.
The worst part, too, is it wasn't even part of the game. No. It was him walking onto the field from the sideline, jumping up and down, and that Achilles that was kind of described as a strain the last couple weeks of the season lingered into the Super Bowl game, and it took out Dre Greenlaw.
You just think about all the breaks that go into what it takes to win a championship. Like, even go back to the Giants, Brooks Conrad, or the ball bouncing off 100 Pence's bat 3 times, things like that, and Darrell Luter's foot. Jake Moody's PAT, Damn. Can we change subjects?
Yeah, why'd we go back into this?
Can we move on?
Here we are in May talking about the Super Bowl now after you just got done talking about how dumb it is to keep talking about it.
Let's talk about 3 days in Pittsburgh and what it did for your head, heart, mind, and stomach. Next on the Sports Leader.
So we'll be able to shore up some of those things that we were kind of lacking in last year.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
At his 0-2 pitch, Wisely swings, line drive, base hit, center field. And the Giants take the lead. Luciano scores from third. Brett Wisely with the go-ahead hit here in the 8th. And it's 7-6 Giants.
Joe Rizzo with those Kentucky Derby calls, as somebody noted. It was so good to hear that. And hey, Reggae Friday meets Brett Wisely because, Marcus, this is Brett Wisely's walk-up song by Revolution.
How about that? Brett Wisely down with Reggae Fridays and bringing those reggae vibes after that go-ahead RBI yesterday.
Sounds good. Keep that going. I know the people on YouTube can't hear it. Sorry. You got to tune in.
Yeah.
Got to tune in on the app here.
Here's what you should do. Open up a second YouTube window and look up Revolution. And you can overlay the track, Murph.
And you'll see them this weekend?
I'll see them on Sunday. Whether or not I'll be wearing my Revolution hoodie is still up for question.
Guys, Giants baseball is the topic here. By the way, Brandon Podziemski can join us at 9:30. It's very cool. What these last 3 days have meant to all of us in just terms of baseball, man. I mean, what a sport. I wrote about this in the Jock Blog. The NFL's king, obviously, and the NBA has great individual superstars, but nothing can take a Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania in mid-May or mid to late May and make you feel what you felt. Tuesday night?
Yeah.
Tuesday night when you blow a 6-2 ninth-inning lead.
One of my guy, Marco Luciano's out there bobbling game-ending double plays.
Wednesday when Brian Reynolds hits a granny on you and you still come back to win the game in extra innings with that Luis Matos hustle double and Wade single in the 9th inning.
Yeah, his 6th time on base that night.
The way Chapman ended that game by knocking down Bart's ball. Yeah, and then you go to Thursday morning and it's Paul Skeens against a bullpen game and it starts with a McCutchen home run and then Joey Blanken, Bart hits a grand slam, pips it a little bit, and you're like, God. So you're doing the math. You're like, God, they're going to lose 2 out of 3 in Pittsburgh. They're going to fall 3 games under 500 again. And whoa, wait a minute. Here comes Matt Chapman with the big 3-run homer, Jorge Soler, Wilmer Flores, and then Brett Wisely, lefty on lefty crime. No pinch hit there, no situation. And the Giants then nail it down with Randy Rodriguez and Tyler Rogers in the 8th and 9th. Matt Chapman makes such a great play that Joey Park gets ejected. He's so mad. He was mad about a check swing, said something after Chapman threw him out. I guarantee you that Chapman robbing him again had something to do with him popping off.
Yeah, I know he was pissed off about the check swing, but having back-to-back days where Matt Chapman is just absolutely stealing P-Rods away from Joey Bart does not have to make him feel good.
707 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, says, I think they're building team chemistry is what they're doing. And that was kind of one of my themes in the Jock Blog, which was, I know this isn't analytics. I know it's not baseballsavant.com. I know it's not swing speed, swing length, all that. But it is hum baby. And I'm wondering if the hum baby effect is starting to take hold. When you see the team not give up like that, when you see the team, I know all professional sports teams, they're supposed to fight to the last out, et cetera. But the way they're doing this now is building that little Roger Craig sort of resilience that Bob Melvin and Matty Williams brought to the table. We had Pat Burrell on earlier today about this vibe here. So, Young Tone, cut K from Pat Burrell, who came on from New York City this morning about, these last couple days here.
It's been a lot of fun last couple days. I mean, I can't say enough about the effort these guys gave, a total team effort. Our pitching just hasn't kind of caught up to where we want it to be, but these guys have come out and give it all they have. They've never given up. They believe in one another, and you're seeing some contributions from everybody across the board. So it's been a real special time for us when we needed it the most.
Yeah, when they needed it the most, right? Because listen, a week ago we were doing the big hit. Where did it all go wrong with
and a week or two ago, it felt like when the Giants were down 4 or 5 runs, the ball game was over. They had no choice of coming back. But now you look at the life of this lineup, Murph.
You and me on Friday night.
Yeah.
When you came by and sat with the Murphys for a couple innings, they were down 4-1 in that game.
They were.
Usually 4-1 at home. They scored 10 that night.
And I remember sitting there with you, Murph, saying, there's a lot of baseball left. A lot of baseball left, Murph.
And then that was the Matos 5 RBI game, and then he did it again with the 6 the next day.
6 the next day.
In fact, we talked to Pat Burrell about Luis Matos, young tone cut in about this has been Burrell's been a Matos guy for a while, even though Matos is only 22.
Yeah, but for people who don't know, Pat was working as a roving instructor throughout the minor leagues down in San Jose, in Eugene, out in Richmond, in Sacramento. So he's been working with a lot of these younger guys for a couple years now.
So Matos cut in. This is Pat Burrell from New York City this morning.
Yeah, he's just a natural hitter. I mean, of all the guys we have, I mean, he's ready to when he gets in that batter's box, he's ready to do damage, and he's ready to do it right now. And so that's something that's I don't know if you can teach anybody. He's very confident about his ability. Defensively, I mean, I think he's made some huge strides in center field. With the help of Ryan Christensen. I'm not sure he settles in center field in the long term, but for right now, he's doing a phenomenal job. You got to remember he's 22, so he's learning a lot about and developing at the major league level, which is very hard. And so I can't give him enough credit for the way he's gone about it. Big hustle double off the glove of the center fielder the other day to get on second base, to get in scoring position. That was a massive part of that win. And so it's all positive. When he gets balls on the plate, he does some damage. I mean, he's fun to watch.
Okay, number 29, Luis Matos, Waterboy, 14 for 45. He's hitting .311, 2 bombs, 18 ribs, and his OPS is .837.
And Murph, in those 45 at bats this year, I'm loving what I'm seeing with the approach, because it seemed like the first month and a half of the season, we were talking about those meatball numbers of the Giants just looking at fastballs right down the middle of the plate. Well, in those 45 at-bats this year for Luis Matos, he's only struck out twice. He's only walked once. But really, that doesn't bother me at all, because it shows how aggressive he is at the plate. Like, he's up there hunting fastballs. He's going up there looking to hit, not to work the count deep, not to get in an advantageous account. He's going up there hunting hit ball, see ball, and he's having great success.
Well, that's all great. And unfortunately, I made the mistake, and I say this with all great respect because I love reading Andy Baggerly's reporting. He knows what's going on. He's a layered writer. He knows the team. He talks to people. He's got good information. Made the mistake of reading his mailbag.
Uh-oh. Because
obviously many questions came in immediately. Said, please tell me that these young kids will be here to stay.
They should be.
Well, Bags, and this is now, I'm not saying this is fact, but it's his veteran beat writer observation that when Slater comes back, they'll send Ramos down.
Why?
Now, they were just talking about Matos, but we're talking about Ramos now. Switching over to another kid here.
I mean, Ramos has been playing great ball also. And we've given the side-by-side comparisons of Elliot Ramos and Austin Slater, because everybody says, it's a small sample size with Austin Slater. He's only had 41 at-bats this year. Well, I gave you the numbers of Elliot Ramos in his first 41 at-bats, and it's not even in the same ballpark.
He said, this is Bags now. He said, I'd be surprised if Slater were let go. It's not like he's had a lot of at-bats versus a track record against lefties that has been impressive over the years. He said, I think Slater will be given more runway to get in a groove. He says, Ramos was forcing the issue with his strong play at AAA Sacramento. He's probably in a position where he has to keep forcing the issue. That disappointed me.
I mean, he's hitting .296 at the big league level right now. 2 bombs, hit 1 yesterday, 9 RBIs. What else does he need to do to force the issue?
He hit a bomb yesterday, too. That was a big one, too, to keep them going. To keep
and also,
alive.
He's been playing phenomenal defense, whether it's throwing guys out in right field or laying out and making diving plays next to the rally
It would be a gut punch to me. And with all due respect to Slater, and for people talking about his MLB players rep thing, he said, first of all, Lamont Wade is now the player rep. And second of all, that stuff happens all the time.
Yeah.
Players who are the pro rep, they just vote on a new one.
Well, here's the thing. If you want to keep Austin Slater around because of his history, that's fine. Get rid of Ryan McKenna on the roster right now. Don't send down Elliot Ramos.
Right.
And then you can keep Slater on the bench.
The problem is Conforto, too. He's saying when Conforto and Slater come back, he sees McKenna and Ramos going down. And he said, and he says he would keep Luciano and send Brett Wisely down. And then he would, according to Bags, he would turn shortstop into a tandem, start Ahmed when ground ball pitchers like Webb and Hicks are going, start Luciano when fly ball strikeout guys like Harrison or Snell are going.
I don't like that article, Murph.
Do you want Luciano to get all the starts?
I do, and I think Nick Ahmed, his role on the team should be a late inning defensive replacement. You get into the 7th, 8th, 9th inning, put Nick Ahmed in the game. Besides that, I'd rather see the bat of a Marco Luciano.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, I think there's just been more there's more to these kids than just their numbers. It's what they represent. It's the energy they're bringing. It's the fight they're bringing. Look at the squad. They're 8-3 in their last 11. Somebody wrote in and said, you're forgetting the Giants are 25-26. No, we're looking at 8-3 in their last 11. We're looking at something that hasn't happened since 1998.
Yeah.
2 comebacks from 4+ runs down. That 98 team was a quote-unquote playoff team. They finished tied for the wild card with the Cubs. Do we have to talk about that one game in Wrigley in 98? Do we? No. You weren't even born yet, kid. It was October in 98. Giants, the Giants could have clinched the wild card they had a big lead in Colorado on the final Sunday of the season. They blew a huge lead in Colorado. That's when Coors Field began to become a nightmare place for us. And they had to go fly to Chicago for a 1-game playoff for the Cubs. You ready for this? Steve Trax. Can I talk to my 98 people? Steve Traxel. What was he throwing, like 89, 90? Couldn't break a pane of glass. Ooh. And memories of like when Bobby Jones shut him down in 00. I'm going through my Rolodex now, guys.
We're going through this Dayton Giants.
Tell Jack Loder to get a phone out, and I'll do this one.
Yeah.
Painful Giants losses to pitchers you should have beaten, Steve Traxel and Bobby Jones.
Put them on the list.
But anyway, the point of the matter is it's been since 1998 that the Giants did that, and this is with the kids in the dugout providing that kind of boost.
Well, we can even go before the success that we saw during the homestand. Let's go back to that Dodger series, where in those 3 ball games, the Giants scored a total of 10 runs. 8 of them were driven in by Luis Matos and Elliot Ramos.
Yes.
And so that was the start of the spark. And you can look at the success they've had since those guys have been called up. To me, there is absolutely a correlation between putting these guys in a lineup and having more success and just having a more enjoyable ball club, to be honest.
408 texts in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Says, there's no way Slater deserves a spot on this roster over these young guys. He says that would be aggressively upsetting if they did that. I agree. When I read Baggs' mailbag this morning, I was like, I'm not like I'm reading, guys. I mean, listen, all due respect to Slater, but there's a change. There's a change underway. Change going to come. Sam Cooke shouted out, and this would be, as he said, aggressively upsetting.
I mean, this happens in sports all the time. Whether we're talking about David Lee getting hurt, opening the door for Draymond Green. There's multiple cases across all sports. And at some point, if you're not performing, there's going to be a younger, cheaper option that is going to get those opportunities. Right now, Elliot Ramos, in my opinion, has taken advantage of those opportunities.
Younger, cheaper option.
Oh.
Do I go to the Woodman?
Was that too close to home?
No. That wasn't talking about.
Sorry.
Wow. That's pretty darn good there, buddy. Pretty darn good. I was going to go totally different, but I'll let that hang in the air for just a minute there. Nicely done,
My
buddy.
apologies.
Nicely done.
I didn't
start calling you Matos.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, of course, I would go to the Woodman. Give me some copes there, buddy. Yeah. Woody Allen said that it's bad news at his house. He says his father got laid off at work. He said they're going to replace him with a machine that did everything better than he did, cheaper and younger. And the depressing thing is, my mother went out and bought one immediately. So there you go. That was the Woodman back in the day. So guys, the Giants. Thank you very much. So back to the Pat Burrell interview where we talked about just the clubhouse, like how they're kind of vibing, and and again, I know this isn't an analytics take, but I was talking to my kid about it. He goes, "How about these Giants, the comeback kids?" I go, "My question to you," I said, "is the hum baby spirit taking hold? Is the Bob Melvin, Matt Williams culture that Matt Chapman, I think, is supposed to inherit, is that taking hold a little bit with these comebacks?" So we just asked Pat. You were 23 when you broke into the bigs. You're 47 now. What do you see in clubhouse differences, and when you see these kids celebrating here?
It's a good question. It is different, but I can tell you, walking through after the game last night and yesterday and the night before, it brings back a lot of good memories that I had as a player, seeing everybody involved, everybody pulling for one another, celebrating. I mean, these guys have these celebrations they do now after the games, and it's full participation. I don't exactly know what's going on in there, but it's awfully loud.
Yeah, it's
so that kind of stuff. I love that kind of stuff. I love when guys come together, believe in a common goal. I think our guys are really pulling for each other. So that part, it's been just fantastic to see develop over time. You have to earn those things, and our guys have done that. And come from behind wins are a big part of that. So, the as far as the clubhouse culture and stuff, it's different, no question about it. But at the end of the day, if those guys take over that room and enjoy the company of each other after games and spend time together talking about baseball, I think it's all positive stuff.
Good stuff from Pat Burrell talking about watching this clubhouse take shape. Again, 25-26, we get it, but 8-3 in your last 11, the Matos, Ramos, Luciano factor. You got a 22-year-old kid on the bump today, Kyle Harrison. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, listen, we're not there yet. Slater, I haven't heard anything about when Slater or Conforto might come back, but I am thinking, we're seeing it on the text line. The guy said it would be aggressively upsetting because you're starting to take hold with these comeback wins, sweeping the Rockies. Who knows what they'll do in New York this weekend, hopefully. I mean, could you take 2 out of 3?
I mean, you got Harrison, Hicks, and Webby lined up. Murph, it's absolutely a possibility. Yeah. These are the guys that you're going into battle with. It feels like you can win any series with them. And just circling back to the young kids, we talk about it all the time. It's one of the oldest things in baseball. Hitting is contagious. Well, since these young kids came up and started hitting, the veterans are also starting to hitting. And I can also tell you what's contagious, clubhouse culture and the youth and the energy. Going back to our conversations with Elliot Ramos, how big of a benefit it is that he's bilingual and can go back and forth between the veterans and kind of bridge the gap. I just think right now things are clicking, so I would not make those changes.
Yep, 530 texts in, says the Young Giants core is a group of players that feed off each other, and the success is a team success. 707 says the Giants are vibey.
It's a vibe.
The Giants are vibey. Or as young Tony texted to the show thread yesterday, his team is effing sick.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
But here's a real question,
Maybe
Tony.
they should get to the doctor then, Tony.
Does this team have an aura right now? 808 KNBR.
And 559, who's a high-level texter, said, who does Bags think he is with these negative takes? The love child of Kyle Shanahan and Johnny Raincloud Lund?
Oh, he went Johnny Raincloud on us.
559 with a great text in there.
Good text.
Chris in San Diego from Padre Land, where they're holding on to the 3rd wild card spot. Chris, good morning. How are you?
What's up, Chris?
Good morning, guys. Hey, I got to take. Hey, the young guys need to play. When Conforto gets off the DL, the outfield needs to be Conforto in left, Matos in center, Ramos in right, Yaz on the bench, giving you some late inning defense or a pinch hit appearance. And if we got to let Slater go, we let Slater go. And the guy we got from Baltimore, that seems like another one of Farhan's Y moves.
Yeah, believe me, it angered me, Chris. Like, he's just trying to be too cute again. Although, like Bags and all, they say, no, the scouts say he's got some talent, all that stuff. He's not part of the mosaic. He's not part of the team. I get it. So you're saying 2 guys come back, Conforto and Slater. You put Conforto on the roster. You send McKenna down. Slater comes back, and you say, nope, we're keeping Ramos, and you let Slater go. That's what you're saying?
Unless you got a body, unless you can think of a body to get rid of, keep him hanging around. But
no, I'm with you, Chris.
He is.
Yeah, I'm with you, Chris.
Yeah. We need the young guys to play because even if it's not for this year, next year your outfield is going to be Ramos, Lee, and Matos.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you, buddy. Good call, Chris. Keep it down there in the 619.
Yeah,
Pacific Beach.
I absolutely agree. That's my ideal outfield right now also.
Totally agree. 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys want to continue this thread of where you are. We got some more stuff from Pat Burrell, including who the mystery man is that turned Matt Chapman around.
Ooh.
And then Brandon Podziemski at 9:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
No, not the kids. Not the kids' toys. Not the kids. I know. You can on their toys.
San Carlos, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Carlos's sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Late Night Lamont made an early AM visit on the morning show with myself and Brian Murphy to talk about his 6 on-base performance in the Giants' comeback win against the Buccos on Wednesday night before their comeback win yesterday in Pittsburgh. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Stratton from the stretch. Here's his pitch. Chapman swings and belts one deep left center field. May on the run, going back at the track, looking up. It is gone. Matt Chapman again. Homers for the third day in a row here in Pittsburgh.
That's winning Joe Rizzo. You put Rizzo on the mic, there's going to be great things happening there. So exciting calls from him all week in Pittsburgh. Tragedy on Tuesday, euphoria Wednesday and Thursday. Only baseball can make you feel like that. 3 days in May, and Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, man, in Pittsburgh. I mean, low wattage crowds, epic drama on the field, and Reggae Friday making you feel good. Marcus, help me out here.
I was going to say, these Giants win make me feel good, but also hearing a little bit of The Green, a reggae band from Hawaii. This right here is Love I.
You know what? This sounds
They
real good.
will also be down at Cali Roots this weekend.
I kind of feel like there's like 4 or 5 current reggae bands, and all they do is just go around hitting reggae festivals. Stick Figure,
Yeah.
Revolution, The Green, J-Boog.
You're absolutely right. I'm going to see them all this weekend at Cali Roots, and then I'll see them again up in Tahoe for the summer reggae fest.
Guys, it's this 21st century white boy reggae. Although these guys are Hawaiian, so anyway, sounds great. Sounds really good, and it's Reggae Friday, man. Feeling fantastic. Giants winning 2 incredible games. How incredible? They haven't done it since 1998, brother. Since 1998, where they came back in back-to-back games of 4+ runs deficits. This is the kind of stuff that begins to define a season. Now, Kyle Harrison gets the ball tonight, 4:10 first pitch. Our buddy CK, Chris Kelly, Saturday Night Live, will be there tonight.
Hell yeah.
The stage manager will be there with his daughter, Jules. So that's good vibes, good particles. There's going to be one of Kyle's De La Salle teammates, P1 Chuck's son. They'll be there tonight. So there will be Giants fans in the building tonight. It used to be Finnerty's buses. You remember those Finnerty's buses used to go? And
I've heard stories.
yeah, but COVID took out Finnerty's, unfortunately. But the Giants will be showing up with Matt Chapman, who was that guy who just hit that home run you heard from Joe Rizzo. And he's on one, guys. He's on one. Go ahead, yeah.
Are the Giants going to have back-to-back Player of the Weeks? After not having one since Brandon Belt won it in, 2018 or 2019?
Great call.
Luis Montos Player of the Week last week.
Yeah.
Matt Chapman has got to be at the top of the list for NL Player of the Week.
Well, let
this
me
week.
give you his ESPN game log here. So here's what he's done now in the last week. So yesterday, 2 for 5 with a bomb, 3 ribbies. Okay. Day before, 1 for 3 with a bomb, 2 ribbies. Day before, 2 for 5 with a bomb. Okay. And then I'll go back to Saturday against Colorado, 4 for 4 with 4 runs scored. And then the Friday versus Colorado, 3 for 4 with 2 doubles and 3 runs scored. So going back to last Friday, so you're just talking about his last week. I'll give it to you right now. 10, 15, 18, 23 at bats. Okay. 3, 5, 6, 10, 13 hits. 13 for 23. Okay. 1, 3, 4, 8, 11 runs scored. Ready for this? 5 doubles and 3 bombs.
And that doesn't even include the game-ending backhanded play against Joey Bart on Wednesday night.
Yeah.
The beautiful play he made in the 5-5 hole yesterday.
Ready for this? His batting average a week ago was 206. Today it's 249.
Yeah.
His OPS a week ago was 599. Today it's 753.
How about that?
You got it, buddy.
Murph.
I'm giving you Player of the Week. I'm giving it to you.
Over the last 11 games, where Matt Chapman has an 11-game on-base streak, he's 17 for 42. That's a 405 batting average in the last 11 games, which also lines up with the dog-esque manifesto with the Giants going 8-3 over the last 11 games since Logan Webb called out the ball club.
That's so good, man. So we were talking about the mystery man who's helping. We had Pat Burrell on, and we said we got to start with Chapman because of this heater he's on. We just described it to you guys.
And by the way, real quick, I loved hearing Chapman after the game break down his approach. I loved hearing Pat the Bat break down the fact that he is getting that foot down a little bit earlier. Because early in the season, he was getting blown away by fastballs. But yesterday, when he hit his third home run in 3 straight games, it was a 96-mile-per-hour fastball at the top of the zone, and he was absolutely on it.
So here's we asked Pat Burrell. We're like, hey, man, congrats on the work with Chapman. And he's like, no, not me. He told the story here.
I'd like to say that I had something to do with any of this stuff, but I got to, he's worked a lot with Barry at home. He's worked a lot with JV, Justin Veely, the other hitting coach. They spent a lot of time together in the cage and found a way for him to get back on top of the fastball, especially away from him. I mean, if you've watched the last couple of nights, he's, been able to really to get on top of some high pitches out over the plate there. His top hand's really coming through nicely. I can't say enough about how hard he's worked. But we at the home games, Barry's there quite a bit, and him and Chappie have, over the last couple of months have formed a pretty good relationship, and I think he's really helped him a lot. So I want to make sure and give Barry some credit for that because I know it's due.
How about that? Barry Bonds. So, listen, you would think he would be the greatest hitting coach of all time because other than Ted Williams, nobody's known more about hitting than Barry Bonds, right? But listen to the knock on him was he wasn't necessarily the most social guy or the most guy who wants to put in the work. And then he went to Florida. Remember, he was the Marlins hitting coach?
Yeah, he was out there looking for Marlins hats with Gabe Kapler.
And that was a weird fit.
It was weird.
And it didn't last. He was with Mattingly, another great hitter, right? Wasn't Mattingly his manager there? I want to say.
Baseball, yeah.
Yeah. So the fact that Barry's now, for whatever reason, hitting his stride, whether it's Bob Melvin and Matt Williams being in the dugout or Brian Pryor or whatever, the fact that he's hitting his stride and wanting to give, and that Chapman and he, it's kind of funny, righty-lefty bonding, different style hitters for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Chapman, low batting average, higher power. Barry does it all.
Yeah.
But the fact that whatever he and Nat Chapman are talking about, it's bonding. It's a couple of baseball heads getting together.
Look, if Barry wants to talk baseball, you sit down and listen.
Yeah.
I mean, you can go to the church of Barry Bonds if you want to talk about identifying pitches, having an approach at the plate. Maybe it was Barry who told him, hey, just get your foot down a little bit earlier, be on top of those fastballs. Regardless of whatever he tells you, you got to download and process that information. And whatever the hell Barry told him, it's been working for the last couple of weeks.
It's so exciting for the fact that the Giants, again, some people are writing in they're getting this, you got to like these kids vibe, 86, 87, et cetera, which is why the idea of breaking it up when Slater returns is a little bit distressing, right? The Conforto thing is easy. It's McKenna, right?
Yeah.
Conforto, McKenna.
Correct.
No big deal. By the way, what do you think about seeing McKenna out there?
I don't like it.
I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing crashing this party?
Yeah, I don't know why he's out
He's
there.
0 for 2. But again, players saying, scouts saying that he's a talented guy and it's a savvy pickup. But
Yeah, I've also got Baltimore Oriole friends on Twitter telling me that this guy was blocking all their prospects from getting playing time.
Yeah. By the way, 831 says if you're going to talk greatest knowledgeable hitters of all time, you got to put some respect on Tony Gwynn's name, and I will.
Oh, absolutely.
I will, 100%.
Yeah, absolutely.
Would never diss Tony Gwynn. So maybe you go Tony, you go Barry, you go Teddy.
Yeah.
That's it.
You
right
throw
there.
Luis Ariz in that conversation? Boy,
Yes.
oh boy, you see his numbers in San Diego right now?
Now, what are they?
Oh, he is swinging them phenomenal. And somebody put out a graphic comparing his first 450-something at-bats to Tony Gwynn, and their stats were virtually identical. But it was interesting in this day and age with all these advanced analytics. We look at all these new StatCast, SwingCast stuff. Luis Ariz not only has one of the slowest swings in baseball, but one of the shortest swings in baseball, and he's having a lot of success. Somebody else who has a short swing is Lamont Wade Jr. Has one of the shortest swings in baseball. We talked to him earlier this week about his approach, and how he's just quick into every fastball he sees, and you see the success he's having not only with his batting average, but also with his on-base percentage.
Yeah, and in fact, that's something Pat Burrell shouted out is the discipline in the strike zone. And who does he mention? That same guy, number 25.
I wish I could talk a lot more about it. I just don't understand how he can. He's so good. He's so disciplined up there. he has the best strike zone awareness of really anybody I've seen outside of Barry, probably. And so every day it's just he swings his strikes and he takes balls and he takes borderline stuff and he gets on base. He's not afraid to go to first base, of course. But he's also, he hits the ball really hard, and we hadn't seen the massive power numbers, but they're in there, and they'll come with time. But as far as hitting the ball hard up the middle, through the middle, the big part of the field, I don't think anybody's doing it better than he is.
Well, he's officially now qualified in Major League Baseball in plate appearances, and currently your leader in Major League Baseball on base percentage. You ready? Lamont Wade, 481. Who's second? First of all, I'm surprised to see it's Jurickson Profar of the Padres.
Profar's having a good season, yeah.
431, 50 points behind.
I mean, the way he's
50
seeing
points
the ball
behind
right now,
yeah,
it's absolutely ridiculous.
And then Mookie Betts, 430. Kyle Tucker of the Astros, 422, and then Shohei, 418. And then, dude, a Bonds-like leap up to Wade at 481.
Which is why I've been asking the questions all week, whether it's Pat to Bat or Mike Krukow or Susan Slusser.
Yeah.
You got to get this guy in the box.
Yeah.
I mean, Murph, you talk about his OBP being 484. It's 526 against lefties. And he has a small sample size, 12 at-bats, but he's got 4 knocks, 5 walks on the season. When he's seeing pitches so well, you got to keep him in the lineup even against left-handed pitching.
Free Lamont Wade. That's what we're saying. All right, that was fun recapping those euphoric wins for sure and talking to Pat Burrell. But we did want to pay tribute to one of the stories of the week. Brandon Podziemski making the All-NBA rookie team. We've never had him on the show, and he's next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
You gotta watch these Giants. You gotta like these kids. Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Yeah, Brandon had a great year. It's pretty remarkable the progress he made, the success he had coming out of Santa Clara as the 19th pick. I don't know if we could have expected how ready to play he was. And he showed he could compete at both ends and made pretty much every lineup he was with better. And it's exciting because he's only going to get better and better.
Well, there it is. Steve Kerr talking about Brandon Podziemski, who then gets the crowning achievement of making the All-NBA Rookie First Team, and we're delighted to have him on the UMA guest line right now. Brandon, we've never had you on KNBR here. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, the Murph and Marcus Show, and a hearty congratulations on a huge achievement, Brandon. How are you this morning?
Hey, what's up, Brandon?
I'm good. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Hey, Raymond Ritter just sent us the video you guys put up on Twitter, how they told you. Can you take us back to maybe, did you kind of think something was up when they had Larry Beal from ABC give you the news report? What was your reaction to that whole news break?
Yeah, I was working out in the court, and Raymond had came grab me from the court, and that never happens. So I knew kind of something was up, and obviously you've seen the video. So it was cool how they did it. I liked it, enjoyed it.
And then you go into the weight room, and you get it from your peers, Draymond, Dunleavy, et cetera. You just kind of what was going through your mind at that time, thinking about your journey at such a young age to achieve that?
Just excitement and appreciative of, the opportunity, and, for my teammates and the staff to have my back is pretty cool.
Did you get a chance to text Wemby and say, hey, man, I'm right there with you?
No, I didn't, but we talked about it kind of every time we played each other, so it was a fun little banter.
Yeah, and Pods, I know it's a great accomplishment to make the All-NBA Rookie Team in your first season, but I also want to point out that you had one vote for the All-NBA Defense Team. So what does that mean to you to be recognized for your defensive abilities also?
I think it's cool. Honestly, it was probably pretty shocking to me. I didn't really expect it, but it's cool. It's something to build on, something to look forward to in the future. But yeah.
Brandon Podziemski, All-NBA rookie, joining us here. So, Brandon, you've told your story a number of times, but, you're still a young man. There's some people who don't know your whole story of growing up in Wisconsin. Tell us about it. Growing up in Wisconsin, when basketball took hold of your life. I know you might have played other sports growing up, but you're still only 21 years old. So, this has been a rapid rise. Tell us about when basketball got super serious for you.
Well, I started in 8th grade, just played for my middle school team and my church that I went to. Played for that team, and I was just kind of playing it as something, as like an offset to baseball. That's what I grew up playing, so it was just something I could do in the winter. And I liked it. It was fun. It was different pace, different speed than baseball is, and so just kind of took off from there. Didn't really get serious about it until junior year of high school. That's when I kind of really said I wanted to do it, and so from junior year till now, which is I think 5 years. It's kind of where I've just been trying to improve. I know a lot of guys have had a head start on me, so trying to make up that ground as fast as I can.
Yeah, and Brandon, we saw some of those baseball skills last year when you threw out the first pitch for the San Francisco Giants. And as Murph mentioned, we know that you played college ball in Santa Clara, but whether it's going out and throwing the first pitch at Giants games, or I saw a video of you and Kuminga at the Bay FC game a couple weekends ago, how much has it meant to you to kind of fully embrace the Bay Area and also at the same time feel the love from the Bay Area fans?
Yeah, I love it. I love going to, different events. Hopefully I can go out to an Oakland A's game soon and check out a 49ers game. But just to see the support they give us when we play and then return the favor, pretty cool to see, all the teams come together.
I see you dropping a puck at a Sharks game too, right?
Yeah, I would love to do that. Hockey's super entertaining. I'm watching the playoffs right now. Even though my team's the Edmonton Oilers, that was the first ever game I went to. I'd still go drop the puck for sure.
Wait, didn't the Oilers get the win last night? Didn't McDavid score?
They did.
Yeah.
Yep, 3-2.
Ooh, it's exciting. Is that a dream, like maybe to meet Connor McDavid?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
he's the best.
Would you fanboy out if you met him?
No, I don't think I could do that.
You're too cool. We can get the sense. He's a very laid-back, cool dude, Brandon Podziemski. So a few more. I mean, just your story is so interesting, and like we said, you go to You got serious about basketball in high school. Can you tell us about the recruiting process? Recount that story of how you wind up at Illinois. What options you had?
Yeah, got recruited a little bit later than everybody else. Unfortunately, after my junior year, COVID happened. So, going into my senior years when I planned to go on visits and stuff and make that decision, but COVID happened, so I didn't get to take any visits. And so it was basically just via Zoom and phone calls to make my decision. Yeah. My top 5 ended up being Illinois, Kentucky, Vanderbilt, Miami, and Wake Forest. Ooh. And just kind of chose Illinois just because I was comfortable with the coach and it was close to home. And so I'd never been that far away from home anyways. So just kind of going off that, and it's really how I made my decision.
But then you get to Illinois and you don't get the playing time you want. Could you take us through that? It's you're obviously a very competitive guy, no question. So take us through that freshman year. You're probably frustrated. You obviously wound up transferring to Santa Clara, but could you tell us what it was like for you as a competitor to not maybe get what you wanted at Illinois?
Yeah, it was tough just because, you are a competitor. You want to be out there and play as a good basketball player and someone that, always played in high school, always was one of the best players in high school. You've never kind of been in that situation before. So for me, it was a little frustrating, and it kind of deterred me a little bit and really questioned if I was good enough to play at that level, and what I needed to do. But I told myself that I really wanted to do it, and it's something I wanted to do in life. And so I kind of just figured it out. I obviously didn't play, but I took, the practice time as my games and tried to make the most out of it and used it as an extended summer to get better for my next opportunity that I know I would have. So that's just kind of how I used it. It's motivation, and, here we are.
Pods, wants to make sure you're okay in that traffic jam, though. Don't get hit by a car, right?
Yeah.
Because the noise changed in the background in a hurry there. So.
Yeah, and Brandon, even after detailing that in your journey to the NBA, you were obviously still a first-round pick from the Warriors, and it feels like in your first season playing in Steve Kerr's system, you displayed a little bit of skills in every situation, whether it's defensively, as we mentioned earlier, whether it's leading the NBA in screens drawn this year, whether it's the assist or the rebounds. So what's the number one thing you're looking to improve this offseason going into your sophomore season?
Definitely being a little bit more assertive on offense, talking to Steve and Mike Dunleavy, end of the year meetings. Just wanted to see that improvement on, in the offensive game, and just taking that next step in terms of leadership role. I think towards the end of the year, I did a better job of that, and I was more comfortable. In terms of specifics, probably, more threes, trying to get up as many threes again as I can. I know Clay and Steph take a lot of them, so how can we all shoot more threes? Working on my mid-range, ball screen, pick and roll. I feel like I can, be very effective that way. And then defensively, just getting faster laterally and vertically. And that's just kind of what I'm working on. I'm trying to master, 1 to 3 things every offseason. And over time, I feel like that'll accumulate and I'll get better as a whole.
Yeah, and Brandon, sticking on that topic of leadership, look no further than the 3 vets you have on your team, Steph, Clay, and Draymond. How much of a mentorship role have they played for you and helped you in your first season in the NBA?
Yeah, it's been big time. They've done a lot for me. It gave me the confidence that, when you're a rookie, you step foot in the locker room like that, you kind of are a little timid and shy, even if you are a confident person like me. But for them to have, full confidence in me and when I did start playing, just kind of let me do my thing was, super, refreshing for me. And, I couldn't be more thankful to have such good vets around me.
Last one, Brandon. I know you're busy right now, but so Warriors fans are like, man, can a championship happen again? It didn't happen. It hasn't happened in the last 2 years. Then people are doubting it because the core is getting old. So what do you say to Warriors fans out there about how close you guys can be to winning a championship?
Yeah, I think it's very soon. Obviously, you said that, we have some older guys that have been around and they're getting older, but I also think we have a good, young core. And I think you put those two together, it'll be easier for, us to win. And I think, me, Trace, Moses, and Jonathan being together for another whole year, combining that with, whoever the vets are, I think we have a good chance because we're just going to, keep getting better.
All right, Pods, we'll let you go, but I got to throw my dad. I'm the resident dad on the show, so I was saying, why doesn't the Warriors in the NBA come up with my slogan for you? Anything is possible, right?
Hey, I love that. That sounds great. Maybe we need to put that on a shirt or something.
There you go. That's all I was looking for, Brandon. Hey, man, we'll say hi to you at training camp in the fall. I'm going with that slogan. Bumper stickers, shirts, banners, anything is possible.
Look out for the new merch.
And congratulations on the All-NBA rookie, man. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, thanks, Brandon.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. I'll see you during training camp.
Yes, for sure. Brandon Podziemski. It was going great. It was unfortunate that he walked into the middle of Times Square, right in the middle of that interview, dude. I don't know where he was, but when he was in his car, it was beautiful. And what the hell's going on in cities these days? Can we just have a quiet intersection? Why does everything have to be jackhammers and beeps? You know what I mean?
That's life, Murph. That's life.
We were able to get two things out of him. One, he thinks that, that young core plus the old heads can get it going. And then two, the approval on anything is possible.
Dude, next season at Chase Center, I can see the signs now. I can see the Jumbotron. I can hear Franco Finn yelling, anything is possible!
We got it in there, man. I was going to ask him, but it was just too noisy about the art of taking a charge. I saw him do it on Instagram. It's a hell of a thing, taking a charge.
Dude, led all of NBA in charges drawn this season. Talk about putting your body on the line like Luis Matos.
It's not just a fit. It's not just a strategy move. It's a mentality. It's a intelligence thing of knowing, anticipating.
Correct, the anticipation.
All that stuff. And he took some high level charges where you least expect him to. Too. He's clearly the kid became a hoop. He was a baseball player. Yeah. And then he fell in love with basketball and became a hoop. He was talking about it's only been 5 years really since he kind of got serious about basketball. Yeah. How about that?
And I got to say, he showed off a pretty good arm, too, when he stepped on the bump. Lefty first pitch for the Giants last year.
I don't remember it. It was good?
Yeah, it was a good outing. Good first pitch.
Did he hit 82 like Brock?
No, but he threw it in the strike zone and the catcher caught it.
Kyle. Kyle's got to overcome that. All right, well, that was fun. Despite the slightly murky final couple minutes, we did enjoy that very much. I know, seriously, man. I remember Christian Leitner one time came on the show years ago and was just, dude, had so much ambient noise. It was like, bro, come on. It's like he was trying to find ambient noise. You know what I mean?
And I know people always call out this morning show for ripping on Gabe Kapler too much, but I will give Gabe some credit. We had him in an interview in New York one time, and he was in a taxi, and the connection was terrible. So he said, yeah, boys, I'm going to end this interview, but I'll call you back tomorrow. And the next day, he gave us another full interview.
Listen, you say ripping on Gabe. I'm actually highly entertained by Gabe.
Yeah.
Who else can tell us, A, he's looking for Marlins hats? I mean, literally nobody says
I wear the Marlins hats.
And then the other guys, who's going to describe meat and beef and burgers as erotically as a Gabe Kapler will? Yeah, I'm vamping, buddy, until you find it.
Well, I can tell you how he describes.
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
Whether we're getting breakdown on burgers, Morph, or maybe his breakdown on
guac.
The burger one's got to come back.
Yeah.
With Prince just absolutely singing the...
I like them in all shapes and sizes, and this one was thick and juicy.
Unreal, dude. Unreal.
Sexy Gabe. All right, well, hand it over. 3-day weekend coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680. These sports later.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, I want to thank Brandon Podziemski. People's reacting. If you listen to what he said, he actually had some good answers. Early on, he was a little quiet. People freaking out on the text line. First of all, everybody must chill. All right, everybody must chill. Second of all, it was nice of the guy to call in. Third of all, Raymond Ritter did say, the great Raymond Ritter who set up the interview, said, listen, you're still a rookie if halfway through your interview you walk into a construction zone. He says next year as a veteran, he won't do that. So
it's all good.
But he was good. If you listen to the actual substance of his answers, he sometimes speaks with very low. Because you got to be, when you're cool, you got to be cool.
That's it.
Not to be a geek like me out here emoting and squeaking on the air.
Can't be yelling into the microphone.
No. But what I will do is I will geek out on my favorite thing, which is high school baseball.
Ooh.
And shout out the playoffs. We do this in basketball and football, too, when we get to this stage. It's always good to shout out the big games that are going on. Like, for example, I know in the CCS, for my Central Coast people,
that's me.
St. Ignatius Archbishop Mitty tomorrow at Excite Ballpark. Isn't that San Jose Muni?
That is old San Jose Muni. I don't like the new name, Excite Ballpark.
So San Jose Muni, 7 o'clock tomorrow night, SI Mitty.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty darn cool.
Go get him, Mitty.
And then I'm an NCS guy.
That's right.
You're a CCS guy. I'm an NCS guy. 2 games I wanted to shout out. The Division I game between Granada and De La Salle. It's so big, they're moving into a bigger site. Monte Vista High School. Should be a huge crowd out there, 5 o'clock. That should be a really good game. Granada from Livermore, like the best team in school history, going up against the mighty factory that is Kyle Harris. I wonder if Harrison sent a video. I bet he did. I
wouldn't be surprised.
And then the one that's near and dear to my heart, D2 NCS. Now, somebody called in, and they said to Curly, they go, hey, can you have Murph shout out the Redwood High baseball team? I'm like, bro.
Whoa.
Bro.
Whoa.
That's like shouting out USC football. Come on, man. We are the Tam High Indians, the mighty, mighty Indians. Oh, wait. Red-tailed Hawks. We're no longer the Indians. But anyway, Tam and Redwood have been rivals since 1959. We're fighting for the same piece of turf. I'm not going to shout out Redwood, although I do know and like several of the families and coaches there. But come on, you're wearing the wrong uni. And who are they playing? Now it's personal. Cardinal Newman, my beloved cousin Derek DeBenedetti, who runs the best program in the North Bay. He's got Cardinal Newman the championship. That's my mom's side of the family. The DeBenedettis stand proud. Go Derek, go Cardinal Newman. So there you go.
Nice breakdown.
Wanted to get that out there.
Want to give a shout out to the kids.
Yeah, I love that. Come on, high school baseball. I know neither you didn't get to play in a CCS final. You guys got smoked in the CCS playoffs, right?
Thanks for bringing up bad memories. All right.
Hey, I never made it. We didn't make it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. How are those championship games going for you in Little League, Murph?
That's tough losses. Some tough losses.
This is not a way to end the good vibes on a Friday.
The only way to lose 3 city championships is to get to 3 city championships.
Damn right, Murph.
That's why I ride with the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
All right, too. So there you
Wide
go.
right.
Reggae Friday's been great, and I'll even take Podziemski in a construction site. I will.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take that. Maybe he might have been ready to take a charge from a tractor. Right, doing that thing.
Dude, be careful. And the most important news of the interview, he gives a thumbs up, the sign of approval to Murph's legendary slogan that's going to be taking over Chase Center next year.
And to be honest, given his low, chill vibe, he could have just iced that. He could have been like, yeah, that's whatever. But he said, no, I love that.
He said, throw it on a
t-shirt. That sounds great. Maybe we need to put that on a shirt or something.
There it is.
Hey,
guys.
Underdog, put that on a T-shirt.
And on that positive note, Marcus puts on the coat.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
Yes, indeed. It is time for the Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health. And today we're going to take a look at Michael Conforto. And here's the latest update from manager Bob Melvin, who said it's looking less likely that Conforto will be activated in time for the Giants series starting today against the New York Mets unless the outfielder turns a corner in his rehab. He has ramped up his running progression over the coming days, but he is still not run at an all-out pace to simulate getting out of the batter's box at full speed. Melvin also said on May 21st that the team wants to see Conforto get through a full workout before discussing a potential return date. So there's your update on Michael Conforto, from the 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits. Sutter is dedicated to help making patients' lives easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
All right, good one, man. So Conforto, as we said, that one's easy. You send back McKenna. The Slater-Ramos one, man, is a storm cloud on the horizon.
I don't know, Murph. That one's pretty easy to me, too.
I agree, but I think Farhan might make it difficult. I just read the Baggerly mailbag. I'm just going on bags now. I trust he's a veteran beat writer. He could be wrong. But he's saying he thinks, given his experience covering the team, that they would keep Slater and send Ramos back down to AAA. That's what he said.
I will not be a happy camper if that happens.
So we need to change the vibe entirely and go to a little young Tone moment here. Yes.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, young Tony, we started with a little Thurman Munson, but you said because we were talking about Patrick Bailey throwing out a runner and how many people have compared his throwing motion to Thurman Munson. And now with the mustache, he literally physically looks like Thurman
with
Munson.
the extra 20 pounds he put on this offseason, too.
And were you down with the Thurman Munson?
Yeah, I'd heard of him because of all the comparisons to Buster Posey, my guy.
Okay, so that was good. And then we checked that off the list. And then the next one was, early on, Marcus said that his soundboard had been messed with.
Yeah.
And I said, wait a minute, what are you talking about? I said, good old Paulie used to say the same thing.
Sabotage.
And I used to think, and I say this out of all love for my man PMAC, but I used to be like, really? Are you sure you just didn't screw it up over there? So I was like, and Marcus is like, no, dude, somebody messed with my soundboard. I said, so Paulie said the same thing. You're saying the same thing. And you're like, I'm totally at a loss. And I said, Poltergeist, anybody? Poltergeist? And young Tone looked at me, I said, come on now, Tone, horror classic. And you said, you're coming up empty on that one, right?
Never heard of
All right,
it.
a little background on this. It's considered one of the great horror films of all time by these list makers, They make these lists.
Which way do they reveal that list?
Whatever.
Yeah, it's like a countdown, right?
From the top or from the bottom?
So this, what's interesting about this one? It was written by Spielberg. Spielberg wrote it, but he was contractually unable to direct it because he was making E.T. So the guy who directed it was a guy named Toby Hopper. But it was about a family that moves into a suburban Southern California neighborhood, a lot like E.T. Spielberg liked his suburban Southern California neighborhoods. And then all of a sudden, dude, they had 3 kids. The young girl, the youngest kid, she starts talking to the TV and think there's something in the TV.
Oh.
And then she famously, when they're like, no, Carol Ann, there's nothing there. Then this little creepy girl says, I just got the chills on that right there, dude. Because she was saying the ghosts were back.
Ooh.
Once again. You don't know how scared 1982 was by Carol Ann saying that the ghosts were back.
That is creepy as hell. And the way you described it, too, I thought the girl was going to start crawling out of the TV like the movie The Ring.
So there you go. It's considered an all-time classic. So there you go. That ends.
And then PCU.
Oh, the PCU.
Yeah.
My bad.
I got the clip if you
Thank you
want
very
it.
much. So this had to, Marcus is going to go to Cali Roots on Sunday in Monterey. So just don't wear the T-shirt of the band you're going to see. And
I don't know. I got that Revolution hoodie, and Revolution's headlining on
He's
Sunday.
like, why not? I said, I take all my lessons from Jeremy Piven in the movie PCU. And Tony said, I hadn't heard that one yet. So he queued this one up. This is John Favreau going out. And Favreau played this like stoner, chunky kid with white boy dreads. And Piven stops him and heading out the door of the college fraternity here.
I don't know if you're aware of this, Gutter, but there actually was music recorded before 1989. What is this? You're going to wear this to the show. You're going to wear the shirt of the band you're going to go see. Don't be that guy.
So good from Piven, dude. We used to say that all the time. Don't be that guy. But, when it comes to Piven also.
Oh, he'll also tell you, Murph, if you ever get in trouble.
Deny till you die, pal.
There you go, guys. All right, hey, Tone, you're going to Santa Barbara this weekend, and I would urge you to deny till you die.
Deny till you die, pal.
And I would say you're going to Cali Roots, you too deny.
Deny till you die, pal.
All right, guys. Happy Memorial Day weekend, everybody. Enjoy Giants baseball. John Joe Curley, have a great 3-day weekend in the slacks. And it's time for a change, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
What's your favorite thing about Mr. Paulski? His mustache and Livy Dunn.
I eat candy for a living. I know what it is. I'm trash.
Don't be that guy.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Bailey swings, ground ball, right side, diving Gonzalez. It's out of his reach into right field. Rounding third, Estrada heading home. The throw, he's safe at home. Bailey comes through with an RBI hit. Soler with a line drive, base hit into left center. Trotting home from third, Chapman. That's the second run of this top of the 10th. Bailey stops at second. Jorge Soler with an RBI single. There's a line drive into right field, another hit. Scoring on the play, Soler. Luis Matos is the RBI machine. 9-5 Giants. And Ramos swings and drives one deep out to left field towards the corner. Heading way back. It is gone. Home run, Elliot Ramos. Chapman swings and belts one deep left center field. Bay on the run, going back at the track. Looking up. It is gone. It's a 3-run blast. Flores swings, ground ball, right side, and that's a fair ball inside of first base. Rounding third, Soler heading home, and he's going to score without a throw. Wisely swings, line drive, base hit, center field. And the Giants take the lead. Luciano, it's 7-6 Giants.
Oh, I like this. I like going back to Sister Sledge and We Are Family from 1979. Papa Lund, thanks for joining us. A ton of Giants to get you caught up on. I did a bit of a post-game show yesterday, but Pop, since you and I came together, we just remember talking about that ugly loss in Game 1, but Game 2, comeback. Game 3, comeback. And they're in New York to take on the Mets in Gotham, so we'll get into that conversation. Lots of stuff around the NBA playoffs. We got a report from you from 49ers camp. We got David Lombardi hitting us up. Great guest list today, plus Papa's plays of the week. Happy Friday, my friend. How are you?
We're giving love in a family dose.
I knew you could not resist singing.
Why are we doing that? We want the younger demographic, John. I hope Pop Stargell from Alameda is no longer with us. He may be unhappy with that, but what a comeback, and to beat the Pittsburgh Pirates, and that was their theme song when they did win in the late 70s over the Orioles. Amazing. And I listened to the entire game as I was out and about all around the Bay Area and going due south, and right when I pulled into 49-49. Joe Rizzo's going wild. And I got on the field, and all the Niner brass. Gilby loves the Giants. John Lynch came over. What a win. Incredible. So I have to thank you, first of all, for giving me. What time did you go on yesterday?
Well, not till
it was a full hour. Or
no, I think it was about 12:45. But I mean, we were
going 15.
Yeah, but I mean that was a true 3-hour game. We don't are close to it. We don't normally get those. It's like I was thinking Paul Skeens, although he does go deep in counts, so they're going to strike out a bunch of guys. The Giants with a bullpen game, but yeah, that was going to be quicker. But yeah, it was almost a 3-hour affair.
2 hours, 45 minutes.
Yeah.
And I thank you because I really needed that just to be around the Niners, and we're doing the state of the franchise, and we have the greatest panel of all time next week with the players. But just to see Nick Sorensen, meet Brandon Staley, see the new guys. I do have several man crushes on this football team. I like Ike, Isaac Yadam. I think is going to be the best free agent signing of the offseason. He's going to be that outside corner. But we'll get to it all. But I just I'm listening to the end of the game as I'm pulling in, and had a chance to watch the Niners for a good hour, 15, whatever it was, and when you were on the air. And we'll give you a full breakdown later with thoughts from David Lombardi. But since you and I were last together, I mean, so much has happened. I'm wearing the rally cap. I got to get a doubleheader and get 2 of them to come back the way they did. And it was the first game of the series to kick a 6-2 lead going into the 9th inning, and we went over that. And, terrible loss, certainly the worst loss of the year, devastating loss. They bounced right back, and I'm not going to say they made it mute, but they did it twice in back-to-back days, starting with the Blake Snell start. And I just thought he nibbled. He just nibbled, and he first 2 pitches of the game, he's just off, and it's 2-0 right away, and he just started the nibble. He reverted back to the old guy. He didn't trust his stuff as much. I think if he would have got in the strike zone, it would have gone better. But I got to say, Andrew Baggerly is going to join us at 10:50, John. And he was just prescient in what would be the problem. And it was Connor Joe, but it was all the Pirate hitters. You face a different lineup if you're Blake Snell on Wednesday. They're going to offer it all those borderline pitches. They just would not. They spit on every single one and made him work, and it frustrated him. And then he came out of his arm slot a little bit, and just it was not good. He got a blister on his foot. He's got to face the Philadelphia Phillies on Monday, on Memorial Day, so he's got to get over that, and he's going to become a father at any time, so we wish him luck there, John. But I thought he is much closer to being the guy he was last year in San Diego. I thought he'd be further along. But when you're facing A-ball hitters and AAA hitters, you just bang the strike zone, and they're going to do the rest for you. He was shaving, just missing here and there. And then, he gets the long inning, comes out of the game. He barely nicks. Who did he hit? McCutcheon? I think he hit McCutcheon. Mm-hmm. Barely grazed him. And then Sean Jelly comes in with that great cutter and hangs one. And Brian Reynolds hits a slam. And he winds up giving up 4 earned runs. But I thought Blake Snell, I thought he'd be better on Wednesday, but he's just got to challenge these hitters more, not nibble so much.
I would agree. I'm a bottom line guy, and I know that Bob is trying to say nice things, and I know we'll get to the comebacks because that was the great part of this series. It was an awesome series, and hopefully it'll kind of get the momentum going forward for him. But just hitting up on Blake Snell for a minute, I'm with you. I don't understand a guy, and he's quirky. He's weird and quirky, and so Brian Price obviously vouched for him. Bob Melvin obviously vouched for him, and when you're a Cy Young Award winner, then that's going to be easy to vouch for because of the way that he pitched in the second half of the season for the Padres. But you used the word finicky, I think, a couple of days ago. He's finicky. He's odd. He's weird. I really don't care, but I think what it does is it kind of plays with them a little bit. And I've never seen a guy that has such great stuff that's so afraid of hitters. Like, go after dudes, man. He's in so many 3-2 counts, 3-1 counts, 3-ball counts. And even if he is pitching well, then he's out after 4 or 5 innings. And part of the greatness of Logan Webb is not only does he generally pitch well, but he gives you a bunch of innings and he rests your bullpen when it's time. So I still have a lot of optimism with this team. And obviously with the comebacks, it makes it easier. But, Logan Webb and Blake Snell in your first 2, and then Kyle Harrison's getting it together. And obviously Jordan Hicks, but Hicks is a 5-and-fly guy generally. So it just puts a lot of pressure on your bullpen. And Logan Webb is really the only guy that's giving you consistent innings, and that's an issue. No matter how good the pitching, I think, can be, these guys have got to start going deeper into games because, some of the guys like Randy Rodriguez, I want to get into his conversation. When we start talking about the young guys, I think he's in it as well. Bob's starting to use them in higher leverage situations. Man, I'd love to see that kind of power arms at the back of a of a bullpen. So, I'm liking these guys, but, man, it's like 3 of the 4 starters are giving you 5 and flying. That's a lot of pressure on your bullpen.
Randy Rodriguez, where the hell have you come from?
Right.
This guy's a strike-throwing machine. And his outing was so glaring because Blake was just finicky, perfectionist. The guy's quirky, but he was shaving. He just would not get in the strike zone. Some of those were borderline, and some the Pirates just thought, this is Blake Snell. Let's wait him out and get him out of the game. And but the contrast when Randy Rodriguez came in with his 2 innings and he strikes out 4 and he throws nothing but strikes, it sets you up to come back in the game. You're down 5-0, 5-1, and then Matt Chapman, it's a 2-run homer. And in my plays of the week this week, we're going to highlight, all of a sudden, Matt Chapman is riding the top rail. I mean, I can't believe the way he's covering that high fastball. He had a big 2-run homer to come back on Wednesday off of Jones. That was a high heater. Then yesterday off of Stratton, I don't even know how he got on top of it. It was a tomahawk. But he hit that home run. You're back in the game. You nibble. You get to within 5-4 going in the 9th. You're down to your last strike. And you love the fight of Matos to single there and hustle with the air to get into scoring position. Late night, and Lamont comes through. They can't get the guy out. And you come back and win the game. It's unbelievable. 9-5, putting up a crooked number. And then yesterday, John, here we go again. It's all over again. They give up another slam, this one to Joey Bart. But Joey struggled later in the game, catching, and there was a bad check swing against him. He got tossed out of the game. But again, it was Mac Chapman. They were down, and Ramos hit a big home run, but they're down 6-2 again. The irony of coming back yesterday down 6-2 when you were down 6-2 or up 6-2 on Tuesday, right, and spit the bit. You come back in the 8th inning yesterday, and how long did that inning go? And Joe Rizzo and FP were on fire. I listened to it all driving down to Santa Clara to watch the Niners practice, and it was just one big hit after another after Matt Chapman did it again against Hunter Stratton. How he got on top of that fastball, 96 miles an hour. Really, he could have taken it. It was a 1-2 pitch. He didn't have to swing at it. It was ball 2. The way he has transformed, obviously his production, and you're a bottom line guy, where he was 2 weeks ago to where he is right now. But to me, it starts with mechanics. I want to give Pat the Bat credit, but I hear Barry Bonds is involved. I think Mechanical Mike is involved. I don't know what the hell they did. But most guys who can't hit that high fastball, foul it back or take it. Matt Chapman just ripped it. Both home runs, the one he hit yesterday afternoon, the one he hit Wednesday, and we'll break them down later, John, with our plays of the week. That is a pitch that he was paralyzed on. He was swinging and missing at incessantly. The whole league knew he couldn't hit that pitch, and they gave it to him over and over and over again. All of a sudden, he solved it, and now he's not striking out. He's striking back on that tap rail.
All right, let's get your thoughts on it. The last 2, they come back. We did a little bit of a post-game show yesterday, but if you didn't get in yesterday right after the game, there was a ton of people who wanted to talk about it. They lose the first one. They win the next 2. Can this kind of be a springboard to the Giants? The Mets are struggling right now. That'd be huge. And then you come home, you play the Phillies, and that's going to be a real litmus test for this team as well. But Matt Chapman is red hot. The young guys, not only in the field, but with the pitching staff, with Randy Rodriguez, really giving the Giants a jump. And I say this all the time. That's the thing that that fans get excited about. You start seeing some of these young guys making the plays they did. Matos on Wednesday night, getting on base, legging out that double, helping them win that game. Like you said, Ramos at the time when he hit the home run yesterday didn't look like a big deal, but and then Matos almost stealing a home run to start the game yesterday on McCutchen. So we're going to do all those different things. The plays you want to talk about, hit us up, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. That's the call-in line as well. Let's talk some Giants. We'll do it coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Giants come back for 2 after a devastating loss. More on it. Check out all your information. KNBR apps, KNBR.com, and on the stream. Yes, John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? Some are not even based in the entire state. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they are different. They are based right here in the Bay Area. That's what you want. For more than 25 years, it's been that way, and they're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, with the spring and soon-to-be summer weather, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us, they're all outside. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That's the Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they have secured more than $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing upfront. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Papa Lund, thanks for joining us. Your favorite part of the comeback, was it the Chapman 3-run shot, the tomahawk shot from yesterday? Give us your thoughts on biggest plays, and will this propel the Giants forward as they take on the struggling Mets? And you'll hear that this afternoon right here on the Sports Leader, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Give me 30 seconds, and then we'll get right back to this. So with the purchase of the Tesla, Pop, as you know, I'm putting in a like one of those electrical.
The Tesla charging board?
Charger, yeah.
You're going to do the solar on the roof as well?
Yeah, and we might end up doing that too. So they send these guys over, but thank God for Google Translate, because I spoke to the guy on the phone, and I thought he was the guy coming over, but it's two guys. They don't speak English. I don't speak Spanish. And so during breaks,
there's an app on your phone that could rectify.
Oh my God, it's amazing! So we're just sitting there doing Google Translate back and forth. It's been amazing. And then my wife came out; and she had to move her car, and their van's behind it. And I'm saying, "Could you move your van?" And I'm pointing to the van, and they're looking at me like, "I have no idea." So then Google Translate, and anyway,
just jump in the front seat. I think they'll get that.
Modern technology is wonderful. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, what jumps out at you from these two games? Is there a specific play, or is it just Chapman in the 8th inning where he tomahawks at the top of the inning and then he makes two great defensive plays? I mean, has anybody ever had a better inning
honestly,
than that? My God.
You know, he was on when we started the Papa's plays, the top plays of the week last week. You know, we had a Matos play. I think we had a Ramos couple of plays, but it could have been all Chapman, really. And today it literally will be all Chapman. He is just, what has gotten into this guy? He was lost. He could not hit the high fastball. It was so obvious that it was a hole in his swing. And, hell, we've seen Brandon Belt paralyzed by that above-the-belt fastball. He couldn't solve it for years. He also coiled his bat a little bit, and he twisted. When Brandon got in the box, you could see the numeral 9 on his back. So it was more problems for him. But, he just couldn't. It's paralyzed him for a long time. He eventually figured it out. Mike Yastrzemski has a problem with it. When he gets hits on, 95 and higher, they're usually belt and below and not above. And I just thought the last homestand, Chapstick came out and he got into a real good rhythm, but he was spraying. Well, what did he go on the homestand? 8 for 10. He had back-to-back games where he was 7 for 8 plus walking. But I thought they kind of fed his swing a little bit by Blackstaff in Colorado. I didn't see high-end velocity beating him. When, you go to Pittsburgh and you're dealing with Jones and Skeens, it was, how does he get on the top rail? Well, he's done it. He is covering the top of the strike zone. He's solved it. And I go back, I asked the Ace people, why can't Matt Chapman hit a high fastball? Well, 2021, late in 20, he went down with a hip injury the pandemic year. Then 21, look at his numbers since. Way down. A lot of strikeouts. He could not cover the high fastball. So I don't know if it was Pat the Bat bringing out Mechanical Mike or Barry or what they did, but he is turning around the high fastball. Both of his home runs the last 2 days came on 95, 96 above. And we'll break him down on the Papa's plays. And then even his last at-bat, John, he flied out, but he barreled a high one. And right now he's a force. And we're also going to break down. Honestly, I picked one defensive play in our top 3 for the week for him. I could have picked 30 for Matt Chapman. His range going up the middle. Brooks Robinson was so good, 1 or 2 steps going to the line, and when he won the MVP of the 70 World Series, a couple of the playable highlight where he threw out Bart in Wednesday's game was similar to that. He knocked it down, spun around. Brooks didn't do all that. But Brooks didn't have his throwing arm at all. He had a quick release. But Chapman's range to either side and coming in and going back, right now, as Mike Krukow would say, you have a dangerous animal because he's no longer paralyzed by that high fastball. I think whatever he was doing, he's thinking, I can't hit a high fastball. That's all I'm going to get is get a high fastball. And by the way, the guy the Mets are throwing out tonight, don't sleep on this guy. He has got a firm four-seam above the rail Christian Scott fastball with a sweeper, so it's more. I know his Skeens and Jones are all that. This guy may have just better, pure stuff and command. So just watch it. And now what he's doing defensively, and Luis Matos won the National League Player of the Week last week. It's only half a week, and I don't want to jinx him what he does in New York, but what he's doing on both sides of the ball, you can't just take, offensively, he's been a force, obviously, and he's turned games around, but defensively, you never seen a guy play third base like this. He's playing third and short. He's doing everything. So I emailed Matt Chisholm, the Chisholm Trail, this morning, and said, when's the last time the Giants had back-to-back POWs, Players of the Week? And you have to go back to Barry Bonds and Jason Schmidt way back in 2002. Corey Snyder and Mike Felder did it in 92. Will Clark and Kevin Mitchell, the Pacific Stock Exchange, did it in the World Series year of 89. Juan Behringer, remember him, the reliever, and Chili Davis in 86. So he's got to face the Mets this weekend. But as good as Matos was last week with the 16 steaks, John, Matt Chapman, what's gotten into that guy? He's the best player on the planet.
He could sit out the New York series and win Player of the Week. I mean, it was just what he did in the eighth inning. I don't think I've ever seen where, he hits that home run and you're kind of like, except, that home run they got to kind of extend the lead. So you're kind of bummed out, but then they kept the rally going. But I mean, for him to get that home run in the way that he did and then make the two defensive plays at the bottom of the inning that he did, and it's almost like you take those plays for granted because if you think about it in the last week, like you said, he made the Outman play where he tagged him out and threw across. He makes the play on Bart to end the game, which is ridiculous. He makes the play on Bart in which Bart was frustrated on the check swing and gets thrown out. I mean, he made two plays in the eighth inning yesterday. He just makes so many great plays, and it doesn't mean that he can't, offensively he can't, he's just got to sit there and not get it done. But when he's doing this, and I don't expect it, so I expect somewhere in between. But the way, Dave Fleming said it during the broadcast on TV, that if you had never watched baseball before and you watched Matt Chapman over the last two games, you would think he was the best player in baseball. I mean, there's just nothing he couldn't do. He made every play defensively, and he's hit both home runs he hits. They don't win, obviously, the games without his offensive contribution. So he was absolutely amazing. It's the reason they signed him. He doesn't have to do this every single game, but if he's somewhere between the guy who was hitting 200 and flailing at fastballs and the guy that's going right now, about middle ground, that'd be nice.
If he can cover the top rail, and I think he solved it, and he talked, and they interviewed him on TV, and I know he's been on in a lot of interviews, and we reached out to get him on, and we asked Hunter Pence, what's wrong with Matt Chapman? Why can't he hit a high fastball? You can't make the major leagues if you can't hit a fastball. Now, the fastball's changed. You got, it used to be short relievers through 95. Every starting pitcher in baseball throws 95, it seems like. This guy tonight, Christian Scott, has got, and his fastball just takes off on you. He is a power arm. But why can't Chapman hit a high fastball? Go back to the hip injury in Oakland, and, Hunter said, and I think he's got a slight leg lift, that he was not on time. And Hunter broke it all down for us, and I think now watch him, and we'll break it down when we do Papa's plays later, and he's not getting his foot down too early. There's a timing mechanism. It's hard to do this, where you want your foot down and you're balanced, but you're not down too early and you're lunging. He doesn't have a big Kirby Puckett leg lift, but he does get up on his front toe and then he's down. But beyond that, his hands are in position. He's all ready to hit. And if you go back, the last two games have been great. But really, he's been hot for the last couple of weeks. You go back to a game on Friday night against the Reds on May the 10th, and it was a tough loss that night. His last two at-bats, he hit one deep to center, and he pulled one to left center. Eric Karros mentioned it on the broadcast the next day on Fox, and Bo Mel mentioned it. It wasn't like he was just pulverizing the ball the way he is lately on the high fastball, but at least he was hitting it. He was driving it. It just didn't carry out on a cold Friday night at Oracle Park. Now he is turning that pitch around. He is on time, and he's destroying it. I mean, John, 2 weeks ago, going into that game, he was hitting 205. The overall numbers on base was 255. The slug was 331. In his last 2 weeks, he is hitting 414. He scored 14 runs, 13 RBIs, 4 homers over his last 11 games. And it all coincides with that game on May the 10th. So I don't know, after they came back from the Colorado end of the trip where they were in Boston and Philly, and we asked Hunter about it, what's wrong with Matt Chapman. Maybe Barry got to him then, I don't know, or Pat the Bat and Mechanical Mike. But he has solved it. And right now, Matt Chapman is on a heater.
Let's talk about some of the young guys. We'll get into not only yesterday and what happened, but last night, the Matos play that he made to key that comeback. We'll get into that conversation as well. The pitching is doing a great job, and like I said, Randy Rodriguez put him on the young guy list as well. That is getting fans excited, and some people want to talk about Joey Bart as well, because without that comeback, that was a Joey Bart revenge game. We'll get into all those conversations. Callers sitting on the line as well, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. You can either hit us up on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well, so you can start that conversation. And, of course, you can hit us up, and we'd love to hear your voice as well. We'll do all that coming up. 10:50, we'll talk to Extra Bags about all of it. It's Pop and Lund on a Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. This Memorial Day weekend, declare your retirement independence with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. In fact, do it today. Having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have saved a lot. You're going to save a lot more. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300 and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, the phone number, 866-496-2300, or learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us. Giants come back. Will this spur some sort of a run? What was your favorite part of the comebacks? Lots to talk about. We're just gushing over Matt Chapman. Give us your thoughts at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Extra bags. Andrew Baggerly is going to join us in about 15 minutes. Do not miss that. And do not miss about 10 past the hour. 10 past 11, we'll flip it to the Niners. Pop was at camp yesterday. His impressions, new man crushes, and everything else. So we'll do that at about 11:10. Let's go out to one of the best names I've ever seen on a screen, Woody Wonka. Woody Wonka is in Redwood City. Hi, Woody.
The golden
Welcome.
ticket. Woody.
That's right.
Hey,
Hi, Woody.
Hey, fellas. Good morning. No, I'm Willie's illegitimate uncle, fellas. But anyway, get back to it. First of all, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Second of all, I got back from Asia 3 weeks ago, and the Giants were not playing very well, and I called them out because I actually work for the Johnson family, and I kind of sort of can. But they turned it around. And my favorite Thin Lizzy song is "The Boys Are Back in Town."
There you go.
The boys are back in town. They're playing well. I got to give credit, though, to Mr. Bob Melvin. He's a cool, calm, collected presence as manager. He's seen so much, he doesn't get flustered. And he teaches the kids, hey, do your thing, it'll happen. What do you guys feel about that? And Greg, before I get off, have you been to Papa Mac's out at 45th and Noriega? Best burger in San Francisco and probably the best hand dip.
No.
They got your name on the signage, brother.
Why? Does Woody Wonka have a tie there if I go? Am I going to Papa Where?
I'll tell you what, you're in the studio, I'll bring you a burger. Next time you're there, you let me know, and I'll bring it to you personally with some of my handmade chocolates.
No way. You gotta be kidding me.
Fantastic.
Let us
Handmade
know.
chocolate,
We'll do
Willy
that.
Wonka.
Wow. How about that? That sounds pretty good.
Yeah, Bob Melvin, I think, is interesting watching him. There's one way to look at it, that he's calm, and I mean, he writes the same lineup every day and just sends his guys out there. He shuffles them around. He's been trying to find the right spot for Soler up and down and everywhere, and Chapman as well. There are some things I'd like to see him be a little more aggressive, hitting into all the double plays, maybe start a runner here and there a little bit. But, you know, we got on him about the 6-2 loss on Tuesday, John, when they, didn't go right to the closer. He didn't make that mistake again when they had a 4-run lead, 9-5 on Wednesday. And then I think the real revelation, and we'll talk Matos and Ramos and Luciano, is after they took the lead yesterday in the 8th inning and went up 7-6. Who pitched the bottom of the 8th inning? Who the hell is Randy Rodriguez? Who is that? You could go, who is Kareem Garcia? Who is Randy Rodriguez? Has anybody heard of him before this year? He pitched at AAA last year, 27 games, began the year at AA. Giants signed him back in July of 2017, John, and he could not throw a strike. His walk total was really alarming. Even last year he walked 37 batters at AAA Sacramento in 37 and 2/3 innings. Whoa! That's 1 an inning. That's not good. And right now he is a strike-throwing machine. And what more of a role? Bob already slid him into that plus category yesterday, and I think part of it was you're worn down a little bit with the long games and extra innings and big scores, so your bullpen's not all available, but it looks like right away he trusts him in a meaty role. I think the underlying hero here, obviously several guys contributed in the big comebacks, but the bullpen holding it reasonably steady, and in particular Randy Rodriguez, has been a revelation. Who is this guy?
Right, and I'm biased this way. I mean, I know this isn't the way it works, but I love, power arms late in the game. I think it's been a long day, and guys are a little bit tired. Their bat might be a little bit slower, and I love Duvall in the 9th. I love eventually the thought, especially if, like you said, I love strike throwers. I don't like being on the edge of my seat like Aroldis Chapman the last couple of games for the Pirates, man. The dude can't throw a strike anymore, and you hate that as a fan. It's just like, look, challenge guys. If Rodriguez can be something, man, that would be a revelation. Now, I'm not saying he's earned an 8th inning role because he hasn't, because you got guys like Walker, and you have the veterans, and Bob stays with veterans and gives them more and more opportunity. But as excited as people are for Matos, and I get it, and Ramos, and I get it, and Wisely had a hell of a game. We haven't even talked about Wisely. The at-bats in the game that he had the game-winning hit. He shoots it right back up the middle yesterday. They got some guys worth looking for. Randy Rodriguez, if he can pitch this way, throw strikes, power arm, end of the game kind of stuff, man, I love that kind of stuff. And that could be as big of a revelation as any of these regular, everyday guys, no matter how good they are.
I mean, the ultimate power arm out of the bullpen in the history of baseball is the Cuban Missile, Aroldis Chapman. And it's hard to watch him pitch right now. He's down in velo and he can't get in the strike zone. But when he was first appearing, remember Dusty had him in Cincinnati. They didn't know if he was a starter or reliever. I mean, nobody threw harder. He is the highest strikeout per 9-inning rate in the history of the game. That guy is all that. But now you got a lot of guys that tell starters throw that hard. Maybe not consistently. But this guy, Rodriguez, I mean, how did he get in the strike zone? I think it's a very simple case of a guy, and he's been, pitching in the Giants system going back to 2018 after they signed him July of 2017. He's been around a while. He just couldn't get in the strike zone. He was at AAA last year. He had 37 walks in 37 2/3. That's 1 inning. That's unacceptable. Now, he offset that with 41 punches, so he's got the big arm. But when he's in the strike zone, whoa. I mean, his fastball's 98 miles an hour, and he comes at you with a slider that's way off of that. It's a whole different speed in the mid-80s. So that combination, that two-pitch, assortment in the bullpen will devour people. I mean, we'll see where it ultimately goes. He's not been a closer anywhere. He looks strictly like a right-handed setup guy. But, we said this with Sean Jelly. Like, did anybody think Sean Jelly would be this strong? Or we kind of knew Eric Miller would be. We saw him last year at AAA as a power arm, and he was the River Cats closer last year. And then, Jelly hangs one cutter, and you wind up giving up a slam, and they get charged to Blake. But this guy, Randy Rodriguez, right now, John, and you could tell the way Bob brought him back in both comebacks on Wednesday and yesterday, he was instrumental. If the manager's going to like a guy that throws 98 with an 85-mile-an-hour slide piece, and he throws nothing but strikes. There's no nibble in his game. He is just challenge. And honestly, up until a couple of weeks ago, did you ever hear of Randy Rodriguez?
It's been an awesome story. Let's get back out to the lines again. Hit us up on the text line as well. Scarecrow is in Sac. Hi, Scarecrow. Welcome, man.
Yeah. Question I have for you, and I guess concerns Luciano. With Chapman's increased range and Estrada's increased range, it ought to be fairly easy for them to maybe go with Luciano and maybe let him grow out of the inability to catch the ball hit directly at him.
Yeah, that one yesterday was alarming to me in the ninth inning. We talked about the indecision of the error he made in the ninth inning of the game. They lost 6-2 on Tuesday. That was more. He was in between. He wasn't sure if he wanted to rush and go for two, or a runner obstructed him and went by him and took his vision away for a moment. And I think that was just not enough reps playing shortstop. I'd have to say the same thing for the play yesterday, John, even though that was purely physical. I mean, he got completely lined up. The one thing about Ahmed, he's so impressive to watch, Nick Ahmed. He just always has his shoulders, his feet, the perfect width for the shoulders. He's never wide base and off balance or narrow and topple. He's just perfect every time. And every ground ball, no matter where it's hit to him, if he can get there, he gets lined up where the ball is right in the middle of the framework of his body, and he makes it look like fundamentally exactly the way you want it. That was where Luciano was yesterday. The ball was hit right at him. His feet were balanced. His shoulders were square. He got his butt down, and he kicked the ball. And then you start to think, is it because that was in the ninth inning? If that's the seventh inning and, different scenario in the game, does he make that game cleaner? Make that play cleaner? Was he pressing because this is, one of the outs is going to win you the game, and he just made an error? Is the timing still a little bit off at shortstop since he hasn't played a lot? But that error he made yesterday in the ninth, and they overcame it with a nice swipe tag right away and a good, low angle, a little bit of a sail throw by Patrick Bailey, but he got the tag on there. It's a play like that where you think, wow, he's still going to cost you outs. You got to get here and there.
Yeah, that was extremely alarming because there was no real excuse. I didn't think there was an excuse in the first game either, but I guess you could say he was rushing to make a double play or whatever you want to say. But the one yesterday was just a simple play. He made a great tag. By the way, we haven't even talked about Patrick Bailey yet. Patrick Bailey is of everybody, and I think you and I agree with this because we were talking about the under 25 and how, you'd put Bailey behind Brock. I agree with that 100%. They're just different. I mean, Casale's got to play it. I'm glad Casale's on this team, and you and I talked about it, versus Blake Sable and everything, but the way that Patrick Bailey, I know he was off yesterday, came in late, but the way that Patrick Bailey played in game number 2, his bat is starting to play. He's starting to get some confidence, and, with any catcher, whatever they give you with a bat is a bonus. But, I mean, there's a switch-hitting guy. He seems to come up with big hits. He seems to be a big late-inning kind of a guy. And then it wasn't a great throw. Luciano made a great tag, but point is that, they make up for it. He throws out the pinch runner because, you got a fast guy. Pinch runner comes in for the Pirates. If he makes it to second base, all of a sudden you're putting a ton of pressure on you. Luciano's sitting there like I was in Little League. Don't hit it to me. Don't hit it to me. Don't hit it to me. I mean, Patrick Bailey's getting to be a star, man. I guess is the point in all that.
I thought he was going to win Rookie of the Year last year, and Corbin Carroll was a top 5 finisher in the MVP, but he faded down the stretch and it got bad. They are going back to Citi Field. Remember last year when he hit that walk-off on the Friday night game when they went to Flushing, and it was June the 30th, and he was the rage of baseball right then. I think right then he was as good of a player as they've had, and then he fell apart. So there's no doubt he's a foundational piece. When Andrew Baggerly joins us, John, at 10:50, he was talking about the young guys, and actually a couple of Fridays ago he did a piece on Ramos and Matos, and now Luciano's here. What do the Giants do with him when Nick Ahmed is fully playable and gets over the wrist? Michael Conforto is going to come back maybe next week, and then Austin Slater is going to go on a rehab assignment here. Matos still has some issues in the outfield that are alarming, and do you let him just play it through with his bat-to-ball skill? The ball that glanced off his glove, he went a long way for that ball. I don't know. They both would have been backhand plays by Ramos and Matos. When I watched it initially, I think the left fielder's got to catch that ball. But then they actually both kind of converged at the same time. They went a long way. Just the miscommunication or lack of, maybe they haven't played enough together. I think they did a AAA, though. It's just a little awkward dance. And then he did, it's a hard play, but the ball did glance off his glove and went over the wall for the home run by McCutchen. And then later he completely got turned around. I mean, just like a top. He didn't know where he was, and he raced back to the wall way too close and let a double go into a triple. They wound up stranding that runner. But the one thing that's interesting is you look at it.
Real quick, Slater can't come back instead of these guys. No way. There'll be a mutiny.
He will. I mean, ask Baggerly.
He can't.
You
cannot have him above
Matos.
You can't have him above Matos. You can't have him above Ramos. These guys have given this team a ton of energy, and at this point, they make mistakes. I get it.
Well, then how are you going to put Slater on the roster?
He doesn't need to be on this roster. He doesn't need to be on this roster.
Okay,
no way.
Ask Bags
I get it. I know what's going to happen. I'm just telling you. Matos has earned a spot. He's going to make mistakes, but his energy overcomes it. What he did in the second game of the series, he won the game. And right now, Ramos hits the home run yesterday. He's starting to learn. Slater is not better than those guys. He is no way better than those guys. And I get it. If I'm Bob Melvin, he plays vets. I get it. I love Bob. Austin Slater is not better than those two guys. No way.
Baggs seems to think Ramos will be the one that'll go down. So we'll ask
I think that's a massive mistake. I mean, talk about killing a guy's confidence. He's come up here and he's played good baseball. Defensively, offensively, he's a better player than Austin Slater. It's not even close. I know what Baggs is going to say. I'm just saying, in this case, this isn't just this season. I've said this a million times. This goes back to July of last year. This is 300-plus at bats. Austin Slater is not better than those guys.
What did Slater hit from July to the end of the year last year?
Like 194. I mean, he was terrible. He was terrible, and he's been terrible this year. And I don't know how many chances.
270 for the whole year. So what did he get? 394 before then?
He was horrible. I have the numbers. I had it in my notes a couple of weeks ago. I'll bring it back up. But I'm not saying all these guys are doing it because Chapman and Bailey and all these different guys are doing it. But the energy came when these guys came up. And, Matos is going to make mistakes. I can live with it the way that he's playing. Ramos is going to make mistakes, but really has made not that many. He's still swinging at some sliders. There's no doubt about it. But defensively, he's been better than Slater. And offensively, he gives him energy. He's been better. I don't know how you can tell one of these guys that they're out. I mean, I think that's a massive mistake.
Well, I mean, Conforto's coming back, too. You got a glut of veterans coming back.
Conforto
the three guys,
deserves,
Matos, Ramos, and Luciano. You have Ahmed, you have Slater, and you have Conforto at some point. Now, again, the baseball gods have a way of solving these problems, but at some point you're going to have to make a call if they're all healthy when they're playable.
All right, let's do it. Let's talk about it with Bags. There's no question, and it's probably going to happen, and everyone's going to get angry. But there's a ton of good stuff to talk about around the Giants after these 2 wins over the Pirates, and the Mets are struggling. So let's get into it next with Bags. Only here on the Sports Leader.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Papa, Lund, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
Stratton from the stretch. Here's his pitch. Chapman swings and belts one deep left center field. Bay on the run, going back at the track, looking up. It is gone. Matt Chapman again. Homers for the third day in a row here in Pittsburgh. Deposits that one into the Giants bullpen. It's a 3-run blast. And this is a 1-run game now. The Giants only trail 6-5.
Joe Rizzo, great call, and for the second consecutive night after the first one was a heartbreaker. The Giants show the resolve and they come back, and they're led by Matt Chapman, who and his eighth inning is about as good as it gets. That home run plus 2 sparkling defensive plays. Matt Chapman was great in the last couple of games of the series, and he's been red hot for quite a while now over his last 11 games, hitting .415. So let's talk all about it with Extra Bags, all the different things that happened in this series. It was a crazy one, and Andrew Baggerly, of course, reads great stuff in The Athletic and at Extra Bags. Make sure you're following him. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. My God, what's gone into Matt Chapman?
Wow. I mean, this was sort of what we heard about him, and people who've watched the A's for a long time obviously knew about him, is, he's streaky, and when he gets hot, he can really carry a team. And the one thing is the defense is there pretty much every day. And even then, there were a couple shaky moments. He had a couple errors in the series in Philadelphia, and when he said he was embarrassed by the way he was playing. And, you just know. I love watching him take infield. There are a few guys, whether it's Omar Vizquel, Brandon Crawford, Matt Chapman, when he's going through his routine, and Bob Melvin's always the guy hitting him fungos. It's always Melvin. They're always the two that are working together. He has a definite routine he goes through. And you watch him make throws from different angles, throws on the run, throws from foul territory. And he practices all of that. And that's why he always seems to have his legs under him and to always be able to, and he gets so much carry on his throws, even when you think he's not going to. So, you look at his defensive series alone, and it was just sparkling. And then you see that he hit a homer in all 3 games and really ignited a couple of those comebacks. And, I mean, I was thinking when Luis Matos had his huge series against the Rockies with a couple of great catches and knocking in 11 runs in 2 games, I couldn't remember the last time a Giant had that dominant a 3-game series. And then they go on the road and play another 3-game series, and Matt Chapman might be even better. So, that's what you need. Sometimes you need someone who can step up and carry the team a little bit, and the Giants haven't had that until now.
Now, they may have back-to-back POWs, Players of the Week. It hasn't happened since 2002 when it was Barry Bonds and Jason Schmidt. So he's been hot, not just this week, really going back a solid fortnight. That May 10th game against Cincinnati, he began to drive the ball and he started getting hits. But you wrote a story, Bags, on May the 13th about, no, Matt Chapman's swing isn't slowing down, and here's the data to prove it. And when I read it, I thought, okay, his bat speed is still there. When he barrels it, he is hitting the ball hard, but he had an obvious hole in his swing on the top rail. He could not catch up to a high fastball, and they were feeding him fastball after fastball after fastball. He was paralyzed. The homers he hit the last 2 days, we tomahawked both of them. The one against Jones, the one against Stratton were 95, 96, and above. So was it just the analytics showing it and them showing him to get the confidence? We're hearing about Barry Bonds being an influence there. They do have, the pitching machine, Mechanical Mike, that they break out, which feeds nothing but high fastballs. I mean, Brandon Belt was paralyzed by this pitch for most of the first 2/3 of his Giant career. He couldn't hit it. Yaz has a problem. How do you think Matt Chapman solved the high fastball problem in like 2 weeks?
Yeah, you know what? Barry has been around a lot. When I think of the high fastball thing, the first guy I think of is Hunter Pence, because he used to really hit the high fastball. And I remember he hit a homer in the World Series in Kansas City. And I think it fluttered past the "we're not in Kansas anymore" sign that a Giants fan brought. It was one of those Hunter Pence signs. It said Hunter Pence really thinks he is still in Kansas, even though they're from Missouri. But I remember asking him, like, how do you hit those pitches that are so high up? And he said when he was in Houston, he had a teammate who would crank the tee all the way up, and he would practice his swing on high fastballs. And that teammate was Pedro Feliz, of all people, former Giant.
Whoa, Pete Happy.
It is something. There is something to be said for having an adjustable bat and being able to not have the same groove swing all the time. Because if you do, all the scouting reports are going to reflect it. The pitchers are going to attack, the holes in it. And, I don't know if you can say that Matt Chapman's got a groove swing or an adjustable bat swing. Hunter Pence certainly had an adjustable bat swing. Pablo Sandoval did. Buster Posey did. That's what made those teams so difficult in the postseason to pitch to, is because they could hurt you almost anywhere. So I think there's a lot of value in having somebody who can make those adjustments. And, when you're Matt Chapman, I think that the value of what we tried to report was, hey, it's real easy to watch him swing through, 96 at the top of the zone from Zach Wheeler, who's one of the best pitchers in baseball, and think, oh, my gosh, this guy's in his 30s. Has his bat slowed down? Has he got to cheat to get to the fastball now? Now it's going to make him lay out in front of every breaking pitch. And you see that happen with guys, in their 30s, mid-30s, even early 30s. And that's the one thing that was very easy to debunk looking at the numbers is, no, this guy still gets it through the zone faster than anybody except for a couple of hitters in all of baseball. I think it's O'Neill Cruz and Giancarlo Stanton are the only guys who had an average, faster speed. But that also means you're in and out of the zone quick. So it means that if you're off a little bit in your timing, it's really going to show, and it's going to make it hard for you to barrel pitches. So it's not like bat speed is everything, but it's not like he was losing it. That was the thing I think we were trying to show. Because, hey, look, O'Neill Cruz hit a couple of balls 120 miles an hour exit velocity. He's not exactly a guy who's going to make an all-star team right now. He's sitting there with an OPS plus of 107, so he's barely more than a league average hitter. The exit velocity, swinging hard, that doesn't mean everything, but it just means that you have that physical tool still, and it's not a tool that's eroding. And that's, I think, what maybe gave him some confidence that he just had to make some adjustments, and obviously he's pretty locked in right now.
Andrew Baggerly joining us, obviously talking about a crazy series in Pittsburgh. They lose the first one in heartbreaking fashion, then come back and win the next two. Matt Chapman, obviously, in the middle of all of it. So, an overriding question of this whole thing, and we were just talking about it, is when everybody comes back, what happens here? Montos has given you a bunch of energy, and Ramos, and obviously we saw Luciano kick another one yesterday. So how are they going to fit everybody together when they come back?
Yeah, that's the big question. I think it's an open question. I don't think the Giants know the answer to that. I do think that of all the guys they've brought up, the guy who you probably can safely say is going to be with the team probably for all of the rest of the season, if not most of it, is Luis Matos, just because they need an everyday center fielder now with Jung-Hoo Lee out for the season. You look at what Tyler Fitzgerald has done since they sent him down.
Man.
I think they had to send him down just because he's never, ever been in this role in his baseball life, where he's been a bench guy. And you needed him to start playing every day and get some confidence back. And, boy, is he ever. He's, hit 5 homers and a couple doubles in his first couple games for Sacramento. So there could be a point where, Fitzgerald's hitting and Matos is scuffling and they swap him out. But I think Matos is the guy you look at and you think, okay, this guy's probably going to be, on the team the rest of the season. They need an everyday replacement for Jung-Hoo Lee. With Slater, he's a guy who has not looked very good, obviously, early on. He's had a lot of injury issues the last couple of years. When he's been right, he's a guy you want on your roster. He's a guy you want in those matchups against left-handed pitching. I don't know if you necessarily look at, the near term and that discounts what he's done in his career up until now. I know there's a lot of fans who are just like, kick him to the curb. Elliot Ramos is younger. He's more exciting. We want to see him. And I get that. But, and I do think they need to find out this year what they have in Elliot Ramos, because next year he's in Joey Bart territory. He's out of options. So, you need to kind of figure out some things about Elliot Ramos now and whether he can really be, a guy who can help a big league roster. So, but I do think that it's going to be on Ramos to keep producing and keep forcing the issue, because I don't think they are going to kick Austin Slater to the curb. And with Nick Ahmed, that's a really interesting situation because, if you don't have Fitzgerald on the roster, you almost need to keep Luciano. And I know Brett Wisely can play the infield a little bit and Tyro can play short, but I could really see a situation developing where Nick Ahmed comes back and Marco still gets a lot of reps at shortstop, especially when Blake Snell's pitching, when Kyle Harrison is pitching. Those guys are strikeout guys, fly ball guys. They're not necessarily ground ball pitchers, but maybe you start Ahmed behind Logan Webb. Maybe you start Ahmed behind Jordan Hicks. Maybe you have Ahmed come off the bench as a late inning defensive guy in Luciano's starts when the Giants are up, a couple runs in the late innings. A move that probably would have helped them a couple times in this Pittsburgh series if they had Ahmed on the bench to put him in there for late inning defense. I could see that situation working out where both of those guys can contribute in that position because Luciano's at-bats have been very good. I mean, he really does seem to have a lot figured out in terms of his swing decisions, and that's just going to lead to good results. And I think the Giants really value that as an organization. So I could definitely see Luciano hanging around even after Ahmed comes back.
Yeah, he's 22. He's been around since they signed him at 16, and likewise for Matos. Ramos a little older. He's 24. He's going to have a 25th birthday in early September. Obviously, Slater, you addressed. Conforto is going to come back maybe as early as next week on the next homestand bag. So, I mean, how do you even divvy up playing time? You know, the baseball gods have a way of working out your 26-man roster. But, you know, how do you play Conforto, Ramos, Yaz, you know, Slater when he comes back? I mean, Conforto's a left-handed hitter who would be in theory, against righties, but he was hitting lefties well this year. Does that leave just at-bats for Ramos right on left? Do you have to send Ramos back to play every day? I mean, we're talking Slater, but Michael Conforto should be back sometime next week.
Yeah, you're right, and they've got Ryan McKenna, who they picked up, and I'm sure they would like to slip him back through waivers if they can. I don't know if that's probably going to be an automatic move. I would assume it is, but getting Conforto back on the roster shouldn't be a problem. It's more a matter of, you know, how much do you play him? And, you know, this guy's off to a fairly decent start. I mean, he's been a pretty good offensive player over his career. He's got a 139 OPS plus right now. I mean, he's a guy who I think they're going to, I think he's going to play mostly every day when he comes back. And you're right, that's going to pinch Ramos's role quite a bit. And that's a tough thing to do. I mean, it's a really, really tough role for a young person to be in, you know, that sort of Slater role. So I could see them having, you know, Yaz and Slater going back into that sort of platoon situation in one outfield spot. And then maybe you got Ramos and Conforto doing a similar thing in another. But, you know, you also don't want to necessarily put Ramos in that position where he's, you know, coming off the bench and he's getting sparse starts against lefties. And also you want to pay heed to Conforto and the fact that he has hit lefties well. So there is a little bit of a conundrum there. And like you said, sometimes these decisions work themselves out. Someone else will get hurt in the interim. But ultimately it'll go by performance and they'll go with the guys who give them the most confident matchups. But, you know, it's good to have, like they always say, you hear managers say all the time, it's a good problem to have. And I suppose it's better than the alternative and not knowing how you're going to fill out a lineup card.
Let me go back to Ramos just for a second because you said something really key. This year they can send him, you know, they can send him down, do whatever. But next year, like I said, he's out of options. This Slater thing goes back to last year even. And look, I like Austin Slater. It's nothing against him, but I'm sure you get the same feedback that we do, that everybody wants Austin Slater DFA, and it seems to me that it comes down to Ramos or Slater.
I mean, yeah, and I think that's probably why, you know, teams normally, especially at this point in the season, still early, you look to kind of protect your inventory a little bit. I mean, if you DFA Slater and you go with Ramos and then Ramos, you know, absolutely goes into a tailspin, you know, you really don't have a lot of sort of a secondary move at that point. I think that, you know, I would expect that they'll make the move to protect the inventory. They'll give Slater another little bit of run. And if it's not working out, then maybe they react after a while to that. But, you know, I think it's going to be up to Ramos to continue, like I said, to force the issue and keep showing that he is, you know, an option that they should consider to play every day. And, you know, that he can only do that by playing good defense and having good plate appearances, which to this point he has. I mean, he has gone out of the zone a little bit here in that Pittsburgh series. He also hit a homer. So, you know, it's something that they're going to work through on a day-to-day basis, and I don't think that they have the answer right now. I think that they're going to watch and react, and, you know, that's what you know, a manager, a coaching staff, a front office, that's what they do. I mean, that's sort of an ongoing process over the course of a long season.
Yeah, Conforto was hoping to come back in New York, obviously, being a former Met. That's probably unlikely, so we'll probably see him next week when they come back home and Memorial Day Monday against the Phils. And he got 3 over the weekend against the Mets, Bags. And then the Phillies come in. And I know you went to Citizens Bank Park. How good is this team? I mean, you look at their one-loss record, and the Phillies have the best record in the history of their franchise. as far as this stage of the season, 51 games in. They've won 37 and lost 14. That's a .725 percentage, which would get them 117 wins. But over the last 35 games, Bags, they're 29 and 6. It's almost like Sparky's Tigers in '84 that went 35 and 5. We thought the Dodgers may win 117. Are the Phillies the best team in baseball?
Yeah, and I got to give a shout to Corey Stavenhagen. Wrote a great piece about those '84 Tigers that just went up on our site in the last day or two. So if you're just a baseball fan or you're interested, check that one out. I loved it. I loved reading that one. That was really interesting. Talked to Kirk Gibson, Alan Trammell, all those guys. And as someone who was an 8-year-old Cubs fan in 1984, who still has just a little bit of hate in my heart for Tim Flannery for hitting that ground ball.
Bull Durham?
Bull Durham? Yeah, I still, that's my only sort of, my only kind of consolation is that the Cubs probably would have gotten steamrolled by that Tigers team anyway. But no, you're right. This Phillies team is fantastic. When I walked out of Philadelphia after that series and I said, you know what, we talked Braves, Dodgers, Braves, Dodgers, Braves, Dodgers. I think the Phillies might be better than both those teams. And they've got everything. They've got, I sound like what's that guy Stefan from SNL. This team has everything. They've got hitting, they've got defense, they've got relief, they've got great starting pitching. Not only Zach Wheeler and Aaron Nola, but Ranger Suarez. I mean, they can throw so much at you, and they're just their lineup is deep. They got a lot of power. They can steal bases on you. They just put a lot of pressure on an opponent in a lot of ways, and you hope that maybe they enter not quite as hot as they were when they were in Philadelphia, but they're a challenge. And then after that, you got the Yankees, and it'll be interesting to see how Giants fans respond to Aaron Judge coming to San Francisco for the first time. I know it's been a while, but still maybe some thoughts there. So it's going to be a tough homestand for sure. The Giants have played a little more on the road than most teams have, I think, to this point. Their second half schedule is a little more tilted toward home. They've also gone to the East Coast a lot early. So it's been a little bit of a taxing challenge, I think, and Bob Melvin's talked about that. You can't complain about the schedule. Everyone's got to play it. Everyone's got pinch points and challenges and difficult areas of the schedule. But the one thing about the Giants is, they have not done so well against teams over 500. I want to say there's something like 6-14 or something like that against them. Don't have it in front of me, but for this team to show that they can contend, you're going to have to. Maybe you don't have to sweep series against really good teams, but you have to at least compete and not get swept by them, and just find a way to pile up wins however you can. And they've done a good job, I think, against some of these teams that maybe they should beat lately, including the Rockies. But you're going to have to show a little bit more, compete a little bit better against some of these winning teams, and the Giants are about to face a bunch of them.
Great stuff. Bags, thanks so much for your insight. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, look forward to it. Have a good one.
Thank you, Bags.
You too. That is the great Andrew Baggerly. Make sure you're reading all his great stuff, following along. He does a tremendous job in giving you and us great insight into the Giants. All right, we're about an hour 10 into it, and we will get back to the Giants because, again, just a great series. A lot of people were calling yesterday, that's the best series they've seen in forever, and we'll preview the Mets and all that kind of stuff. And like you said, Phillies and Yankees after that. It's not going to get easy. But you were out yesterday because you were checking out 49ers. They don't call it mini camp anymore. OTAs. You were checking out.
It's organized
49ers.
Team activities. They have a
OTAs.
mandatory mini camp on June the 4th, 5th, and 6th. But a lot of guys were there, and it was my first chance to eyeball. We had seen the rookies, and Ricky Pearsall. We'll get deep into his route running ability. But we had seen the rookies before, but just seeing some of the veteran free agents they signed, like Jordan Elliott, what a beast he is, and Isaac Yiadom.
That's your new man
like
crush?
Ike. He is going to be a starting outside corner on this team.
All right, we're going to talk about it coming up next. Pop's observations from yesterday, and we'll get back to the Giants' great series against the Pirates. It's Pop in London, your Friday, only here on the Sports Center.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great JT Snow, he joined Tolbert and Kerry Crowley, sitting in for Copes yesterday to recap the Giants series win over the Pirates. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. So it's great to talk to Steve Moskowitz on a Friday. He has all the answers to your tax issues, especially this big one. What happens, Steve, if people can't pay their taxes?
We want to give them back their lives. This is a common situation. And you have a situation where here we are, it's May 24th. A lot of people are looking forward to their upcoming 3-day weekend, but a lot of people aren't going to enjoy it. They're just going to be thinking about their taxes, worried about when's that IRS agent going to come knocking on their door, when's their bank account going to get wiped out, when their earnings going to get seized. It doesn't have to be. The two biggest reasons when people don't file are fixable. The first one is people just didn't have the money to pay the taxes. No problem. Even if you haven't filed a lot of years, we want to make a deal for you with the government. What about if you don't have your records? No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and the state has on you. We'll file all the returns you need. We'll make a deal for what you can't pay, and then you can have a normal life and enjoy your holiday weekend and your life.
Call right now. Call right now. I'm not kidding. 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Third down, Garoppolo back, looking left, throws into a crowd, and it's intercepted by Yadam. Isaac Yadam stepped right in front of Marquise Goodwin. There was a crowd there, and Yadam, on Jimmy's second attempt of the night, intercepts him. It was a Monday night game of 2019, week 2 of the preseason. And Jimmy Garoppolo did not have a great game. I believe, John, if you recall, that was the night his quarterback rating may have been 0.00. The whole world freaked out.
Blutarski, yeah, I remember
How many INTs did he throw? He threw like a couple maybe in 3 passes. But it was Isaac Yadam that came up with that interception. The Niners call him Ike. He's been around the league for a long time. He was a Denver Bronco then. I remember going to Dove Valley with the Niners for the joint practices right before. They had 2 days of joint practices before on Friday and Saturday before the Monday night game there. And he was a backup player. He didn't mix in. They had they had the no-fly zone or just getting off of that, and they had a great group. And he didn't do a whole lot in Denver. Brandon Staley coached him a little bit there. Then he moved on to the Giants and Green Bay, Houston, and New Orleans the last year and a half. And watching the tape of him, he did play really well for New Orleans. He made 8 starts in the second half of last year. I watched in particular, games against the Rams, where Puka Nacua had a short, shallow cross against him. He lost a tackle on him and was able to convert a first down. But overall, he man-matched Puka a lot in that game and got on top of him. And then later when they went to Atlanta, did a good job against Drake London. So I was at 49ers minicamp yesterday, OTAs, John, not minicamp, but OTAs. And a lot of people impressed me. First of all, this new kickoff rule in the NFL is going to change football, I think, on every level, because the people copy the NFL. And, if college football adopts this or high school football, and you're just going to have to spend a lot of time in practice getting ready for it. I think everybody's trying to get a feel for how to exactly do it. So this new kickoff rule is going to be a major change in football as we know it. The D-line group in Kasarek's got a whole new group. Leonard Floyd is long, like Tim Kawakami said, really long. He has skinny legs, really skinny legs. We've watched his whole career, obviously, and he does set a good edge in the run game. So I think he's able to overcome that. Gross Matos, Yatir Gross Matos, big guy. He will be a classic, very different, just about the opposite body build of someone like Leonard Floyd. But they'll mix and match those guys. You would think Gross Matos would be in more in the base as a run player, and Floyd would sub in when they go to their turbo package. The guy that impressed me by far the most in the D-line was Jordan Elliott. He's just an absolute beast. We saw him last year in Cleveland. Niners could not run the ball on that Cleveland Brown front. Just incredible power. And they did a lot of the bag drill. Kasarek brought the bag drill out. And now that Darryl Tapp has gone to Washington, Mike Brown's son is elevated. So he's there as well on the D-line. And Jordan Elliott is just bull rushing and just knocking everybody over. What a powerful specimen that guy is. I think the combination, Malik Collins is not working out right now. So Malik's more of a classic twitchy 3 technique, a pass rusher. And Elliott will be a run player. But, we'll get to the rookies. Ricky Pearsall is special as a route runner. There's no doubt. But the guy that impressed me the most is Isaac Yadam. And just watching him in New Orleans, John, and I talked to Daniel Bullocks about him at length before we watched practice, is he's a natural press man guy. He just gets down low, and he just gets up on you. But he's got to acclimate, because the Niners don't run a lot of cover 1. They run some, but a lot of cover 3. He's got to get out and bail. And to watch him flip his hips pre-snap, where he was disguising what he was lining up in. He would show press man. He would open up and come off, like way off the line. And then he would come back down and get on a press, or he'd do it. And when a motion man came his way, he bumped it perfectly. And he's skinny. He's got skinny legs, so the ability to tackle is going to be key for him. But the way he moves his feet in short area out of his back pedal, whether he's playing press or bail or off or whatever he's playing, he had a couple of routes where he just shut down Deebo Samuel. One time on a slant route, he got inside, he broke it up, and then Deebo tried to go down the right sideline against him, and he was just hipped up on him the entire way. He did, PBU the ball, he broke it up. He landed hard, and he wound up tweaking a hamstring, and he was dominating that whole series of the defensive sequence. He wanted to stay out there. He came out for a play, then went right back in, and I think it was a groin injury, but he got back out there and played. I think there's no doubt. And, Renardo Green's a rookie. Mustafa's impressive also. But if the Niners had to line up and play right now, Charvarius Ward would be one outside corner. Diamador Lenore he'd be your outside corner in the base, but he would go inside in the nickel. And Isaac Yiadom, Ike, would be your other outside corner, without a doubt.
All right, let's get more into it. We'll continue to talk about camp. Plus, we know all about Brandon Ayuk's situation, but is there another player on the offensive side this contract has got to be looked at as well? We'll get into that conversation coming up next. If you want to talk some Giants, we'll get back into that after we talk to our good friend David Lombardi about 11:50. His observations from camp, we'll talk about at 11:50, and then we'll get back into the Giants in the noon hour. I want to get your thoughts on a just completed crazy series, great series, ended up to be after that disappointing first game. We'll do that in the noon hour. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Center.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, Memorial Day weekend. I got big plans to get a lot of sleep all weekend, and I'll be on my Sleep Number bed where quality sleep is helping me boost my reaction time, recovery time, and performance can do well for you. That's why the Sleep Number Smart Bed is designed for a one-of-a-kind, ever-evolving sleep needs. So make sure you take it to the next level. You know all about Sleep Number, adjustable firmness on each side. Only Sleep Number Smart Beds let you choose your ideal comfort, your Sleep Number setting, and feature cooling layers for more comfortable sleep. It's starting to get warmer at night, and now is a great chance for you to take advantage of. If you don't have a Sleep Number bed, they have a Sleep Number Memorial Day sale. You will save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition Smart Bed. Plus, you get free home delivery, which is key when you add any base. So they are great to deal with, but get it done by Monday because the sale will end Memorial Day Monday on May the 27th. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. If you want more J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Now get a Sleep Number bed this Memorial Day weekend only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Here, bases loaded. 2 down as Bart swings. It's a fly ball deep center field. Matos going back. He's at the wall. Looking up. It's gone. Joey Bart against his former team. And off of a pitcher that he knows very well, hits a grand slam.
Yeah, it felt good, definitely. I mean, just nice to score a pitch up like that. And, you know, you put in all the work, and, you know, you dream for swings in situations like that. So it was pretty cool.
Did the opposing team you hit it against make it a little sweeter too?
I don't know, man. I'll take anyone I hit. So any home run, any base hit, anything. It doesn't matter who we're playing.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. Exciting series for the Giants. The last time you and I spoke, they had lost a devastating, that's too strong a word. They had lost a big game, and then they come back, show resiliency, and they hit the next two. That was, of course, Joey Bart. It could have been a Joey Bart revenge game, but Matt Chapman got involved in everything. Our good friend David Lombardi is going to join us at about 11:50, and we'll get more into camp, including if we need to be worried about another contractual situation. But obviously when Joey hits that home run like that, everybody's going to say, oh, should have kept Joey Bart, should have kept Joey Bart. What do you make of that?
Well, he tagged that one. I don't know if he thought he got it or not. I never seen him quite behave that way when he hit one, but he hit it. It's a bomb out to center. It's a grand slam. But he kind of waited and watched it. I think he knew he got it, and he styled a little bit, then gave it a bat flip, which was fine. You know, it's been going on in baseball for years. He had a double later in the game on a kind of a check swing where he just kind of, you know, pulled back a little bit, but he took it right down the left field line for a 2-base hit. So he's a powerful guy. I'm a little surprised he didn't show more power as a Giant. I remember his first few games that pandemic year. What did he open with, John? Like 5 straight games he had a double, and he had a couple where he hit him to the warning track, off the wall, and you thought, this guy's got strong hands. When he barrels it, it's gone. But he just did not show consistent power with the Giants. I remember Alcantara. Remember the home opener a couple of years ago? What was that, 22 year, I think it was? He had a home run on the home opener and got off to a good start. So we know the power's there for him, and I'm a little surprised he hasn't shown more power in the big leagues. But the game was full circle for Joey. He hit the grand slam early to give him the 5-1 lead, but he boxed some balls later in the game, and he had one inning where it was the inning where Luciano came down. I think it was the 8th inning it must have been when they scored all those runs, but he had a great block on the ball in the dirt. He did a textbook with the block, but as he scrambled to his feet to get the ball, he slipped and lost his footing, and his throw was way offline, and Marco got down to second base. Good read. And then, with PitchCom, you don't see a lot of cross-ups anymore. We saw one with Bailey earlier on the series, Sean, where you weren't sure, but he just boxed a ball. Even if he was crossed up, the ball hit him right in the middle of his catcher's mitt, and it just went away, and Luciano went over to third base. And so that was like, what's going on here? And then he got kicked out of the game at the end, and it was a terrible call by the first base umpire on a check swing on a 2-0 pitch. It was not close to being a swing, and the umpire called a strike, and it changes everything, obviously. And I think on the very next pitch, John, he grounded out to Chapman, who made a great play off the line. And as he was going down the line, Joey got kicked out of the game because he yelled a naughty word at the first base umpire. So it started great with the grand slam and the double, but there was some issues with catching the ball later in the game, blocking balls, slipping and sliding, just blatantly blocking one, which all contributed to his team ultimately losing the game.
Yeah, look, he's been solid. I mean, he's generally been solid for Pittsburgh. Sometimes it takes guys, a little bit longer, but I'm not of the opinion that they should have kept him. They just kind of ran out of time, and I hope that same thing doesn't happen with Ramos, but it could. But you mentioned the umpiring. Look, you look at the umpire auditor and all these different things, and they get 90+% of the plays right, but maybe it's just me, and I brought this up to you before. I thought this was one of the worst behind-the-plate umpire series I've ever seen. I thought they were atrocious. I thought they were inconsistent. Saw the game last night between the Orioles and the White Sox and how that ended on an interference with tying runners on base. I thought that was terrible. Rob Manfred came out earlier. There's too many bugs in the system. They're not going to bring even the minor league system up where you can challenge the calls. I don't see the issues. I think that happens pretty fast. I mean, again, I'm not one to complain about officials. I don't like to do that, and I don't know that one lost or won a game, but I think there were, 15 missed calls in that first game and 12 went against the Giants, I think is what umpire auditor said. I know these guys are trying. I know it's a difficult job, but did you think the umpiring behind the plate in this series was as bad as I did?
Yeah, well, it was inconsistent, but more so was the appeal. I mean, Joey had a beef. The appeal at first base. That was a joke. There's no way that was a swing. Who was that? Tosi at first base yesterday, Alex Tosi. It changed the whole at bat. It should have been 3-0. He's 2-1, and he grounds out. The one thing I would say, and Sandy Alderson, when he left the A's, went to work for Major League Baseball. He was third in command. One of the first thing he did, he got all the umpires in their union, which is a solid union. It was back then. He fired all of them when they went out on strike one year, got rid of the bad ones, only rehired the good ones. And then he came back with the QuesTech system, it was called then, where they basically put up cameras all around home plate. And it wasn't so much for our consumption during the games immediately, but you knew it was there. And the umpires, especially the plate umpire, knew because they got evaluated right after the game on, whether or not they had a good game. And the thing is, behind the plate, if you're not at 99, 100%, you had a bad day. So if you're at 95, 96%, you get graded down. And I think the one thing is this extreme velocity the pitchers are throwing with and the movement of the balls, and it's even a little bit less, I guess, since they took the sticky stuff away, but still, every pitcher in baseball, you never saw a guy throw 95 unless he was a short closer. I mean, how hard did Goose Gossage throw, seriously, or Vida? These guys are every single guy. Randy Rodriguez is throwing 98. Who is he? Every guy. The guy the Mets are going to pitch tonight is going to be 96 and firm with a sweeper, and, geez, you can't hit this. Numbers are down. and then you can't umpire it. Did you read, John, what Carlos Correa proposed the other day? And that guy's a smart guy in every regard. Analytics, as a player, he's smart. He's a leader. I know he was involved in the sign stealing scandal in Houston, but he's also smart with that. But he thought, give the umpires a pitch comm bug in their ear. So it's not just the pitcher, catcher, the middle infielders. I think the center fielder's got one if he wants. The umpire should know what the pitch is. So he knows, like if it's, Paul Skeens on the mound, he knows he's throwing his fastball. And that's going to be straight and 100 miles per hour as opposed to this splinker, which is half splitter, half sinker. And I thought, what the hell's that? No, don't all splitters sink? No, his is different. It's not like Kevin Gausman's splitter that just goes down and it's a changeup. It's just a few miles per hour off, and it's more like a two-seamer, really, but he's holding it differently with his finger, and the ball just goes down a little bit. But should they give the home plate umpire pitch comm earbug so he knows what pitch is coming? I would have to think that would make it easier for the plate umpire to call the pitch if he knows what kind of pitch it's going to be.
Yeah, I think anything to improve it. It was Dan Bellino in the night they lost. I thought it was terrible. And Tony Randazzo was the second game. And it was just, like you said, it was inconsistent. You're getting – look, they were saying it during the game. It's if you're going to call the low pitch, call the low pitch. All of a sudden, late in the innings, they hadn't called the whole game, and now they're calling low pitches. And I mean, every time a guy calls a timeout now, it's because he's disgusted with a pitch. I mean, it seems like every time he has – he's in a tough stretch again. He struck out 4 times on Wednesday night, I think. Every time it's just like, guys are calling it a disgusted timeout. That's what the timeout is used for. I hated that call. I'm gonna protest, and I'm gonna throw my hand up in the air and walk out and try to gather myself because you just made a bad call. And again, it's a tough job. There's a ton of these pitches. We got a box. We're sitting on a couch with a beer. I mean, I know how much easier it is to sit there and umpire from home. But it just seems like not only are the pitches being missed, but they're inconsistently being called, and it would just drive you crazy. And and I think fans know this, but I mean, it's a 1-1 count, and it's a difference between a 2-1 and a 1-2, which is massive. And now all of a sudden the batter has to protect, and it's not just against the Giants; it's against everybody. I want a fair called game, but I just felt like in this series specifically, I was watching so many pitches that I'm like, what are you looking at? But you bring up a good point. I mean, these pitches are moving. These pitches are moving so damn much now that it is difficult.
It's a blur.
But damn, yeah.
Well, I
got to figure something out.
So I went to a couple of AAA games last year, and one day, actually, Waterboy Marcus was right with me in Vegas, and it was a midweek game because in the PCL, they use the ABS system, the automated balls and strikes, differently during the week than they do on the weekends. And we sat right next to the guy that was implementing the little iPad and how it all worked, and he gave us a rundown. I thought it was quick. It's kind of like we're moving into the French Open and the Cyclops and tennis and Wimbledon. It's technology that Wimbledon has is instantaneously, and you get a ruling on whether it was in or out, and it's accurate as hell. Now, it's different with the fixed lines, and tennis can do that. It's hard when you have different, batters getting into the box. Fair balls and such, you could do that in baseball, but it's hard to call it. But it's what the commissioner said recently was the ABS system, when they do bring it into Major League Baseball, and it looks like it's not going to be next year, it would more likely be in 26. It would not be ready for 25. And just talking to a lot of the Vegas Aviator people, they feel as though there really are problems with the system to make it 100% accurate. So it's not ready. I don't know where it is this year, but when they do use it, it would be more of the weekend. In the weekend games in the PCL, the batter taps his helmet and he wants a challenge on the pitch. During the week, it just comes up automatically, and they rule it that way. So I think what the commissioner was saying is when they do use it, it won't be next year in 25. It would be at the earliest 26, and it would simply be a challenge system that would come from the hitter or the bench to challenge balls and strikes. And the reason they don't want to go to it full time, remember when we had Patrick Bailey on last year and we asked him about it? He got mad. He said there's already so many ways you've devalued the catching position. this would be the last straw. I mean, he was adamant. And Bailey's the ultimate pitch framer and getting low on one knee and stealing that low strike. The commissioner likes that, even though it is a way to get around the rule book and to deceive the umpire and the hitter. But it is something that's been going on for baseball for a long, long time. And Rob Manfred, at least while he's here, likes that. So it's not going to happen right away. Maybe in a couple of years' time it would be a challenge system. And the reason they want to keep it is they want to keep the skill of someone like Patrick Bailey alive and well in Major League Baseball.
The reason I guess that makes no sense to me, I understand tradition, but aren't we trying to be accurate? I mean, catchers are back there trying to steal strikes. How about just being accurate to a pitch as a strike or a ball? I mean, I understand Patrick Bailey because he wants to be valued. He wants to be paid ultimately, and if he can frame pitches and get analytically at the higher up in that, then he's going to make more money. But you're stealing pitches, you're cheating, and that's coming from me with very low moral value. I mean, don't you want to be accurate? Isn't it the whole point of the technology that we have is to be accurate so that strikes are strikes and balls are balls?
Yeah, we're going to have to ask an umpire on the bigger issue, and the issue they're having is they get fooled a lot by the catcher framing the low pitch and then bringing, like Bailey's just so expert at it.
He's great.
The ability to catch the ball on an upward, momentum, and he does it on pitches that are outside. He catches the ball and immediately pulls it back in. You wonder why an umpire, doesn't he see the movement of the glove? I think on the low one they are obstructed. They're blocked. They can't see that. On the one side to side, you would think you would be able to see the catcher catch it and then pull it back, but it's so subtle. It tells you how fast the pitch is coming. They're not really seeing it on delivery to the catcher's mitt. It's when the catcher sticks it. After that is where they're judging on where it is in relationship to the strike zone. So it's an art form on what Patrick Bailey is doing, but that is what the commissioner wants to keep in the game, the pitch framing.
Interesting. All right, let's talk to David Lombardi. Let's get back to the 49ers where you were yesterday. His observations on what he saw, and is there another contractual issue with the 49ers? We're going to do it next, only here on the Sports Leader. Well, not right here where I'm sitting, but it starts at Modesto Toyota, and it starts with big savings. Enjoy that summer coming up because you're going to go on a road trip with that new Toyota you want, with great deals just waiting for you at Modesto Toyota. So come in, check out all the new models and deals, or go to modestotoyota.com and see all the incoming vehicles. Then all you have to do is pick out the one you want, and like never before, now is the time to save on gas with the many hybrid cars, SUVs, and trucks. So check out the totally new, all-new, amazing Tacoma, and, of course, the powerful new Tundra. Even some models with big customer cash back. So this is my favorite part, though. Since 1965, Modesto Toyota, family-owned, thousands of happy customers like me. See the big smile on my face? Because of the great service and great prices. So it's the time. You're going on that road trip. Summer starts right here, right now, and it's time to get your new Toyota from Modesto Toyota, where there's no dealer markup, and the time has never been better, obviously. So we're getting all my Toyota. So come check out for yourself at Modesto Toyota and modestotoyota.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I love Nick being around. Love him getting a chance to do football with the guys and stuff. I think Nick's first year here after the Super Bowl, his first offseason, we had COVID. The next year after the offseason, he had torn ACL. And the year after that, he was in contract stuff. I believe that's right. And then this is the first year that it kind of just been a totally normal year. I think the one year that it was like that, he came to a few OTAs, didn't come to all of them, but he didn't just come at mini camp. So I'm glad he's here the first week, and hopefully he'll continue.
One of the big stories, Nick Bosa is there. Of course, Brandon Ayuk isn't. Either is CMC, so we'll get into that too, and everything that David Lombardi saw. You were out there as well yesterday. Gave us your thoughts. Let's get David's too, at Lombardi himself, and has always done a great job covering the 49ers along with the other crew at The Athletic. David joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, we're good, man. What are your observations so far? What jumps out?
Nick Bosa is yoked. Man.
Duh. Thank you, Captain Obvious.
It was funny. He was wearing this shirt that looked like it was ripped just because he was too big for the shirt. It was pretty funny the other day. But that is the annual tradition. You see how good a shape Nick Bosa's in every time that he shows up, whenever it be, and this is earlier than normal. In 2019, that was the last time I think that he was at OTAs, the voluntary portion of the offseason program, and he strained his hamstring in the second practice, and then they shut him down until training camp. And 2020, as you heard in the Kyle Shanahan clip that you just played, was the COVID year, so there was no voluntary offseason program. And then in 2021, Bosa was rehabbing from the ACL. 2022, I suppose he had a chance to be at the voluntary program, but he actually said that when he's at the 49ers facility, it's like recovery time because he's working harder with Joey back in their private gym in Fort Lauderdale. So he's like, okay, fine, I'll take a vacation and show up to OTAs. I don't know how many guys can say that they're working harder away from the facility than at the facility, but Bosa's one of them. Obviously, in 2023, he's dealing with the contract, so he didn't show up until the mandatory minicamp. But this year, it was important to Kyle Shanahan for Bosa to be there. I think one of the main reasons was that they have 6 new defensive linemen on the roster, and there's going to be significant turnover. I don't think that the D-line was proud of its performance, especially against the run this past year. They definitely want to change some things. So for Kyle, it was really important for Bosa to be there in this offseason program, and Nick agreed with him. Now, at the same time, Joey found it necessary to be down in L.A. because Jim Harbaugh and the new regime has taken over the Chargers, so Nick was going to be lonely working out at the gym in Fort Lauderdale anyway, so they're both out on the West Coast now.
And it's perfect. I was there yesterday, and it just means so much when Kasarik, they get out there. I know you gravitate towards the D-line whenever you're there rolling your video, David, as do I. Because that's really the epicenter of the football team. But for Nick to take the first rep and show all those new guys, Malik Collins is not yet working out. Just GTFO, how do you get off? They were working on spin moves yesterday and power bull rushes. Jordan Elliott is an absolute load. But what are you seeing from the new guys? If you saw Elliott much, the former Cleveland Brown, Gross Matos, obviously he's a bigger edge guy than Leonard Floyd is just... He's just lanky. He's got skinny legs, but he knows how to set the edge. What have you seen from the new crop of D linemen around Nick?
Floyd is just long and he's athletic. And that's right now it's going to be hard to gauge power because they don't have the pads on yet. We're not really seeing contact activity yet. So that's going to have to wait till the preseason and training camp and all that good stuff. But with Leonard Floyd, you see him in person and you're like, wow. I mean, it's almost like a wide receiver's body with a little extra bulk. And you could see how he's gotten so many cleanup sacks. And I hate this thought that a cleanup sack is a bad thing somehow, because that is a skill. And Leonard Floyd has perfected that skill. He's 39.5 sacks over the past 4 years. And anybody who's familiar with an ounce of 49ers tape, especially from last season, knows that they need an edge rusher opposite Nick Bosa who can clean up the mess that Bosa and Javon Hargrave are going to create. There were so many escapes last year from the opposite side. Bosa would win his battle, or Bosa would do a good job setting an edge, doing whatever, taking on a double team on his side, but the 49ers weren't getting enough out of the other edge. And that's exactly what Leonard Floyd has specialized in. I mean, 39.5 sacks over 4 years. You don't get to that number unless you're doing something really, really right. And he's relentless in pursuit. You can tell with the athleticism that he does bring to the table, you could see how he would be good in pursuit, and he applies his mind to it. Now, the interesting thing about Leonard Floyd is that for most of his career, he's lined up in a 2-point stance. He's come out of the 3-4 outside linebacker type of position. Last year in Buffalo might have been the highest rate of 3-point stance that we've seen from Leonard Floyd. He was about 50-50 between the 3 and the 2-point stance. It's going to be a lot more 3 with the 49ers than I think at any other point of his career. But what the 49ers saw on tape in Buffalo last year, he had the 10.5 sacks. He was putting a hand down on the dirt. I think they were confident that he's going to fit really well in this scheme. And, hey, they may even throw in some wrinkles from the Brandon Staley 3-4 days, some Vic Fangio wrinkles, because Staley is on this staff now. And I'll tell you what, Staley, he just glows whenever he gets to talk about Leonard Floyd, who he's coached twice with the Bears and then with the Rams. So I think that Leonard Floyd's the type of player that can cross the bridge the gap, I guess, for the 49ers between what they've run, and what they're going to continue to run under Nick Sorensen and what they might implement, some of the fresh ideas under Brandon Staley.
David Lombardi joining us from The Athletic, talking about their observations. Pop was there yesterday as well. Observations so far from OTAs. From the guys who are there to the guys who aren't, it seems like it's kind of conflicted message. Is CMC's absence, is that contract related?
According to, I think it was Mike Florio reported today, it was not contract related. I know he's getting married this offseason. I know he's got a lot going on, in his personal life. So I wouldn't read into 1 week of OTAs. There's a chance he shows up next week. Even if this is not officially contract related, even if that's the word coming out of a source connected to McCaffrey's camp, that's what Mike Florio reported. It's still worth noting that Christian McCaffrey is being paid less than the value that he's bringing to the 49ers, just because the running back market is so depressed. I mean, he's being paid. The deal that he signed with Carolina 4 years ago, remarkably, is still at the top of the league in terms of average per year. $16 million per year still outpaces all other running backs. It's very rare that you'll see a contract last 4 years at the top of the NFL without being surpassed. On top of that, the 49ers are getting a subsidized price because Carolina picked up Christian McCaffrey's signing bonus. So the 49ers are really paying Christian only about $12 million a year. And you think about what kind of impact he has on this offense, and you realize that Deebo Samuel's at $23 million, and somebody like, I know Nick Bosa's not on offense, but he's at $34 million a year, and Brandon Ayuk this year, before his new extension that we expect to be clear of $25 million, is at $14 million for this season. So Christian McCaffrey, the bang for the buck that the 49ers are getting in this deal is absolutely remarkable. And I just look at this from the big picture, from McCaffrey's point of view. He's taken 2 bites out of the apple so far, rookie deal and the record deal that he signed 4 years ago. Obviously, he's going to want one more bite out of the apple. He's under contract for this season and the next. Nothing is guaranteed in those 2 years. And it never has been a more pronounced need for the 49ers to win now. And never has Christian McCaffrey's value been higher to the 49ers. So, I mean, if there were a time for the 49ers to figure out a way to reward him, maybe with a little bit more security, I don't know, even a little bit more money, it would be now, even if he's not complaining about his deal. So I just look at fairness and value here, and I know that it's a business, and I know that running back franchise tag has really depressed the APYs at that position. But the truth of the matter is that he's just as important in the pass game as anybody else on this roster. And he obviously, because of the nature of contracts in the running back position in the NFL, is not being paid that way.
That was a big reason why John Lynch was so happy about getting him. Maybe he had to give up a lot in draft pick compensation, a second, third, and fourth, and a future fit. But Carolina had just converted a lot of his money. When they got him last year, he was making a little bit less. He was making $690,000. So he's up to $14 million now. I hear you. I mean, in reality, we're talking, this guy's worth $30 million a year easily. But the running back position doesn't command that. He's not going to get that anywhere else. It's just, I mean, he could argue that he's not a running back, but most of his snaps are at halfback. He's not a slot. So, I mean, how do they make this work for him? Because I think the difference with him, and you could say it about Saquon as well, they're not just running backs. They're offensive weapons.
Yeah, I think what ultimately needs to happen from the league-wide level. There needs to be these the classifications of running back and receiver. They're so rigid, and you can even throw tight end in there. We talked about this back when George Kittle was up for his contract in 2020. The classifications are way too rigid, and they don't reflect what the roles of these players are on the field. I mean, George Kittle, the time that he signed his deal, he was the 49ers' top target in the receiving game. So it wasn't fair to him to be lumped in with those tight ends, but that's the way that it worked. That's how he was classified. And now with Christian McCaffrey, it's an even more egregious example. With especially in Shanahan's offense, with running backs playing so much receiver and receivers even playing running back, I think that we need to start classifying players as just offensive skill position players and forget these individual positional franchise tags, because it's really hurting players like Christian McCaffrey who are so adaptable and obviously who are the most important weapons outside the quarterback position in the game today.
Papa Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Everybody wants to know about rookies and how they look. You got a rookie camp, but then they start mixing in with the veterans. So what about Ricky Pearsall so far? How does he look?
That guy can separate. I mean, he's that little stutter step that he has. It's dirty. He was getting opening against everybody at the rookie mini camp. Quarterbacks couldn't really get him the ball there, so we were waiting to see Purdy and company be able to throw him the ball. And as soon as that happened at OTAs, made several catches. There was one one-on-one battle that he lost to Rock Yassin, the veteran cornerback, which is a great battle. I think Josh Dobbs threw the ball. It was a deep out, and Rock Yassin, just a physical pass breakup. Their defense was excited over there on the sideline. But in his other work, and it was mainly against Ambry Thomas, Pearsall looked really, really good. The one that really, really stood out to me was I watched him come off the line of scrimmage, and I thought he was going to go deep. And I was already kind of tracking what a potential deep pass would look like. That's where my eyes were going. And all of a sudden I saw the throw come toward the sideline where I was standing, and it wasn't a deep pass. It was a comeback. And Pearsall had generated about 12 yards of separation against Ambry Thomas, because I guess I didn't see the break, but I guess he just stopped on a dime and came back to the football and made the catch. And, based on all the other movements that I've seen from him, it was an impressive route. So the question for him, and we've talked about this, going to be, how does he handle the physicality of the NFL game? I think there's every indication to believe that he's going to handle it well. I think he's got that strong base, big quads. He was physical in college. It's just everybody sees the weight. They see 189, 190 pounds, and they're naturally going to be concerned. I think that the tape says don't be concerned, but until you see it at the NFL level, and we won't see it until training camp and the preseason, you can't be 100% sure.
And the difference being, in college football, they play so much soft and off, and he's just running through a wide open pasture. They never reroute. I was there yesterday watching, and he lined up at an inside position, and Sam Womack III tried to take his head off. He just went right for his neck, and he could not. I thought it was a borderline penalty, and I was talking to the down judge who was standing next to me, but the key was they didn't flag it because Ricky got off the jam so fast, David, and he ran a post corner route. It was incredible. He wound up scoring a touchdown on it. I was amazingly impressed with his physicality and his ability to handle press man at the line. And later, and I think Ike Yadam is going to be the starting corner on the other side. The only guy that could beat Yadam yesterday was Ricky Pearsall. But I want to ask you about Garendo, Isaac Garendo. Without Christian here, Elijah Mitchell's getting a lot of carries, and J.P. Mason and Cody Schrader. They don't have a real fullback around. Juice is here, but really not, and they don't have another fullback on the roster. When I look at Garendo, his ability to catch out of the backfield, being a converted wide receiver earlier in his lifetime, David, is impressive. He's got the size at 221. If they put another 10 or 15 pounds on him, could he be the next Kyle Juszczyk?
Possibly. I don't know how much weight you would want to put on him, though, because he's so damn fast to begin with right now. I mean, we saw the relative athletic score, absolutely elite. You don't see high 4.3, I think maybe low 4.4 speed out of a 220-pounder very often. I mean, that's really, really rare. So if you do add 15 pounds to him, are you able to keep that kind of speed? Probably not. So,
but he's still faster than any other fullback in the league.
Exactly, but it's going to be a balancing act, and I don't know where exactly they're going to want to play him, but we go back to the adaptability because he used to be a receiver. That's a Swiss Army knife type of player, right? And I get it. With a player like Kyle Juszczyk, the players that you're asking him to block, I still remember 2019. This is kind of the moment that I realized how hard Kyle Juszczyk's job is. The moment I first appreciated it was week 2, 2019, where he had to block Carlos Dunlap, and he had to come across the formation and pick him up in pass protection, and it set up a touchdown for the 49ers. And Carlos Dunlap is a imposing defensive end, and you're asking a fullback. In Cincinnati, they won that game, I think 41-10 or 41-17. But anyway, that's tough, and it's tough to do at only 220. You're probably going to need to pack on the 10 to 15 pounds that you're asking, and that's why. That's why the fullback position is slightly different. It's not just going to be one of those spots where you can plug in your standard running back or your standard receiver. The body type is going to have to be a little bit different. But if he can keep a lot of that speed on, even at 235 or something like that, boy, yeah, that guy can be a weapon because, like you said, he's got a receiver's background. And remember that Kyle Juszczyk has a receiver's background as well. He played primarily in the slot at Harvard. Right. And he's proud of it. He calls himself a slot receiver in college. Everybody that talks to Kyle Juszczyk about his position in college, he's like, no, I played receiver. I didn't play fullback. I didn't play running back at college. I played receiver. And I think you see a lot of that in his game because he's as dependable as they come as far as catching the football downfield. I still remember that crossing pattern that he taught helped the 49ers get going in that NFC Championship game against the Lions.
Great stuff. Thanks for the report, David, man. I know we'll be talking to you throughout the rest of the offseason, into camp, and into the season, but we always appreciate the insight, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, thank you. We'll talk to you soon.
Take care.
Thank you, David.
At Lombardi himself, make sure you follow up, and he's got all sorts of great social media stuff in The Athletic, what he writes, so he is a multimedia superstar. Thanks to David Lombardi for the insider. At bottom of the hour, we're going to flip it back. Randy Wynn is going to join us at 12:30, so I'm before and after all these Pirates games, the craziness. We'll talk to him about a player's perspective. Can this series in which they lost the tough first one but then come back and win the last two in thrilling come from behind fashion, will that spur the Giants as they head off into New York and then head back home right after that? We'll talk to Randy Wynn about the Giants at 12:30. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants hitting coach Pat Burrell, the machine. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to break down the Giants hitting surge in Pittsburgh this week. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
What are we laughing about? Fill me in.
Yes, John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard that are not even based here in the Bay Area? Some are not even based in the entire state. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they are different. They are based right here in the Bay Area. That's what you want. For more than 25 years, it's been that way, and they're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live, which is nice. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to dolanlawfirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, with the spring and soon-to-be summer weather, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us, they're all outside. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That's the Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they have secured more than $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing upfront. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
It sound right, boy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Hola, Juan.
That is our good
John
friend.
Miller's back.
John
the
Miller.
Kahuna.
That's right. That is very exciting. Your favorite part of the series against the Pirates probably didn't have to do with anything with the first game, but how about the second game? You go Matos, you go Chapman. The third game, definitely Chapman, but there were some other reasons to be encouraged. Randy Rodriguez, Patrick Bailey was great during this series. Give us your thoughts, and can this springboard the Giants? We'll talk to Randy Wynn about it in about, where are we at? About 13 minutes we'll talk to Randy Wynn. Give us your thoughts at 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. That is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line, so anything that you want to make your opinion known about over the last three. But a couple of days ago, you and I were like, oh, my God, what's going to happen with this team? And, baseball players, they bounce back. There's 162 of these, man. It's not like in football where you have a whole week and we sit and obsess over it, then they play again. You got to have a quick mindset to turn around, and give the Giants credit, man, for them to turn around and do what they did after that big loss. That's impressive.
Lost a 6-2 lead going into the bottom of the ninth on Tuesday. Come back from 5-0 down on Wednesday. Yesterday they were down 5-1, 6-2, and win. So that's the second series in the history of Major League Baseball, and they've been playing this game a long, long time, to ever have a three-game series where 4-run leads were coughed up in every game. So it's amazing. And they were able to get 2 out of 3, and now they're on to New York. And one thing about Bob Melvin, his lineup is consistent. He's already posted his lineup today against the righty Christian Scott. And Jones and Skeens were electric, but this guy, what a fastball on him, a sweeper. He is the real deal. And it's going to be the same lineup we've been seeing. Matos is settling in as a everyday player in center. Lamont Wade at first, Estrada at second. I mean, Tyro's having a hell of a year. With the power and the RBIs, there's no hotter player in baseball right now than Matt Chapman. He'll hit cleanup and play at third. Bailey will catch. Jorge Soler DH. Ramos in left. Yastrzemski in right. Luciano at short, John. I mean, it's almost the exact same lineup he's rolling out there every single day against right-handed pitching.
By the way, Lamont Wade Jr., who we've talked about quite a bit, and you and I would love it if he was in the leadoff spot, but I get what they're doing with Matos and his energy. But in game number 2 of this series, to get on base 6 times, I mean, this guy is, we're not early in the season anymore, and this guy's hovering his on-base percentage around 480. Now, look, in game number 1, would we have liked to have been him be a little bit more aggressive in the 10th? Yep. But still, what he's doing here, I mean, he now qualifies, so he's like 50 points higher than anybody else in baseball. I think Jurickson Profar is number 2 as far as on-base percentage is concerned. My God, he's rolling.
And we'll ask Randy Wynn about it. I mean, for a while it was Mookie was second and Shohei was third, and late night Lamont was leading. So there's a theory on where he wants the hitters to hit. I think the number 2 hole in the lineup is the most important one, is the way Bob has seen it. So there's no problem having Luis Matos lead off if that's what he wants to do with his bat to ball skills. He gets on base even though he's not a big walk guy, and then Lamont. He's not hitting for much power anymore. He does have 2 homers on the year, but the on-base percentage leads all of baseball at 481. It's interesting. His on-base percentage is higher than his slugging percentage, which is very unusual. But he only has 7 extra base hits. He has 5 doubles and 2 home runs, and he's just a hit machine. I mean, he's got 41 total hits. He's walked 33 times this year, so he gets on base almost half the time. So he's a lock. How about Thairo Estrada, the year that he is having, John? We were talking about who's going to lead the team in home runs this year, and we thought for sure it was going to be Jorge Soler. Guy's got a 48 homer year, and what did he get last year? 36, 38, somewhere in there. I mean, they got a few guys that could be in the mix, but Thairo Estrada has hit, 8 home runs this year, and he's got 29 RBIs.
Yeah, and he got off to a slow start. He was one of those guys that was down in the order, and we were kind of questioning. As far as Soler, he'll have a great at-bat, and then, like in game number 2, they ended up winning it, and he did get he followed a home run with a double, and he was a big part of that whole thing in that comeback. But he's missing so many pitches. I mean, he had, in game number 2 specifically, he had a couple of sliders that were just hit this thing 500 feet. He won for a single, but he fouled a few back, and it's just he's still and he's just he's coming off an injury, so okay. But I can't make too many more excuses for the guy. But it's like he's had some pitches to just mash, and he's just missing them.
It'll be interesting. And the Mets got their number one lineup out there, Lindor. The Polar Bears got to hit number 2 tonight, Pete Alonso and Nimmo. And then you got J.D. Martinez, who's a DH, and we saw how great he hit last year with the Mets. He was out there for a long time on the open market. He had a magnificent year last year with the Dodgers. But they brought in Shohei Ohtani, and J.D. finally signed. He's a guy that likes to drive the ball the other way. Looks like he's standing off the plate a little bit more, but it'll be interesting to compare this weekend just Soler power against J.D. Martinez power. And then one thing I want to get into with Randy Wynn a little bit is, Chapman obviously covering the top rail fastball, how he's been able to solve that. It's amazing to me that he's done it in such a short time. But Matos in center, Randy was a really good outfielder. He could play anywhere, left, center. Randy's one of the best right fielders to ever play at Pac Bell, AT&T, Oracle Park, whatever you want to call it, SBC. Jose Cruz Jr. one year won the Gold Glove and dropped a fly ball in the playoffs. Nate Schierholtz was really good. Yastrzemski's really good. Randy was right there. He's a tremendous defensive outfielder no matter where you put him. And when he was a Giant, he played right because it's so hard out there. What does he see from Matos, John? He makes great plays where he climbs over the wall to pull back home runs. The play yesterday was hard. Kutch's ball to open the game, McClutchin.
He had it. It was a hell of a try.
He ran along. I don't know if he should have let Ramos. I don't know who should have got that ball. There seems to be a lot of miscommunication between Ramos and Matos on how to handle it when they get there. They kind of converge together. Center fielder should take charge, but they were both backhanded balls. He got it on his glove, and then it popped out. But then the play where he got all turned around, he got twisted around, and he raced back to the wall, and the wall, all of a sudden, he's way too close. The ball gets past him for 3 bases and not a double. Is Matos really, is he profiled to be an everyday center fielder in the big leagues?
I think for this year they don't have a choice, because if you're not gonna move Yaz, I don't know who else you can put out there, because I'm not a Slater guy, and he can't play every day anyway. He's what you got. Now next year when Jung-Hoo Lee comes back, and then how they're going to juggle this whole thing, well, Conforto's contract's up. We'll see how that works. But is he a center fielder on a team that has Jung-Hoo Lee? No. But is he a center fielder out of necessity this year? I think they don't have a choice, right? I don't know who's better.
Well, you can go get one. The Mets, we'll see where they are. Are they going to be traders at the deadline? They have a really good center fielder in Harrison Bader. He's not hitting as much, but he's a tremendous defensive player. And Tyler Fitzgerald, he hit a home run again. And since we've been talking the last 5 minutes, the guy's on fire at AAA. So it doesn't have to be that the whole way. We'll see where Matos is, but just to get Randy's thoughts on what he sees from him, because when I was at spring training, Randy Wynn was down there as well, working with the outfielders. And just what does he see from Ramos and Matos in left and center?
All right, let's get into that conversation with Randy Wynn. Great series against the Pirates. That's not how it started, but certainly that's how the last 2 games went. Let's get Randy's thoughts on it, too, from a player's perspective. Can this kind of springboard the Giants these last couple of games, get them rolling against a Mets team that's struggling? Talk to Randy Wynn, who you see before and after games, the former Giant. He'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Papa. If you're staying in the Bay Area this weekend, Giants are playing Memorial Day Monday against the Philadelphia Phillies. Make sure you hit Tony's Pizza in the North Beach, the best I've ever had by far. I've gone on and on about it. You've heard me. But I'm not alone. Tony's has been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my personal go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. The pastas, they don't slouch either. They're not in a slump at all. The bucatini is on fire, like Matt Chapman currently. And don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker-thin and deep-dish pizzas. And one of his specialties there, the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Those beefs are gigantic but mouth-wateringly delectable. Don't forget to finish off your meal on a holiday weekend with dessert, super delicious cannoli or tiramisu. And then wake up the next morning, take a stroll through the North Beach, try his homemade pastas, sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his Bakery Toscano Brothers. And the Giants are home on Monday for the Philadelphia Phillies and Bryce Harper. So make sure to drop by Tony's Slice House fast casual restaurants. They have them at Chase Center. They have them at Levi's, and they're certainly going to have them on the holiday Monday. So whatever you're doing this weekend, make sure you include Tony's Pizza.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Lund, thanks for joining us. Game 1 in Pittsburgh. Games 2 and 3, amazing. Great comebacks. Matt Chapman looked like the best player in the game. We got a ton to talk about with Randy Wynn, who you see before and after Giants games on NBC Sports Bay Area. By the way, welcome back, Drew Pomerantz. Susan Sosa reporting. Drew Pomerantz, who struggled in 2019 with the Giants, but left and was really solid as a reliever with Milwaukee and San Diego's. Had some injuries keeping him out of the game, but he's 35 years old, and the Giants take a flyer on him. So add him possibly at some point to the bullpen. So there's a little bit of news for you, but let's get into the Pirates series, looking ahead to the Giants, and then they head home for some tough games. Randy Wynn joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Randy. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah. So give us a player perspective because, you play 162, so it's not like you could dwell on the game they lost in Pittsburgh, but that was certainly a gut punch. But then to come back in games 2 and 3 and not only win them, but kind of win them in similar fashion that you lost the first one, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah, that was very ironic, a little bit of karma, I guess. But, with that first game, it was a gut punch. And I believe it was Logan Webb, said, we should have won that game. That was our game. I don't know if you ever should win because, teams do come back. But, as a player, you do feel like you kind of gave one away. And, it really can test the team. It's not something you usually can see like that same night or the next day. But how does that team bounce back? And, the answer to that question was it didn't affect the Giants. The Giants did bounce back, even though they did get down to, in not only one game, 2 games, to 2 really good, let's say this, 2 really good young starters for the Pirates. Really good. I think those 2 have a chance to be special. Got down against the starters, didn't give up, and really put together some quality at bats late in the game. And kind of their bugaboo, runners in scoring position, Bob Melvin talked about it. They hit well with runners in scoring position, and they came back and not only did it once, but did it twice.
And the guy who really was instrumental, and even in building the 6-2 lead they lost on Tuesday, Matt Chapman had a very impressive homer out to center, Randy. But he, to me, propelled the comeback Wednesday and yesterday afternoon with his home runs and his ability both against Jones and Stratton to get on that top rail, extreme velocity fastball. We've been talking about it all year, that he cannot hit a high fastball. What's wrong with Matt Chapman? And now he's just pulverizing the high fastball the last couple of games, really the last couple of weeks. So take me inside a hitter's mentality and what you do pregame. Do you bring out a tee and put it up as tall as you can? Do you get Mechanical Mike out and just hit high fastballs? We saw Brandon Belt, be devoured by that throughout his career, Randy, and Mike Yastrzemski occasionally struggled. But Matt Chapman turned it around like immediately in a couple of weeks' time. How did he do that, do you think?
Well, the answer is yes to all of those things, or more specifically, I feel like whenever you're going through a struggle, it's not that your swing just leaves you. It feels that way, but you've got to get back to the basics. Almost day one spring training, what do you do to feel the foundation of your swing? For me, it was tee, and I like to put the tee middle away to reinforce kind of the oppo approach and oppo swing that I wanted to have. There's other guys, that their thought is stay tall. And so for them, putting a high tee is a great reminder not to dip that back hip, not to drop the back shoulder, not to kind of hit underneath the ball, but really focus on, quote unquote, staying on top. You're never going to swing straight down, but it's just a thought. And, what really gets lost in Luis Matos Player of the Week is how good Matt Chapman was last week as well. He has been very good. And I think really what it comes down to for a veteran is, I think he's finally up to game speed. He signed late. Spring training was a bit of a whirlwind, and then you come in and you want to be in regular season form. You want to show a new team why you are there, why they signed you, and why you have all those accolades, in your resume. And I think he pressed a little bit, and he made some uncharacteristic defensive miscues, and he was very, very sporadic offensively. But I think now his defense was Matt Chapman-like, phenomenal last series. The amount of great plays that he made was something that I hadn't seen outside of like a Nolan Arenado series. He was really, really good. And I think it just comes down to game time and timing. We talked to him after the game yesterday, and he said, hey, my timing is there. I feel on time as a hitter, and when you're on time, you're able to react, you're able to get on top of that fastball. And that's the one thing when you're late and your timing's off, it's really hard to stay and to get on top of high fastballs.
Randy Wynn joining us talking about the series win over the Pirates and the way that they came back. Of course, you have the Mets coming up before they head back to the Bay. I don't know that momentum exists. I was having a conversation with somebody, but is there something to, like, when you come back like that you feel that you're never out of a game? And you can say that, but when you've done it, it gives you extra confidence. So can anything be, I guess what I'm asking is, can anything be gained from these last 2 big comebacks long term?
Yeah, well, I think it's short term and long term. I think in the short term, momentum does exist, and things can snowball in a season. For example, if you're a team that loses, let's say your bullpen is not quite situated, like you use a lot of different guys in the ninth inning, and you find ways to lose games late, that can snowball. That is the exact opposite of momentum. You get in those situations, you failed. Not that you expect to fail, but if you do fail, well, that's kind of the way season goes. The opposite is true. When you get down, you expect to win games. You find ways to come back. The other team makes a miscue, and you take advantage of that. Those are all things we saw the Giants do. Good base running, hustling out of the box, taking advantage of miscues. When you win and you expect to win, there is momentum, and you do win those games that you're not, quote unquote, supposed to win. And then you win the ones that you're supposed to. And it's just kind of a cycle that perpetuates itself, and that is what the momentum is.
Yeah, one of those guys, Luis Matos, did it on Wednesday when the Giants, they were down 5-0, got it to 5-4, but still 2 outs, 2 strikes, and last strike of the game, he gets the single, slight bobble in the outfield, gets the second, and scores on Lamont's head. So Matos' bat obviously plays, Randy, but you being a tremendous Major League outfielder in left, center, right, wherever they put you, just give me your thoughts on what you're seeing from Matos. There's some great plays where he climbs over walls to pull home runs back. Yesterday, he had to go a long way in a backhand, and the ball went off his glove and over. That's a hard play, but the play hit right to center when he got all turned around, got too tight to the wall, allowed a double to be played into a triple. Jung-Hoo Lee was so good in center, Randy. Do you see Matos at this stage of his development being an everyday Major League center fielder?
I think today, in this stage of his development, he is very capable of being an everyday Major League center fielder. When Jung-Hoo Lee is back, I think there's going to be a different story. But for now, I think he's done a nice job. I think we've seen him not show any fear in going back on balls, going into the wall, not afraid to crash into the wall, go over the wall. Just a side note, the play that he had yesterday on McCutcheon's leadoff home run, that ball was in his glove. And he didn't do anything wrong except, the fence caused the fumble and dropped the ball. And you could see the obvious disappointment. He watched the replay, he kind of spiked his glove down. Just disappointed. He's a guy that wants to make plays, a playmaker, and expects to make plays. But the flip side is that with all young players, there's going to be some bit of learning curve and mistakes. And the ball you're talking about, that same mindset of I'm going to make every play got him in a position where he's too close to the wall. And as an outfielder, one of the things that I had to learn very early on, and Billy Hatcher, who was my outfield coach, who played tons of years, Reds, Astros, had seen it all, done it all, said, hey, as an outfielder, your mindset has to be when a hitter does his job and drives the ball into the gap or drives the ball off the wall, the damage is done. You tip your cap. You don't give that player an extra base. And that was a message that I really didn't learn until I made a play like Luis Matos, where you think you can make the play, you get yourself in a bad spot, and all of a sudden now you're the person that's giving up the extra base. You never want to do that as an outfielder. So it's a bit of a learning curve. And, I think you'd much rather have him the I want to make plays mindset rather than being too cautious.
Randy Wynn is joining us. So this is going to be a great problem to have because the guys, certainly these young guys, have energized the Giants. But, a Conforto is going to come back, and a Nick Ahmed is going to come back, and Slater is going to come back at some point, despite the fans screaming and yelling. What do they do when they have the logjam? Some of these young guys have proven that they're here to stay. Maybe Luciano, you mentioned that. It's a couple of times in this series with some ninth inning errors. Maybe he looks like he needs a little more seasoning. But how do they meld the young guys and the vets here?
Yeah, the funny thing about this is a great problem to have if you're a front office. This is the kind of problems that you want to have is too many capable players. But these things tend to work themselves out. If, for example, a guy recently like a Casey Schmidt came up and tore the cover off the ball, for 2-3 weeks, the league made adjustments. Now he's trying to make adjustments. We are very early on in a lot of these players. let's not call it career, but their first taste of extended play. There's going to be an adjustment period for the league, and then in turn there needs to be an adjustment period for that player. When we see whether or not that young player is ready to make that adjustment, then we will be able to make a decision. Right now the Giants have the luxury of time. These guys are playing well, and I think they're going to give these kids every opportunity to play their way out of the lineup.
Marco Luciano, certainly one of those guys with the injury to Nick Ahmed, and he's got the luxury of playing next to a guy who has more range at third base than I think anybody we've ever seen, including Arenado. Just incredible watching Matt Chapman. So you and Carlos were on the postgame yesterday, Randy. You were talking about what Chapman can do for Marco, and you dropped something I had never heard before. I thought of you strictly as an outfielder in Major League Baseball. You played third base in Seattle next to Omar, the outmaker, Omar Vizquel, or in San Francisco. San Francisco with the Giants.
Boch was the manager, and I'll give the quick backstory. Benji Molina was the catcher. We're getting blown out. I believe it was the A's. He gets Benji out to kind of get him off his feet. Our backup catcher ends up getting hurt. And, Pedro Feliz, our normal third baseman, goes in to catch. I was in the outfield with Dave Roberts and Barry Bonds, and we had used our entire bench. Our entire bench had been used. And so I kind of looked around, and I was like, well, I know Barry and Dave aren't going to third. So I went in to play third. Noah Lowry went to play right field, I believe.
I remember that, actually.
Yeah, and so I'm playing third, and, Omar is playing short, the great Omar Vizquel. And so, I'm thinking, back to my Little League days, and, okay, hey, Omar, if I go in the hole, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to slide out of your way? Do you want me to duck? What do you want me to do? He just looks at me and he goes, no, you just stay over there.
I got this. The whole left side. It's Omar.
It's kind of like Chapman, right? I got this whole side.
Right. So the point of the story was when you play next to somebody who's great, who has tremendous range, it makes your job a lot easier, and you just have to worry about your little piece of territory. And so that's
Did you get any balls your way? Did any balls? Did you get anything?
I caught a pop fly. Imagine that.
You did?
Oh, that's nice.
Your outfield skills came into play. Now we're talking.
Yes. Yeah, I was kind of near the on-deck circle, and no offense to Pedro Feliz, but I don't know the last time he's caught. So ball goes up in the air. He has no idea where it is, and so I had to go in the on-deck circle and made a catch. And I have a fielding percentage as a third baseman.
Yeah, I remember Pedro having a catch. I don't I you having to go play third base.
I remember Noah Lowry and right. That's what's funny. Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah. That was the game.
Wow. Were you, because in Little League, I was always going, don't hit it to me, don't hit it to me. Were you saying, don't hit it to me, don't hit it to me? Or you're a major leaguer? You're like, come on, man, I got this.
I kind of wanted a ball.
Yeah, of course.
I kind of wanted a ball just to say I did it. Just to say, hey, I caught a ball at third and I threw it across and I got a guy out. But that didn't happen. But I'm glad that I got a somewhat easy pop fly and I didn't drop it. And I can tell this funny story.
That's awesome, man.
I vaguely remember all this.
I remember the game. I
may have called the game actually.
Yeah, you might have.
Was this in 2007? Must have been 07, right?
I think it was 7. Yes. Yeah, because Barry was there. Omar was still there.
Oh yeah, my gosh, that is.
You remember?
So funny,
you remember what time of year it was? We got to get to that on Baseball Reference.
You know what? I don't, but I know we were playing the A's, and so
that eliminates it. Yeah, that eliminates it.
It had to be summer. It had to be June-ish, July-ish.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, and I think Kotze was one hitter, and I knew he wasn't going to hit the ball towards me.
Being a left-handed hitter, yeah.
Being a lefty, for him, and I played with Mark in the minors. This is no disrespect. Mark's a very good hitter. I just knew he wasn't going to hit one dead down the line, right down the third base line. Right. I believe Shannon Stewart was one of the hitters.
Nice call,
right-handed hitter. Yeah,
and I was like, okay, I can see Shannon hitting me a nice one hopper right here. I was rooting for the easiest possible ball.
When do you think maybe Kotze had pushed bunt a 1 year away just to make the third baseman barehand one?
It was a blowout. They weren't
going to do that.
Yeah, they were way up, so I didn't have to play in. I was playing back. no worries about a bunt, anything like that.
Very good. All right, I'm going to look this up right now. Randy, as always, great stuff, man. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks.
All right, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, you got it.
Thank
Thanks
you,
for being
Randy.
on. All right, that's awesome. You know what's so funny? I remember Lowry being on right field. I don't remember.
I remember
Randy Wade
Pedro
being at
having a
second
catch.
base.
I think I broadcasted that game, actually.
That's awesome. I'm
Randy
looking at
being at third was the least of our concerns.
Right.
The third baseman's catching and the left-handed pitchers in the outfield.
And he gets a pop-up. He's loving that. He's like, oh, yeah, I got a pop-up. Yeah, I can handle that. All right, I'm looking at his numbers right now. I'm trying to find the game. But anyway, all right, top of the hour, we got a foreplay for you, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear on this Friday. Do not miss 1:30. We debuted it last week. We kept it going because you liked it, and you're going to need to be on YouTube and Twitch for this. Papa's plays the week, so he'll explain the play, and it's not that it won't work on whatever device you're listening on. It's cool when you can see it live. We'll throw the video up there as well on YouTube and Twitch as well. We'll do that at 1:30. It's Pop in London, your Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great JT Snow, he joined Tolbert and Kerry Crowley, sitting in for Copes yesterday to recap the Giants series win over the Pirates. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, your foreplay in just a few minutes. You'll hear a couple from Pat Burrell this morning with Murph and Marcus. Very good stuff. One on Matt Chapman, one on Luis Matos. Fred Warner on NFL Network on early impressions of the new defensive coordinator, Nick Sorensen, and Charles Barkley went on Dan Patrick and talked about the morale and rips his bosses at TNT, so we'll get into that conversation as well. By the way, 1:30 for Papa's Plays of the Week, and again, jump on YouTube and Twitch, and we'll not only have the audio but the video, if you can do that. And at 1:15, I don't know if you saw this viral video that's going around, so we'll throw a couple of videos on at 1:15 instead of 1:30. Did you see the Wheel of Fortune video by chance?
I did, John.
Oh, yeah. A little unfortunate.
Reminded me to the Newlywed Game.
Exactly. That's the first thing I thought about. First thing. The best part is the lady yelling in the background, one of the other contestants. So if you did not hear it, or you would like to hear it again, we'll do a mini caboose at 1:15.
Too good. Too good.
And then we'll do the regulars. Then we'll do the Papa's Plays of the Week at 1:30, which we do every
I want to hear
Friday.
what Pat the Bat has to say, because a lot of it's going to be on Matt Chapman covering that high fastball. But
yeah.
June the 8th of 2007, Randy Wynn, our guy David Feldman is incredible. I just said, you remember a game where Pedro Feliz caught at a catch against the Giants, for the Giants against the A's, and right away. I do, June 8, 2007. The Giants, it's actually a tighter game. The game went extra innings. Randy thought it was a blowout. The A's won 5-3 in 10, but they had to move a lot of people around in that game. And one was leadoff hitter Randy Wynn, moved from center field to third base. And just about everybody on the roster. Who was the manager then? Was that Felipe? I think it must have been Felipe.
Yeah.
Was it Boch yet? Maybe Boch.
Well, he did say it was Boch, but what's funny about it is that if you go to because I looked it up, and then the Chronicle article popped out from that day, and it was exactly what you said. Felice has to catch, and the pitcher going to right field. That's Noah
Was that
Lowry.
the domino that caused it as the catcher got hurt in the game?
Yeah.
Because it was a tight game.
Yeah, but that's
Eliezer Alfonso was the catcher, and Noah Lowry. But he get hurt in the game, and that's why Lowry came in. I mean, they used so many different pitchers in the game. Timmy started, Jonathan Sanchez, Randy Messenger, Steve Klein, Kevin Correa, Jack Tashner. Remember Jack? He's a policeman in Wisconsin. Brad Hennessy came in and took the loss, but it was not a blowout game. The Giants wound up losing in 10. A's got 2 in the top of the 10 to win 5-3, but what a wild game. There must have been an injury involved with the catcher there, huh?
All right, let's get to it. It is time for your foreplay on Pop and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Here's Pat the Bat this morning, breaking down Matt Chapman's adjustments that have led him to being so hot.
You know, I'd like to say that I had something to do with any of this stuff, but I got to, he's worked a lot with Barry at home. He's worked a lot with JV, Justin Vealey, the other hitting coach. They spent a lot of time together in the cage and found a way for him to get back on top of the fastball, especially away from him. I mean, if you've watched the last couple of nights, he's, been able to really to get on top of some high pitches out over the plate there. His top hand's really coming through nicely. I can't say enough about how hard he's worked. But we at the home games, Barry's there quite a bit, and him and Chappie have, over the last couple of months have formed a pretty good relationship, and I think he's really helped him a lot. So I want to make sure and give Barry some credit for that because I know it's due.
How about that? What a great
Smart
cut.
guy, Pat the Bat. I didn't do anything. Justin Vealey didn't do anything. It's all the home run king, and Barry liked the ball low, but he can get on top of the top one. The thing that was so obvious when Chapman hit the home run off of Jared Jones on Wednesday, John, on that same high fastball that's tormented him, and now he's gotten on. Did you see Pat the Bat's reaction on the dugout bench? He was just beaming. He was laughing and smiling, and you thought, that's the very pitch that he could not hit at all for a couple of weeks, and now he's on top. So that is a sign of a good hitting coach. take the blame, never the praise, and give the praise to the home run king. Nice job, Pat.
But, that's the one thing about Chapman, too, when he signed. And I'm not saying he's going to continue this tear because you can't continue at this pace, but I think he can have a solid pace the rest of the year, is that this dude works. They talked about how he sets the tone in the clubhouse, and he's you see him in the postgame, and he's almost soft-spoken to a point. But he sets a really good tone. And I'm not saying that you can hit 200 and set a really good tone and just play defense, because they need both. They need his bat, too. But I think he comes across with a certain work ethic, and you knew that at some point he would come out of it. Maybe not to this level. I mean, like you said, that ball that he hit yesterday, the tomahawk shot that got him back in that game.
Upstairs. I
mean, that was he talked about a guy who could get to that pitch now. That was impressive.
And you would never throw Barry Bonds a high fastball like that. But you were afraid to throw it low because Barry had the classic swing. But with all these buggy whippers trying to launch angle and uppercut, that spot where they're all feeding the fastball is up high, so you got to get on top of that. And this guy tonight, Christian Scott of the Mets, no one's talking about him, but he's as good as Jones and Skeens. Wait till you see his stuff. He is electric.
All right, more of Pat Burrell. Everybody talking about Luis Matos. Here is now the leadoff hitter, and, of course, he's leading off again tonight. Here is Pat Burrell talking about Matos' aggressive approach, especially for a leadoff hitter.
Well, great point. Keep in mind that 22, I think as you get older and you pile up 1,000 at bats here and there, and I think you get a little bit better idea of the strike zone, how the opposing teams are going to pitch you. Obviously, we'd like to have him be a little more selective at times, but given the situation, his age, and the success he's had, there's not a whole lot to say. I think in time he'll. As I said, I think in time he'll become a little more patient, a little more selective about certain counts, situations in the game. All those things are coming for him. But if you had to draw it up, you want an aggressive hitter that's looking to do damage. He's right where you want him. He's doing a hell of a job. We couldn't be happier for him. He's coming up with big hits for us. There's no moment too big for him. He wants it. I never really thought about the leadoff spot, but man, he's an imposing figure up there. He gets on the plate, he wants the ball close to him, and he doesn't budge on the ball in. So he's a pretty special player.
I like all those things Pat the Bat said, but the one thing that concerns me, because we go back to Casey Schmidt a year ago, Matos has one walk. And, their teams are going to start saying, okay, this is how we're going to pitch him, and they're going to play against him in his aggressiveness. So I hope he can adjust to that.
Well, last year we saw it. He had 253 plate appearances, and he walked only 20 times. But he was able to offset it by striking out only 33. And then they wanted him to get stronger, and he added 10, 15 pounds of muscle, and he's driving the ball better. But he's had 46 plate appearances so far this year, John. As you mentioned, one walk, but he's only struck out twice.
Yep.
Which is amazing. So his bat-to-ball skill is incredible. Even the pitch where he kept the game alive the other night, whacking it, he's just able to stretch out. But, they will try to make him expand a little bit. But he's hitting .311 right now, but with the one walk, the on-base is only .326. So he's moved up in the lineup, and he hit third the first night in the series in Pittsburgh. Do you want him to lead off, though? Explain to me. We got to get Bob on once, and how you slot the leadoff hitter, the second, the third, and the fourth, and their importance to the lineup. You've got Luis Matos, who gets on base 48% of the time, the biggest figure in all, highest figure in all of Major League Baseball. Wouldn't he be a natural leadoff hitter and let Matos hit down in the order somewhere, maybe in the 3-hole? Wouldn't that be ideal?
You would think. Let's go to a place here where yesterday Fred Warner's kind of making the tour, and he was on NFL Network yesterday, and so his impressions early of his new defensive coordinator, Nick Sorensen.
Yeah, Nick's great, man. I love the hire. Nick has been a part of this organization for a couple years now and has been heavily involved with the linebackers. So he's played the game for a long time. So he's just a true player's coach through and through. and he knows what it's supposed to look like. I think he's obviously been around our scheme for a long time, so we'll be able to shore up some of those things that we were kind of lacking in last year and get back to playing dominant defensive 49er football. That's been the standard ever since I've been here. And just because it has been the standard for a long time doesn't mean that you're guaranteed anything going into a season. You have to uphold and continue to push that standard. And I know that we're going to do that. Nick's going to do that for us as our leader in that room. And I think he'll do a great job.
There's Fred Warner. There you go. There's an endorsement.
Yeah.
And by the way, Brandon Staley's impressive, man. I mean, he spoke to the media the other day, and you could see why he got that job with the Chargers. I mean, obviously he made a lot of errors, I think, in judgment in terms of going for it, being a little too aggressive, all these different things. But you could see why he got the job. He's an impressive dude, and I think he's going to be a great addition to the staff. In addition to Nick, having him around, I think is going to be really a good thing. Brandon Staley.
Well, I remember when we went to Costa Mesa to scrimmage with the Chargers, and I spent time and talked to Brandon Staley, and I was blown away by his background. And he was a college quarterback. He was just recently a D2 coordinator, and now he's a head coach in the NFL for the Chargers. At a great run. We saw him with the Rams as their DC, and it's like, wow, what a story. And just the way he handled himself, he just, without saying a word, you just had an idea how smart he was. And I remember I stood right behind him when he and Kyle were talking, and I'm thinking, these are two of the best offensive minds in football, and on the other side, defensive mind, and now you both got him on your side. So I did introduce myself to him yesterday and caught up with him as the new assistant head coach of the Niners we visited. But I mainly spent time with Nick Sorensen yesterday and spent a lot of time pre-practice with him. Nick is just thrilled with the opportunity to do what he does. He knows how good his defense is, and he's trying to put all the pieces together. And that's the thing right now, John. You got so many new D linemen. The secondary is going to move around a little bit. Dre Greenlaw, as much as it breaks my heart, it sounds like he's not going to begin the year on time. And Devondre Campbell's just a whole different dude than Fred and Dre. He's not going to play with that kind of speed. He's moving better than he did when I saw him last year in Green Bay, but it's not that kind of speed with those two guys. So he's going to do it with more instincts. And we talked about it going into the Green Bay game last year. I thought he just was inert. He wasn't able to move, and Quay Walker was beatable, and those guys just seem to line up in the right spot all the time. So a lot of new and learning Brandon Staley, but Nick Sorensen's got a piece that the linebacking core behind his new defensive front because Dre's not going to be there. And Devondre's not even wearing the green dot. Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles is. So even if Fred went down, I'm not sure what they would do. I think they would give it to Campbell. But Campbell, he just does it more with his mind than with his legs. He's not going to move like Dre Greenlaw.
And then finally, Charles Barkley was on the Dan Patrick Show yesterday, and it looks like, well, it's official, actually. The NBC is going to get the NBA. TNT is going to be out. Where does that leave inside the NBA? Here's Charles Barkley on what it's like to be on set right now.
Morale sucks, plain and simple. I just feel so bad for the people I work with, Dan. These people have families. And I just really feel bad for them right now. These people I work with, they've screwed this thing up clearly. And we don't have zero idea what's going to happen. I don't feel good, I'm not going to lie, especially when they came out yesterday and said we bought college football. I was like, well, damn, they could have used that money to buy the NBA.
Yeah, it says TNT Sports added college football playoff games in a 5-year deal. Their licensing deal with ESPN. Maybe that's why they're buying this, because they don't, the money they were going to use on the NBA, they got to do something with.
Yeah, that's the first thing came to my mind. We've never had college football, never been involved with college football. And I'm like, wait a minute, shouldn't we be spending every dime we got to keep the NBA? So morale sucks, to be honest with you, Dan.
There's Charles Barkley.
Well, I mean, he's Charles. So but college football, the second most popular sport in our country behind the NFL, is college football. But I hear him, and Charles. There's a lot of people that have been there a longer time than Charles. I mean, when did the NBA start on TBS, TNT? I remember Bob Neal.
Yeah.
Doing the games like mid '80s. I think it went back, I mean, easily the early 90s when Charles was in Phoenix, but I think it may go back to when Charles was in Philly. And TBS, TNT, Turner Sports has had an NBA package, I think, going back to the mid-'80s we're talking.
Yeah, I think so too. Here's the thing. Everybody worried about, where inside the NBA is going to go. His best route might be independent. I mean, it might go to Amazon. That thing is going to be bid on at a really high level. A lot of people think it's just going to go to NBC and that basketball night in America they're going to do after the NFL season is over. They're going to try to replicate on a Sunday night. I mean, if I were him or if I were them, I would take everybody and I would say, okay, highest bidder. I mean, you imagine the amount of money that they could generate just for that show. They could put that thing anywhere. They don't have to put it on terrestrial TV anymore. Yeah. This is going to be one of the interesting things that starts to happen in our viewing world is certain shows will just go, all right, well, we don't have to necessarily go to a network. So that's going to be an interesting case study in what happens to inside the NBA. All right, that is
Charles, we had Kevin on last week, Kevin Harlan.
Yeah.
I mean, he's out. I mean,
see, that's what
man. And the NBA has been on TNT in some form since 1989. That's how far back we're going.
Yeah. That my worry is Harlan because he can't. It's going to go to NBC. He can't work for NBC and CBS. He can't work for both networks. So then, I mean, to not have Kevin Harlan on NBA basketball, come on, that can't happen. You got to have something happen there. So I don't know. Anyway, they're going to start juggling that stuff around. All right, there you go. That is your foreplay. Little Charles Barkley there. You heard a couple of cuts from Pat the Bat. One talking about Matt Chapman. One talking about Luis Matos. And then there's a little Fred Warner getting used to his new defensive coordinator, Nick Sorensen. All right, we'll come back. We'll play just a mini version of a caboose, give you a couple of pieces of sound, including if you missed that Wheel of Fortune yesterday and you thought the same thing I did. It reminded me of the what's the Bob Eubanks, the wedding game or whatever it is. That reminded me of that.
The newlywed game.
Newlywed game. Yeah, that reminded me of that.
Bob. In the butt, Bob.
This guy goes down a similar path, but the funniest part is another contestant. We'll give you that coming up next, and then Papa's Plays of the Week, and if you can, get to YouTube or Twitch on that one. Get to our channel because you can see the video along with the audio. Not that you can't follow along on the audio. Very simple to do that. But it's even cooler when you can check out the videos. Well, we'll do that at 1:30 only here on the Sports Center.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants hitting coach Pat Burrell, the machine. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to break down the Giants hitting surge in Pittsburgh this week. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
What are we laughing about? Fill me in.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Welcome to Wheel of Fortune, but this is very unfortunate. So you and I are on the same page because I thought of the same thing you did when Pat Sajak took this answer from this the Wheel of Unfortunate. So Bob Eubanks years ago on the Newlywed Game, I can't remember the question, but the answer was, right? Got to be in the butt, Bob.
What is the most
strangest place you had whoopee? Because they would use whoopee, right?
What
They'd
is
use the term
most
whoopee.
Unusual place?
Yeah.
May have been the way it was phrased.
Yeah.
You and your wife, and back
they used
in
the
the
word
day,
whoopee. For
everybody in the 70s was making whoopee.
Yeah, they use the word whoopee a lot on those shows. So the guy's response was
no, it was the woman's. I think wasn't it the wife's response? I think it may have been the wife's.
Either or, it was got to be in the butt,
yeah.
Bob. So that was the response. And
got to be in the butt, Bob.
And so last night, with that as the backdrop, do we have that one? Oh, we do.
The original?
Okay. Oh, I didn't know we had the original. Well done, boys. All right, here we go.
Where specifically is the weirdest place that you personally, girls, have ever gotten the urge to make whoopee? The weirdest place, Olga? Yes, Olga?
In the ass?
No, that's a different one. I don't remember Olga being the one who had the answer. I love the way Bob Eubanks. What is the weirdest place?
He was the best talk show host ever.
That's not how I
what anybody
remember it
says.
exactly.
I thought it was yeah, because his name was Bob.
I don't remember saying.
Anyway.
Did she say in the ass? I don't think she said that. It was a,
either way. It
was in the butt, Bob.
Yeah, I thought it was, but maybe that's old wives' tale. But anyway, that was well done.
I remember. We used to play it on the show many times. Anyway,
yeah, but I love the way the question's phrased. It's perfect.
Olga.
So Olga. Boy, Olga. No offense to any Olgas. I'm sure you're beautiful.
Is she a Russian gymnast?
So last night they're doing speed round or something. They're just flipping letters over, right? And as soon as the contestant thinks they know the answer to the question, then they ding in and they say. So this happened on Wheel of Fortune.
Tavares, right in the butt.
What?
No. Blake.
This is the best.
Yeah, that's it.
We got to play it again.
The ladies'
the
reaction.
other contestant is what? We might have to add that to the Caboose Pistol Open. What? To what? It's tremendous.
So, and this is different than a blank slate where, what's the weirdest place you and your lover made
He's just
whoopee?
seen it pop up. And
so they pop up and they're just revealing letters.
Right,
so
yeah,
it's
exactly,
4
like
letters.
a speed round.
It's 2 letters. It's 3 letters. And then it's 5 letters with an exclamation point at the end. They only have an I in the second word. They have a T and an E in the third word. They have a B to lead off the last word and a T at the end with an exclamation point. And the guy goes to right in the butt.
What?
We got to play it again because what you have to listen for, like you said, the woman, the other contestant. There's another contestant in the back going, "What?" Here,
where's Vanna White when this is going?
Let's play it one more. Oh my gosh,
Sage.
one more. Let's play it one more time.
Tavares, right in the butt.
What?
No.
Pat is disgusted. No.
Blake.
This is the best.
Yeah, that's it.
Right in the butt. This is the best. I mean, isn't that the same thing? I mean,
Tarvaris Jackson, what are you thinking on that answer? Then they went over and did the little interview with the guy. And they're like, well, I don't know how we're going to be able to clean that up. Did that actually make the air, or did they edit that out?
No, it made the air. I mean, that's how people got it, I think. I don't know. It's gone viral now. But anyway.
Right in the butt?
I know people, a friend of ours has been on the Wheel of Fortune. I mean, I guess you get nervous, whatever. I mean, in your mind, you're just thinking and you just blurt it out. But
I mean, if you had a spurt, just blurt something out, and you got 4 letters, 2 letters, 3 letters, and 5 letters, and you got an I, a T-E, you may go right in the butt.
It just tells you the guy's a perv. I mean, a lot of, like, that's why the woman was so outraged. She was just like, she wasn't even thinking that. What? Anyway,
if Bob Barker was hosting the show, it would have been right in the butt.
Anyway, outstanding. And then one more quick one, and then we got Papa's Plays of the Week. Yeah, he's disgusted. No. Oh, God, no. So this happened in Greenfield, Iowa, this next cut. They've had a rough hurricane season there. And in Des Moines, Iowa, this is Who 13 television. Guy's name who's speaking is
Whoville?
Who. Who 13.
WHO.
Who in Des Moines. This guy's name is Bradley Gebbie, Gebbie, and he's standing in front of his house that just got leveled, literally leveled by a tornado. There is nothing left, and he doesn't think of anything but this as his home is leveled, and he's being interviewed by Who TV in Des Moines. Take a listen.
I lost a lot, including my golf clubs. I had like $3,000 into that. I'd like to shout out TaylorMade and Titleist and Callaway. I really need new sets, or a new set. I lost it, and I just love golf.
Dude is standing in front of his leveled house.
How about his
and
family?
Like, hey, TaylorMade, send me some new clubs.
Does he have any children? How about his wife?
Don't care about the dog,
does
the
he have
wife,
any pets?
the
Does he have any
kid,
goldfish?
the family memorabilia, pictures,
Sir, do
documents.
Do you have a homeowner's policy? Call Chris Paul from State Farm and Jake and Patrick.
Hey, TaylorMade, send me some.
You're gonna be all
clubs.
good.
I got $3,000 into that set.
I love golf.
I love golf.
Don't you have a set in the trunk of your car as well?
golf. Here it goes down into my belly. Like, dude, seriously, your house is leveled.
He was being honest. Is the first thing he thought of. I'm really wondering.
How's your wife? I don't know, but I need golf clubs.
I'm really wondering what he had in the left pocket of his golf bag that he's so concerned about.
That's more what it is. Got a lot of cash and drugs in the bag. Got to find the bag. Anyway, wild. Sir, how is your wife? Don't know. Children? I don't know. Where's your dog? I have no idea. I need golf clubs.
Young. He seemed kind of young. Maybe he didn't have any of those things.
He is
his most worldly possession.
He's 35.
My golf bag, TaylorMade.
He's begging for his golf. And what's funny is in the picture, in the video, I should say, all you see is like rubble, wood. I mean, the thing's gone. This guy's house is gone, and he's looking for golf clubs. So anyway, there you go. And then at the end, like I said, I love golf. Golfy, golf. All right, there is a quick hitter of
right in the butt, sir.
Sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose pistol. Coming up next, Papa's Plays of the Week. They are great when you just listen to them. They are even better if you can jump on YouTube and Twitch, and he'll break them down, and we'll have the video for you. We'll do it coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Right in the butt.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. This Memorial Day weekend, declare your retirement independence with a call to O'Donnell Financial Group. In fact, do it today. Having the proper investment strategy in place may allow you the freedom to do what you want and when you want, potentially for the rest of your life. You've worked hard, you've saved hard, and the folks at O'Donnell Financial Group are here to help you avoid common mistakes in retirement. Having the right investment strategy for the future could make all the difference. Reduce what you owe to the government and keep hundreds of thousands more in your pocket, especially for those who have saved a lot. You're going to save a lot more. So don't wait. Declare your retirement independence and call O'Donnell Financial Group today at 866-496-2300 and learn what it means to truly achieve retirement independence. Again, the phone number, 866-496-2300, or learn more online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 or odfigroup.com to learn more. O'Donnell Financial Group. Let us help you retire confidently.
What's up, PNL Posse? Pin your ears back for Papa's Plays.
And he'll throw to the sideline. It's caught by Kyle Juszczyk. An unbelievable play by Brock Purdy.
Of the week. Happening now.
Pronto.
All right, it is time.
Pronto.com.
If you're new, we did this, we debuted it last week. It was a flying success, so we brought it back, and it is Papa's Plays of the Week. What do we got this week?
Well, last week we had some Ramos from the outfield, John, Matos here and there, and we had one Matt Chapman play. This week it's going to get a little redundant because Matt Chapman, the chapstick, is coming off a series in Pittsburgh where just offensively he was 5 for 13, 4 runs, scored a double, 3 home runs. He hit 1 in each game of the 3-game series, drove in 6, and drew a couple of walks. So it is all Chapman all day.
All
and
three
Papa's,
plays? All Chapman?
3 plays.
Love it,
Are you
Chapman.
ready
Yes.
for Plays of the Week? Play number 3, a home run off of Jarrett Jones on Wednesday night on a top rail fastball, but the chapstick turns it around.
Finishing up their road trip as Chapman swings, launches one deep out to left field. Reynolds on the move, going back, looking up, it's gone! And for the second night in a row, Matt Chapman has hit a home run. And on that one swing of the bat, the Giants cut the Pirates' lead in half. It's now 5-3.
Pat the Bat, John. You see the grin
I'm
on
watching
Pat
it
the
at the top.
Bat?
He's taking credit for it there. He in the cut we played for you at 1 o'clock, he was like, "Oh, Barry Bonds." But then you saw him. He steps up like to the top.
Look
and
at
he's
that.
smiling, and he starts telling people, I told him, man. I told him.
Well, and he also, everything they wanted to get his foot down, be ready to hit. Look where this fastball is. One of the hardest
That's
young
way
throwers
up there.
in baseball. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Pat
And it's
the
away
Bat
from
loves
him,
it.
too.
He hit it 106. Look at that extension to be up there. His foot is down, stiff leg. He's ready to hit. That was the pitch that was paralyzing him. Game after game after game. Zach Wheeler went up there time and time again. He couldn't catch up to it. Our third Papa's play of the week, number 3, is the home run off of Jared Jones. But then we got the chapstick again because he does it yesterday. It's a 3-run homer in the 8th
This one's
inning
even
to
more
start.
impressive, right? Oh, my God.
Well, I mean, just take a look at it. It's similar. Because he hit this one on Wednesday night, he could do what he did yesterday afternoon, similar off of Hunter Stratton. This one's a 3-run Jimmy Jack to make it a 6-5 game. It is our Papa's Plays of the Week. Play number 2 from the chapstick.
Stratton from the stretch. Here's his pitch. Chapman swings and belts one deep left center field. Bay on the run, going back at the track, looking up. It is gone. Matt Chapman again. Homers for the 3rd day in a row here in Pittsburgh. Deposits that one into the Giants bullpen. It's a 3-run blast. And this is a 1-run game now. The Giants only trail 6-5.
You better change that scouting report, buckos. They thought they could reach top rail on him. Jared Cook gets written out. Hunter Stratton's like, wait a minute, you told me to go up there with velocity at 96. Look at him cover the top of the zone, John. Those incredible swings. He was swinging and missing at each of those pitches.
No way he would hit those 2 weeks
and
ago.
over and over again. And now he hits home runs on back-to-back days on the same pitch.
Well, I mean, they're both impressive. They're both up and away from him, and then they both were late in the game. The first one we played, notched it to 5-3. They come back and win. That one made it 6-5, and you're kind of lamenting that extra home run. At that point, their extra run they had got, in the bottom of the previous inning, so they still weren't in. But, I mean, for him to go out, like you said, 2 weeks ago, there's no way he takes those pitches up. They're both up and out over the plate, right to the scouting report, as you said, and he knocks him out of the park. If he can do that on a consistent basis, how are they going to pitch Matt Chapman? Those are awesome.
Last 6 games, Matt has 13 hits. He has 3 homers, 5 doubles, 5 singles. He's the 4th Giant player in modern era, going back to 1901. We're not going back to the 1883 New York Gothams, to have at least 3 homers, 5 doubles, and 5 singles over a 6-game span. The others, Jeff Kent, Mel Ott, and a guy I never heard of named Freddie Leach. But anyway, that is impressive. So last week, Luis Matos was the National League Player of the Week. Mm-hmm. He's got a weekend in New York. Right now, he's the National League Player of the half week, but he's got more to do. But that's what he's done offensively. Honestly, we wanted to have one Matt Chapman play defensively, be our number 1 Papa's Plays of the Week. And honestly, John, I could have picked how many? 10? How many plays did Matt Chapman make at third base? The play off the line to end the 8th inning yesterday off of Joey Bart, where he cut across Marco Luciano, 360 spin. He made play after play after play, but the way he ended the come-from-behind win against Joey Bart on Wednesday night, that is going to be number 1 from Matt Chapman in Papa's Plays of the Week.
Doval ready. His 0-2 pitch. Bart swings, hits one hard on the ground to third. Diving Chapman, knocks it down, gets up, throws to first. Got him! What a play, Matt Chapman! And this game is over. The Giants in 10 innings beat the Pirates 9-5.
What's the best part of the play?
I mean, I'm watching the play. I can't even believe
the backhand to knock it down, the pickup, the throw. How about Lamont Wade Jr. coming off the bag to beat Joey Bart? Wow, what a play.
Plus, what is that thing? I mean, did he hit that like 110 or something? I mean, that's what I was trying to explain to my wife as we were watching. I was like, that ball was scalded. and he knocked it down, got up, and threw him out. Oh my God! And
that
I
was
know
a
parts of that
100-mile-an-hour cutter
Yeah.
from Camilo Duvall.
I mean, that thing
and
was
just the
ripped.
presence to go into the slide to knock it down. He didn't pick it clean, but he knew exactly where the ball was. Went and picked it up, and in one motion, who makes that throw? And how good is Lamont coming off the bag to stretch a little bit? That's the way the game ended on Wednesday night. So I wanted to pick somebody else, John, but honestly, Chapman had the top 3 plays. He could have had plays 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How many plays did Matt Chapman make at third base in Pittsburgh?
Well, man, I mean, he hit the home run in the top of the inning. He made 2 plays in the 8th inning yesterday. Like you said, the spin play, which is not an easy play, made 2 plays. In fact, Joey was so frustrated he got kicked out of the game after the last one to end the inning. But like you said, I mean, even in the 8th inning alone, those 2 plays he made, let alone the one that ended the game that you did play. I mean, my God, he was amazing in Pittsburgh.
And once he has covered up the top rail of the strike zone where he was getting his shot blocked, his jump shot blocked, he is so confident now. He is oozing with confidence. Defensively, he's always been great. But I think for a while there, his lack of offense, and in particular, thinking about, I can't hit a high fastball anymore. What's wrong with me? He was taking that to third base. He had 6 errors on the year. There were balls that were getting by him. It was not him. Now that he is contributing so much offensively and the pressure's been on him, being a former A, coming across the bay to be a Giant, he is just so locked in on every aspect of the game. And we didn't even show the home run he had on Tuesday night, and that was a ball that he hit a slicer going out to right center to give the Giants, I think at the time, a 5-2 lead. He homered in every game in Pittsburgh. He has never hit at least 1 home run in 4 straight games in his career. Can he do it tonight? The last Giant to homer in 4 straight games, Brandon Belt. And Brandon Belt had the same problem. Could not hit a high fastball, plagued him for years. Finally, his final year in 21, he hobbled around in 22, but he wasn't healthy. His final healthy year, then he got hurt at the end of the year squaring the butt in Denver. He was able to solve that. So, and the guy throwing tonight, John, Christian Scott, he's a hard thrower with the Mets. He'll rush it up there 95, 96, 97 with a sweeper. But will the Mets change their scouting report? The Pirates said, well, you told us he couldn't hit a high fastball. Now they're going to feed him high fastballs, or they're going to try to get him out in front. Right now, Matt Chapman is the best player in the game.
All right, there you go. Papa's plays of the week, all Matt Chapman, and deserved the home run on Wednesday, as you saw, up and away, hit it into left field. The home run on Thursday, which pulled him to within 6-5 off Stratton, hits it again up high and outside. Hits that one to left center field, and then the game-ending play, they got Joey Bart out. There was probably 3 or 4, like you said, probably 5 that you could have picked defensively in that Pittsburgh series for Matt Chapman, and those are Papa's plays of the week. By the way, just a note on that Drew Pomerantz ad. He's in the pen. He's wearing 59.
He's here.
He was in Oklahoma City pitching with the Dodgers AAA and had an out in that contract. And actually his last couple of outings he's been good, but he hasn't pitched in the major league since 2021. Somebody just sent some video out of him. He's hitting at about 90, 91 miles per hour at the fastball, but he's still got that curveball. And although he struggled in 2019 with the Giants when he had 17 starts, after he left, he went to Milwaukee, then went to San Diego, signed a 4-year deal in San Diego. Injuries cut that short, but he was an effective reliever after he left the Giants. So we'll see what he's got left at the age of 35. But he's going to be wearing 59, and he is going to be in the pen in New York tonight. So, wow, Drew Pomerantz, a Giant again.
And to put him on the roster there to make a couple of moves, Jackson Reed's DFA designated for assignment to get him on the 40-man. And to get him on the 26-man, Mason Black has been sent back down to AAA. So, and, he just... the opener role yesterday with Miller, and then he came into the game. He does have to get a little deeper into games, but it does lead to what the Giants are going to do coming up, John, with that open spot in their rotation minus Mason Black. I assume this means that at some point Keaton Wynn is going to be healthy enough to come off the IL with the forearm strain, and he would pitch and probably have to face, good luck for him, the Philadelphia Phillies again sometime next week as they're coming to Oracle Park.
That would not be good. I would not be a fan of the way that the Phillies play. What are they, 37-14 now? They won again last night. So there you go. Papa's Plays of the Week, great to listen to. But if you can, every Friday when we do them at 1:30, if you can get near YouTube or Twitch, get near a computer or a device to check out the highlights, you get to see the highlights of it as well, which is very cool. So there you go. Papa's Plays of the Week, which we'll do at 1:30 every Friday. All right, we got some remnants to come before the top of the hour. Is Tolbert with Kerry today? Is that right? Is Kerry back in today with Tolbert? Oh, solo Tolbert before Giants baseball today in New York. So solo Tolbert at the top of the hour. It's Pop and Lum. We'll give you some remnants before we get out of here at the top of the hour, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great JT Snow, he joined Tolbert and Kerry Crowley, sitting in for Copes yesterday to recap the Giants series win over the Pirates. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here, Memorial Day weekend. I got big plans to get a lot of sleep all weekend, and I'll be on my Sleep Number bed where quality sleep is helping me boost my reaction time, recovery time, and performance can do well for you. That's why the Sleep Number Smart Bed is designed for a one-of-a-kind, ever-evolving sleep needs. So make sure you take it to the next level. You know all about Sleep Number, adjustable firmness on each side. Only Sleep Number Smart Beds let you choose your ideal comfort, your Sleep Number setting, and feature cooling layers for more comfortable sleep. It's starting to get warmer at night, and now is a great chance for you to take advantage of. If you don't have a Sleep Number bed, they have a Sleep Number Memorial Day sale. You will save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus, you get free home delivery, which is key when you add any base. So they are great to deal with, but get it done by Monday because the sale will end Memorial Day Monday on May the 27th. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. You want more J.D. Power 2023 award information? Visit jdpower.com/awards. Get a Sleep Number bed this Memorial Day weekend only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tavares, right in the butt.
What?
No.
I can't decide what I like more, the other contestant going, what? Or Pat Sajak pausing and going, no, in a very disgusting manner.
What are you thinking about?
You know what's on his mind. Oh, man. Whew. This is always an interesting question to ask you. So, long weekend ahead.
Mm-hmm.
What's on the agenda?
2:01, I will let you know, John. I may be coming with you. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But I'll get a full report on Tuesday. And Tuesday, we're back at it in force because we're going to do the State of the Franchise on Tuesday night. So I'm going to be from Santa Clara on Tuesday. And we got, if you had to come up with the best possible 3-player panel, I think we got it. So I think we're still nailing on exactly who we have. But we got the headliners for this year's State of the Franchise. So, yeah, long weekend. Who knows where we'll go? North, south, east, west, may wind up in the Bay. Never know where I'll go. You're going south, though, correct?
Yeah, we're going to go south. We were contemplating Bottle Rock, which we've done a lot of times, and there's actually a lot of good bands playing up there, but we're going to skip it, and we're going to go south, even though it's chilly. Man, it's chilly. It's going to be chilly this weekend until
We got
Sunday.
Bottle Rock this week.
Yeah, Bottle Rock.
We got a reggae concert in Tahoe. We could go anywhere.
There's a ton of stuff going on. So we're going to head out very shortly and get out for the weekend and go kind of hang out a little bit, which should be cool. And then, like you said,
are you driving a new car?
Yeah, so I got to do what you do. Like, you got to find the superchargers and stuff like that. But we're just we'll take our time.
We're everywhere
whatever.
now.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It used to be a major hassle, and you couldn't take an electric car, but now superchargers are everywhere. You'll have no problem.
Yeah. Plus, I just got that thing put in my garage while I was on the air. My son was actually a help that he was home. But, we got everything figured out, and everything is good. So she's all charged up, ready to go.
So
and then, like you said.
Tessie, is she on trip mode?
Yeah, trip mode. Let's go. Charge her up.
400 miles. You're good.
Yeah, let's roll, man. And then when I get back, like you said, supercharger along the way, whatever. But, it's going to be cool. But, just looking forward to a good weekend. Going to be fun, even though it'll be a little cooler. Whatever, man. Throw on a sweatshirt. Let's roll. Looking forward to it. So
I may come back and watch the Phillies. They're coming. What a week. So it's just we'll watch a lot of SNY and MSG. And, you got the Mets this weekend starting in New York. And then next weekend, the Yankees are coming in. And then you got the best team in baseball, the Philadelphia Phillies, and the Yankees are the second best. So you got to take advantage of the New York Mets when you can, John. They're 7 under. Christian Scott is no joke, though. This guy tonight has great stuff. Severino, the former Yankee. We saw him when the Mets were here before. The big Sean Manaea will pitch against the Giants, and you're rolling out.
He's been their best pitcher, by the way. Manaea's got a 3.11 ERA. He's pitched well.
We talked about whether or not they should have just brought him back over Blake Snell. Blake's going to go Memorial Day Monday against the Phillies. But you got Kyle Harrison tonight from Daylon, Jordan Hicks, and then Logan Webb. How about that matchup on Sunday? Logan Webb against Sean Manaea. again. And then Giants come right home, and that's always a tough one to play the day game on Memorial Day Monday. But the Phillies are in, I think they're going to Denver this weekend. The Yankees are starting a road trip in San Diego, so both the Phillies and Yankees are starting Western trips, and they'll wind up to Oracle Park. But if you want to cut the Memorial Day short and come back on the holiday, 2:05 at Oracle
Thinking about
Park
that.
to watch the Phillies would be good. We're going to be there
I'd
in
like
the
to see
patio,
them.
though, on Wednesday. We'll be there on Wednesday for the 12:45 matinee game.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think I may head back for that game because I'd like to see the Phillies play. And like I said, we're going to be there Wednesday as well. And then, like you said, the Yankees are playing the way they're playing with their starting pitching being as good as it is. So this is all fun, and you play the Pirates and you play the Mets, and it's really important because those are potential wild card teams you're going to be fighting with down the stretch. But the Phillies and Yankees have been no joke. So we're going to find out, with this winning streak. Hopefully they can win the series against New York. But now real big boy comes to play because the Phillies and Yankees, they are playing amazing.
Two best teams record-wise in all of baseball. I mean, the Phillies are on pace. John, they've won 29 of their last 36 games. What are you talking about? That is, or maybe 35 games. 29 of the last 35. They're 29-6 over the last 35. That is an amazing clip, and they're the best team in baseball by far. I mean, they could be historically good, like we thought the Dodgers would. They're playing. Their winning percentage is .725. That's 117, 118 wins. Are they that good? And they got a great starter every game, and their lineup never stops. And then, the Dodgers got a lot of star power on their teams, but are there two more just star-laden teams than the Philadelphia Phillies and the New York Yankees since they added Juan Soto?
Yeah, no doubt about it. So that's what's happening this weekend. A couple of other quick notes. We didn't mention this because we were off the air. Congratulations to Steph Curry. That's 10 All-NBA teams. So Joker, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who, by the way, he is now eligible to sign a 4-year contract in which the last year of his deal, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander would get paid $80 million or nearly $1 million a game. Luka, Giannis, and Jason Tatum. Second team, Jalen Brunson, Anthony Davis, Kevin Durant, Anthony Edwards, Kawhi. Third team, Devin Booker, Steph, Tyrese Halliburton, LeBron James, and Sabonis. So there's your All-NBA teams.
I think I missed you saying Jaylen Brown.
No Jaylen Brown.
He did not make an All-NBA team?
No Jaylen Brown there.
He did last year, and it got him $300 million. And his performance last night was so epic. Tatum struggled in the first half.
Yeah.
But Drew Holiday is so good. And then Tatum got it going in the third quarter. There was a point there where I thought the scoreboard was stuck. Indiana's been on 27 for like 27 minutes. Can they score here? And then Halliburton re-injured his hamstring, John?
Yeah.
Yeesh.
Yeah, I know. Not good. So, and then the other thing was, speaking of the NBA, cap numbers came out. So look, I don't know what Klay's going to do, but if the Magic want to splurge on Klay Thompson, they have $42 million. The Sixers have $41 million. Would Klay go to Philly with Joel Embiid? They have $41 million under the cap. He's not going to Detroit. They have $39. Not going to Utah. They have $36. So the Magic and the 76ers might be teams to watch out for when it comes to Klay. If they want to overpay him to that number, I don't think they do, but I'm just saying.
Yeah,
they have money. They
want him to resign. By the way, at Niners on Wednesday, because they worked out Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday was an off day and it was all classroom work. You know who spent the entire day with the San Francisco 49ers?
Oh, I heard about this.
Steve Kerr. The Warriors head coach was there, and all the offensive meeting groups, and Kyle and John, they've been kind of hitting, going back and forth. Kyle and John have been trying to get Steve down there where Kyle Shanahan could spend time with Steve Kerr, and he sat in on all the offensive meetings the entire day, and a lot of it was to learn just football and pick plays, and he was talking about how the line of scrimmage and the quarterback throwing to wide receivers is so much like the inbound plays in the NBA. And Steve's so good at, ATOs after timeouts, the baseline out of bounds, the sideline out of bounds. And he was there trying to learn, even at his stage, just try to inbound the ball in the NBA. And I said, Steve, you're fine at that. Why don't you have Rick Carlisle come by one of the 49er meetings and learn how to inbound the ball? The Eastern Finals will be 1-1 and not too old. But Steve Kerr was there all day on Wednesday. He left right after to drive down to San Diego. Then he's coming up, and I think they're going to training camp with Team USA like around July the 2nd. And the training camp's going to be in Vegas. I say we do our show from the Sphere.
Wow.
The entire month of July.
Let's do it.
Hang with Team
It's
USA.
hot there, but hell with it, man. Just stay inside. I mean, I realize it's a desert and it's going to be hot, but whatever. I'm down for Vegas anytime. I don't care how hot, how cold, whatever. I would definitely be down that. That would be really cool. So, all right, there's a couple of remnants before we get out of here. Hope everybody has a tremendous weekend this weekend, no matter what you're going to do. You're always fun to talk to because you have no idea. Then you get off the air and you're like, I don't know. I mean, you could end up in France.
I could go north.
I know.
Could go to Bottle Rock. Could go to Tahoe for the reggae festival. Could go south and hang with you in Big Sur. Who knows where I go?
It'd be amazing.
Now that I know your house is open, I may just go to the East Coast.
I bet you should. If the weather was a little better, man, we were thinking about doing a barbecue or something. It's too damn cold. Thanks to Bags today, Extra Bags. David Lombardi gave us some great stuff from the Niners where you were yesterday as well. Randy Wynn was a lot of fun to talk to, as always. Make sure if you missed any of those interviews, just hit him up at KNBR.com. Thanks to Walter, of course, and to Danny. Great job on everything, including Papa's Day Plays of the Week. Really well done, guys, putting it on the video. So, again, if you missed that, make sure you check it out every Friday. And we put the video up on YouTube and Twitch and the such. So check it out. I think it's going to be Solo Tolbert until we got Giants baseball against the Mets. That's next on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Right in the butt?
What?
No.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Got a 40-minute banger for you today. We'll get into a little baseball, a little basketball, maybe a little clip for you from the archives that I hadn't thought about in a while. Ran across it today on Twitter. It makes me laugh every single time, and we might play it just if this is the end of Inside the NBA. I tried to play some of their funnier clips because they have some funny ones. So Marcus Thompson may or may not join me during the show, but it'll be a shorty. And by the way, can somebody please, can someone grab Papa's hat and curve that bill? I mean, please. I'm sorry. It's just, you know how I feel about, like, uniforms. Like, if you're over 30 wearing uniforms, if it's your thing, cool. Not my deal at all. Maybe because I wore a uniform for most of my life. But this one's non-negotiable. You're like over 50. You put a little bit of a curve in that hat, okay? You can't be going flat bill like when you're 60. I'm sorry. That's just a rule I have. You might disagree with me. You may go flat bill on me, but I'm sorry. You just, at some point, it's like when you age, as you're aging, the bill should just curve automatically. When you're younger, that's what I'm talking about. The younger kids tilt to the side, hit the skate park a little bit. Yeah. You're like a grandpa? Nah. That's the last thing I need to see is a grandpa and a grandchild both rocking flat bill hats. Just no. No. Absolutely not. Again, some things are non-negotiable.
Hey, excuse me, Holmes. What it is, bro?
I could kind of negotiate with the uniforms, maybe, but I sorry, I'm not negotiating on the flat bill. Just not. No, can't talk me off that one. That is a get off my lawn. But when you're yelling at other old people, is that get off your lawn? I don't know if that's get off your lawn. Usually, get off your lawn is yelling at young kids. Like if you're like yelling at another old person, then I don't know if that's get off my lawn or not get off my lawn. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to look up the definition of that one. All right, coming up, we're going to get you ready for the Mets and the Giants as Kyle Harrison goes today. We'll see if they keep this thing rolling. Again, we don't have time for phone calls. I was curious yesterday. I would be curious today. Hell, you guys could pop it up right here on the YouTube chat where I could see you guys. Just be like calling, except I don't got to hear your voices. Are you more excited to watch the Giants tonight? I know I am. Not just because they're playing well. When they score runs, of course they're easier to watch. They're more palatable when a team can score 6 instead of 2. But with the young guys, I mean, you got a bunch of them going today. I'm assuming Bailey's playing today. I haven't looked at the lineups yet. But is Luciano in the lineup today? Ramos, yes. Matos, yes. Harrison. I mean, look at that. Oh, Wisely. So Wisely instead of... Oh, no, Wisely. Okay, so we got 4 of them, just not Wisely. Okay, that's kind of what I figured. So you have the 3 position players, the pitcher. So you have half the damn team today are the kids. I'm in. I mean, it's when you're playing well, it's easy to say, I'm in. But I'm curious if everybody else out there is more apt to watch the game tonight because of the young kids. And because of the way they're playing. Because of the way they're playing, I think is, again, that's almost an automatic. Team's playing pretty well. You're more likely to watch them play. Now that they've won, 6 out of 7, I think it was? 4 in a row going into Pittsburgh, 2 out of 3, 6 out of 7. So, yeah, you're going to be more likely to watch them play. But for me, it's watching the young guys just kind of almost grow right in front of your eyes. And you're watching Matos do his thing. And I'll tell you what, he almost took another home run away. That'd have been 3 in his short time up here. I mean, that's pretty amazing. This guy's pretty fearless when he goes into the wall. He's not slowing down much, and he almost had that one. It just, the glove wasn't quite stiff enough and just kind of slithered his way out when he hit the wall. But watching him do his thing, watching Ramos do his thing, Bailey's back. He's been doing his thing. Harrison's doing his thing this year. You know, Luciano's only been up for a week or so, and he's kind of doing his thing. Hopefully the glove doesn't get mad at him tonight. So, you know, just the ABs that they're having, they look more disciplined. They look more comfortable, look relaxed. And that's a good thing to see because it wasn't even 2 weeks ago. It was a little over 1 week ago where I asked Farhan about the inability to kind of move hitters through the system. And that's been a failure of the Giants organization, is that they just have not been able to move hitters through the organization. And by no means are these guys locks to be here the rest of the year. Maybe Matos and Bailey. And that's about it. Matos because of Lee's injury and Bailey because, well, Bailey's a stud. But the rest of you still got to earn your way. But they're in the process of earning their way. What was that, Tim? Tim says, take a look at my phone. Hey, I never look at my phone when I'm working. I'm trying. Uh-oh. We have a Robbie Ray update. Anybody want a Robbie Ray update? Yeah, let's get a Robbie Ray update. Oh, I got to say the Robbie Ray update. Okay. I thought it was somebody else. I'm sitting here waiting for the update going, this is going to be good. Oh, yeah, Tom, look at your phone so you can read it. Okay. Robbie Ray is going to be throwing to hitters tomorrow for the first time since his surgery.
Great job,
That's
brother.
a pretty major development. That comes courtesy of Susan Slusser. That is good news. And Alex Cobb is starting his throwing progression again. So we'll see how that goes. But who was it yesterday? Was it Larry Bear that told us that Robbie Ray's a little further along than maybe they anticipated? Or it could have been Bags. I can't remember who it was that told us that, because we're all kind of assuming August, right? Like maybe August. Maybe it's before that. Maybe it's, mid-July. Maybe it's end of July. Who knows what it's going to be? I don't know what it's going to be, but that's a good thing. You get that dude back in the fold because you got to think it's going to take him a few starts too. Like you're not just going to drop him in the lineup. And no, you don't expect it to go the way of Snell, which has just been god-awful. Like you didn't expect Snell at the end of last year where he was untouchable right away, but you didn't expect this Snell, which I don't know that we've seen this Snell very often. So, again, that is a big key in my mind, a big key to this team being able to keep this thing going is getting Blake Snell back. And I don't know if they can get him back. It's kind of up to him. And maybe there's some things they can tweak, but he's paying the guy $32 million. He's got to be a guy. He has to be a guy. And he's been less than a guy. In fact, I've joked he's been a guy for the other team. That's how poorly he's pitched. So hopefully he can get it going and he can kind of be up there with Harrison and Webb and Hicks and him. And now you're looking and going, man, that's solid. And then if Cobb and Ray comes back, that's going to take a little bit off of Hicks and Harrison's workload. You can save those innings. I kind of, we'll see. We'll see. It's only been 7 games, but again, I'm just excited watching the young guys. I think it's fun. We haven't seen it in a long time. It's the last time we saw a position player come up again, excluding catcher. I kind of always forget about Bailey. He's a position player, but he's not out in the field. They just hasn't been, and I don't know if they were planning on having these guys come up this year. Slater gets hurt, and he was terrible. Ramos comes up, Lee gets hurt, Matos comes up, Ahmed gets hurt, Luciano comes up. And they're all making the most of their chances. So we'll see where it keeps going. All right, 808 KNBR the number. Maybe not. We're going to do tips and picks. We got a clip I want to play for you that it is one of the funniest things you're ever going to hear. This thing, I've seen it before, but it was a few years ago. And I'd forgotten about it, and then I saw it again today because they're playing some of these clips with Inside the NBA, maybe saying bye-bye. And this one, this one kills me. And the great thing is not even Inside the NBA. It's like an NCAA version of Inside the NBA. So we'll get to that. May or may not talk to Marcus. We'll talk a little bit about the basketball game last night. Look forward to Game 2 of the Wolves and the Mavericks next here on the Sports Leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
For a little-known but legally binding contract stipulation, Tom Tolbert refuses to do updates. So, hey! Giants hitting coach Pat Burrell joined Murph and Marcus this morning after the Giants have rolled out 6 wins in their last 7 games. Check it out at KNBR.com and on the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Time to make those weekend wagers. Who you want to bet your Benjamins on? We got you covered with tips and picks. Sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Now here's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR.
4 seconds to go. Now they'll inbound the ball. The Celtics, 2-0 lead in the Eastern Conference Finals. Jaylen Brown goes for 40, tying his career high in the postseason. The Celtics beat Indiana 126-110, and now we await word on Tyrese Halliburton and his injured leg.
Tips and picks sponsored by Twin Pines Casino and Hotels. Celebrate Twin Pine Casino and Hotels 30th anniversary all year long in Lake County, California, where every visit is a winning experience. We'll get to the picks in a minute here, but let me recap last night's game. Indiana didn't play bad. I mean, Indiana's defense is what Indiana's defense is, and last night Boston took full advantage of that. But you look at Indiana, shot over 50% from the field again, shot close to 40% from three, 38, and then from the free throw line. You know, they're not a team that gets to the free throw line a ton. Yet they did not get slaughtered at all from the free throw line, 11-17. So they got outscored by 6. The problem is they lost a little bit everywhere. They were -4 in threes, -3 in field goals overall. Fouls, they fouled a little bit too much, 23 fouls. Points off turnovers, dead even. Fast break points, 10-7. Second chance points, Boston by 5, 18-13. Points in the paint. They did get schooled points in the paint, 54-34. Boston kind of beat him up in the paint, and they were really going after Tyrese Halliburton last night. Although I will point out this, and I always have to say, this is just a stat like any other stat. It's not the stat, but it does mean something. You wonder how much they're going to miss Tyrese Halliburton, and Tyrese Halliburton was getting, I mean, they just picked on him relentlessly in the third quarter last night. That was a game they lost by 16. Tyrese Halliburton was +1 in the game. So when he was out of the game, they outscored him by 17. When he was in the game, they won the game by 1. And if he's out, the series is over. Done. 4, maybe 5. Maybe Indiana still gets 1 at home because they've been really good at home. And they still got some good players, but that's their dude. That's their guy. I'm not sure if Siakam can shoot the ball like he did last game. He was just on fire. But they got some, I mean, they're a good team. Him and Turner and Nembhard's playing really well. Neesmith's playing really well. McConnell didn't have a very good game last night. He wasn't very good. It turning the ball over and just some uncharacteristic stuff from McConnell. So, yeah, I mean, I hope Halliburton's back. Again, you just want to see the best players play, and you want to see him play. He's one of the best players in the game. So if he doesn't play, it's a bummer for the viewers, and it stinks because it's over. It's probably over anyway. After they lost game 1, it was probably over. As for tonight's game, I expect Minnesota. That would be my pick. Tips and picks. I expect Minnesota to cover this game. It didn't get the job done, lost a close one, and Dallas got the one at home. I don't love 5.5, but I still think Minnesota wins this, maybe even by double digits. They're going to come out and play much better. I mean, Chris Finch, their head coach, called them out. He said we were watching film, and I had to let him know the Western Conference playoffs, the Western Conference finals have started. You may want to join. That's pretty rough for a team that hasn't been to the finals and for a Western Conference finals in forever. They just got through beating the defending champs, and he just said, nah, I ain't having it. No. You guys might want to join the party. It started. Come on in. So I expect them to come with a fully spirited effort tonight. I expect them to figure out some ways to get Anthony Edwards in the middle of that defense and create a little more havoc, get to the free throw line.
Bring gas.
Thank you. Use that elevation when he gets in there, and then it kind of spaces out the defense. But I would be surprised, very surprised, if they hoist up 49 three-pointers again tonight. I do not see that happening. Wouldn't surprise me if they really made a concerted effort to stop Kyrie Irving early, because Kyrie went off in the first half last night. It was Kyrie Irving early, Luka late, and they didn't really get a huge offensive contribution from Washington or Jones or really anybody else. I mean, everybody kind of pitched in a little bit, but throughout the playoffs so far, Jones has had 17, 19, 22. Then PJ has had 28, 22, 19. I mean, usually it's one of those two that provides the tertiary scoring. But they just haven't – they didn't get that last night, but didn't need it. They were good. I mean, Dallas is good, and Dallas could very easily win this series, but I still think it'll be long. I think Minnesota wins tonight and then maybe split back in Dallas and come on back. Because if Dallas wins this one, it's hard for me to believe this is going to go the way the other one went, where you win 2 on the road and then get beat 2 at home. I just don't see that happening. That's very, very rare. So I got the T-Wolves tonight. I will lay the points and take the Wolves.
Bring gas.
Thank you. All right, let's play. Let me set this up real quick for you. This is a highlight that I ran across on Twitter that I hadn't seen in a long time. And I thought, I'll play this because there's a lot of people that listen to the show that love Inside the NBA. I think we all love it, probably for different reasons, but they're just a fun show. They just have great chemistry, good time together. The graphics people are amazing. So when I saw this, it just got me thinking of some of the classic moments of that show. Funny part about it, this isn't even that show. Kind of an extension of that show because Kenny and Charles are doing it. But it's the NCAA tournament version of it with Greg Gumbel and Clark Kellogg. And this one kills me every single time because you have to understand. You're going to be listening to it. You're not going to see it. Charles is dead serious. When Charles talks, I'm not going to tell you exactly what he's talking about, but you'll figure it out. He is dead serious about the subject and what he used to do. And the other guys are just like, what? Are you come on. You serious? Anyway, this is an old clip, probably a couple years ago. NCAA tournament, Greg Gumbel hosting. And then you had Clark Kellogg, Kenny Smith, and Charles Barkley. Go ahead.
We used to take a shower in our uniforms because, when we flew commercial my first few years.
Wait, time out. There's no era where you did.
Yes, it is.
Stop, you're making this up.
No, I'm not.
There's no way that you were supposed to wash your uniform with it on.
Let him finish.
I've never heard. No one in the right mind has ever done that.
Let him finish,
Kenny.
please.
And soap, they give you soap.
Let him finish, Kenny.
You had to wash your uniform yourself. So after the game, when you got to your room, you took a shower in your uniform and dried and dropped on the commercial airline the next day.
Were you with Jed Clampett? No, please. That's why you had to let him finish. Come on. Because I think you can clean your uniform without showering in it. That is possible. You can actually clean it without showering in it.
You don't have to have it on.
No, but it's easier to do it that way. It's easier.
It's done.
Oh, you cut it off. Oh, God, you guys butchered it. Unbelievable. Well, there was about 35 more seconds of hilarity in that that I'm going to have to explain to these guys how we get the comedic gold out of it. Needless to say, Clark Kellogg just lost it.
Were you with Jed Clampett?
That was Gumbel. He just lost it, and then he said it again. He doubled down on it. No, it's easier to do it this way. And they're just like, what? I thought Clark was gonna fall out of his chair. I remember watching it. I almost fell off the couch. Look, I played in that era. Nobody that I know of put their uniform on, stood in a shower, and washed their uniform. Like, I don't even know how that would work. Do you grab one of those hotel soap bars that aren't even good enough to wash your hands with? Like, here's what you have to do. I mean, you have to do this for about like 5 minutes to get a lather out of that bar. And you're still not getting a lather out of that bar. You know, those hotel soap bars are brutal. So what are you going to do? You're going to be like washing that and washing your pants. And how do you even get to the back portion of your jersey? Like you're washing, do you take it off and put it back on and then wash it? Or do you use the garbage hotel soap or shampoo that they give you? Maybe you can condition it too. Like no one ever did that. What we would do is we'd take them off like normal human beings, and leave them in the locker room, and then the trainers, like the ball boys, would come gather them all up, put them in a big bag, and our trainer would wash them. And then we'd give them back to us. Like today, they have like 2 or 3 uniforms they bring with them, so they don't have to do that. But back then, that's what you do. Like nobody like I don't remember one of my teammates ever leaving the locker room in their uniform. Ever. And I certainly would remember if someone said, yeah, I had to wash my own uniform. Like, no one was in the sink. No one put their uniforms in the sink when we were traveling and washing it. I mean, look, the NBA back then isn't what the NBA is now, but it wasn't like 1840. Like, it was like, hey, you got to do your own laundry. And you're lucky if you have water. Maybe you can even do your own laundry. You might have to wear that funky jersey for a few games before we get back home. Dip it in the river. Hey, this town has a river. Let's go down to the river and wash it there. You got like one of those racks. You like wash it on the river and take it back. No. I don't know. I mean, I think he probably did it though, because he's Charles. He was dead serious when he was saying that. Like, it's easier. Yeah, I put it on and I wash it. It's like, that's some Alabama stuff right there. That's some Alabama stuff. And I know. My grandparents are from Alabama. And that reminds me of Alabama. Like, what are you doing putting that on and washing it? Wow. I wanted to share that with you because when I saw it again today, it brought back memories. I was like, oh my gosh, there's no way somebody did that. Apparently he did that. So there you go. All right, coming up, Marcus Thompson joins me next here on the Sports Leader.
It's time for Tolbert, Copes, and Thompson. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland with The Athletics, Marcus Thompson on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
Was this from Braveheart? I feel like we're out in the meadow somewhere. Is that William Wallace? I don't know. It's Friday. That means we catch up with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, who, word has it, is in Eugene doing a little track and field. What's up, Marcus?
Oh, man. Yes. I am in Eugene, Oregon for the second time in my life. Not bad. Not bad at all.
It's okay. Yeah, I liked Eugene. I liked it better than Corvallis, put it that way.
Yeah, I haven't been there. I have to come back out here in June for like 2 weeks or something crazy. So I might have to hit Salem and Corvallis and everything else in between, because while Eugene might be nice, I don't know if it's 2 weeks nice.
It's not. Trust me. It's not. It's not 2 weeks nice at all. Now, you are, if I'm not mistaken, every so often when I come across your Twitter feed, you tweet about track and field. So I'm assuming you are, I won't say an aficionado, but you have a certain appreciation for track and field and kind of follow it a little bit?
A little, but...
Okay, that's a no. That's a no. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate it, but not really.
I was trying to save it. Like I was trying to uphold the premise here.
That was Tom. They're making me do it.
They were like, man, we ain't got nothing else for you to do. Yeah, how about you just Prefontaine? Go ahead.
Prefontaine. Oh my goodness gracious! All right, let's get into a little NBA. Well, let's start with tonight's game, Game 2, Wolves and Mavs. And were you surprised at all? I don't know Chris Finch all that well, but I like him. Jim Peterson tells me he's a really, really cool guy, and I like the press conferences. He just seems like I like him. Anyway, I was a little surprised after how well they played that he told them during their film session, I guess yesterday, that, hey, the Western Conference Finals has started. You might want to join us. I was like, damn, that's like pretty harsh after Game 1. It's going to be interesting to see the way they come out, but were you surprised at all that he was maybe a little harsher, admitted he was a little harsher than most?
Nah, actually, I think this is why Finch is great, right? And also this is why they like him too, because he'll do that. He'll deliver that message. And I don't know. I think this was one of those situations where he was saying it to the team, but he was actually talking to Anthony Edwards, the Carl Anthony Towns. Right?
Yeah.
It's like one of those things where it's like, you guys weren't that good. And in fairness, he did have to guard Kyrie, but Anthony Edwards looked tired, and he was passive and just chucked up a bunch of threes, took the easiest shot.
Yep.
So I think he was talking to Ant, to be honest with you, and put it in the perspective of the entire team. But absolutely, you lose home games, they should actually mean something, right? It should matter. And that, by the way, that's their third home loss.
Yep.
Is it 3 in a row? No, they did one. 3 out of the last 4
Yeah.
lost at home. So, yeah, I'd imagine Finch is pretty upset. And also, like, he's chewing, like, pain meds and stuff with, like, a ruptured knee. He's like, if I'm out here
could have been on one.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm out here gaming it, man. What y'all doing? Like,
oh, man. Well, that's the one stat that jumped out to me more than any stat in Game 1, is that Anthony Edwards took 4 2-pointers. 4. That is it. And I know the defense is geared to stop him. Like, that's clear. That's why they shot 49 3-pointers in that game, which I'd be shocked if they did again. They're going to get to the paint tonight, come hell or high water. They're getting there. But it's going to be hard. They're going to have to figure out a way to do it because Dallas is geared to stop them from getting to the paint. But it'll be interesting to see what kind of sets they come up with. And sometimes I think it's better, Marcus, to get a guy the ball on the wing than have him up top. Because when he's up top, 10 eyes can be on him, and they're all there just kind of geared to stop you from getting there. But when you run action on the baseline and the wing, sometimes it's easier to beat one guy and get to the paint. So I'm curious to see how they do that tonight.
Yeah, I mean, they have to do something. And normally they do, right? Normally that's Ant's thing. It's like, I'm getting to the spot no matter what. But I don't know why they didn't make that adjustment live. He was looking at five dudes looking back at him. Like, that's where if you got five guys looking at you, you probably should change your entry point. And to me, it does feel like just it's a crazy idea, right? Just like, hey, move over there like 4 feet. But it does change everything, right? Like the weak side is further, right? Like everybody's not always assigned to the top, to the wing. Like you might have a different setup. To me, it was an easy call to make, but it looked like I don't know that they weren't making it and Ant was just out of it. But the harder part I think they've got to deal with is that no matter what, at all times on the floor, Dallas has a shot blocker. And that's different. That's different than Phoenix. Is different than Denver. Because even though Jokic is big and he gets in the middle, like, you're not worried about him blocking your shot. Like, he's not absent, but it's not like a shot blocker. And they got Gafford and Lively. Man, he goes after everything. And this dude is just like all energy. He's like a walking Red Bull. So he can get up 3 or 4 times. I think it's hard. I think they're seeing like, it's different when there's somebody there waiting for you at the rim, right? So I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do. They just have to get in the lane. They're an inside-out 3-point shoot team. They're not like Steph and Clay and them. They thought they were Steph and Clay last game. They're not. They're not those guys.
The one thing that jumped out to me, because it jumped out in Series 1 against Phoenix, and I think we talked about this, and Gobert did a little bit more of it in the second series. He didn't have to do as much, but get out on the perimeter and guard and stay in front of guys and make it hard on them to get by them. They're in that drop coverage on those Luka pick and rolls up top, and I don't know how you expect that that's going to go well for you, because he's either going to come down, get the defender on his back, kind of navigate, and then shoot his little fadeaway, or he's going to run right at Gobert and lay it up or throw it over Gobert, and there's Lively or Gafford. Like, I did not like that coverage at all, and I'll be real curious if they stick with it, because that's one, if I'm Dallas, I feel like I can always go to that. If they're going to play it that way, that's always a play I can go to and get something good out of it.
It's unbelievable that they even tried it. Like,
I know
it's so weird. Like, and the worst part about Rudy, which is different than like a Lively, right? Like, even if he presses up and he's driving on a guy, like if you say, all right, I need you to jump on the ball handler out of pick and roll. Like, he doesn't block shots when he's moving. He's not one of those guys who can track it in the air, block it from behind. So even if you don't give him the drop and he presses up, he's still getting cooked, right? Like that. Yeah. So like you don't win either way. Unlike where it's like with Lively, he's really good at tracking you and he'll block it from behind if you aren't careful enough. Or even Gafford, he don't have the quickest feet, but those are more like, I'm on you, you're not getting a shot off. Or Rudy is more like help side, I'm gonna block the shot. Like it's a weird thing. And the other part is like, these dudes are the best playmakers in the game. Like, do you really want them deciding how it goes? I'm taking the ball out their hands immediately. Why is it, Tom? Maybe you could tell me this. Why is it people wait to Game 6 to say, all right, let's take the ball out of that guy's hands? Like, you don't know. You don't know who he is. Like, did you need 5 games of getting cooked to be like, okay, let's get the ball out of his hands? Like, were you gonna wait till you down 3-2? I never understand that. Like, oh, I'm not going to do that because then they're going to know what I'm going to do and I'm going to hold that for. Like, everybody know what's going to happen. He's going to cook you. You're going to double. So why are we messing around with this?
It's funny because they don't double on the perimeter as much as they used to. And I've talked to Steve about this, in that back in the day, they would go take the ball out of Jordan's hands. They'd go take the ball out of Bird's hands if they could. They'd just go. And the only thing I can figure out is the game's different now in that you got to cover so much more court because everyone's a 3-point shooter nowadays. So if you go double somebody, like they were doing a lot, they were getting the ball out of Ant's hands. Denver was. And they couldn't quite figure out exactly how to navigate it. But I think once you kind of turn that key and it clicks, then you're going to have any shot you want to on the weak side. And if you're willing to live with that, then you can live with that. I don't know if it's my preference for a steady diet of it, but I think in certain situations, Nelly always used to have a saying. He'd say, I want you to double him when he gets serious. And then you'd have to use your judgment as to when he's getting serious. Like, you don't want to double Barkley on the block when he's just holding the ball, looking over the defense. You wanted to double him when he started dribbling, but not just dribbling. Because if he just dribbles, he could still be doing what Draymond likes to do. Dribble with his head over his right shoulder if he's on the right block, just kind of waiting, looking at you, and as soon as you come, then he's going to find somebody. Like, kind of getting serious is when he starts moving you and bouncing the ball and coming at you aggressively. Then it's like, go. So that's kind of my preference. Of course, the problem with that is you're asking players to think. And sometimes when players think, things go awry a little bit. And you foul, or you double too late, or it's an and one, just something like that. But I'm curious tonight to see if they have Anthony Edwards guarding Kyrie Irving as much as they did in the first quarter. Because, I mean, look, I know he's young, I know he's in good shape, but we're at the end of the season now, and everybody's body's a little beaten up. That's going to exact a huge toll on this guy, having to deal with Kyrie and his movement and his ability on the defensive end, and then come down and, get the ball and score and set everybody up and carry the team offensively. I don't know that you can ask that of him, so I'm wondering if they'll come up with some different defensive matchups tonight to where, he'll guard him occasionally, maybe even 50% of the time, but I just don't know that you can ask him to do it every trip down the court and expect that he's not going to be dog-tired at the end of the game.
Now, that's the thing I would have waited for Game 6 for. It's like, because he's your primary playmaker, right? Mm-hmm. So, and I know he's Superman, but, I mean, he did just play Game 7. I mean, even Kyrie said you could tell their legs were biting them, right? Like, you coming off of Game 7, it's like, it was bravado to say it, right? It's even more crazy to do it. Like, that guy's the playmaker. And that's the problem to me when not doubling. Like, I double if you don't have another playmaker, right? Or, like, if you got Luka and Kyrie, yeah, I'm sorry. Tim Hardaway Jr., Derrick Jones, you got to make plays all night, right? Yeah. You got to make decisions. Not just plays, you have to make decisions. Get you the ball, put you in that Draymond role, and now you got to make the right choice. With Minnesota, like, who's that other guy? Because McDaniels is good, but he's going for his buckets. Like, the rest of them are all going for buckets. They're not trying to make a play. They're like, oh, man, Ant's being double, let's cook. And they need another playmaker. So that's going to be – you can't put him on Kyrie. But the problem is you can't take him off. Because now you take him off, now this is Anthony Edwards, right? This is the most – bravado-filled dude in the league. You think Finch he gonna let Finch take him off? Like, nah, you ain't about to let him get 30 on me and then I move like I'm scared. Then pride is gonna keep me like, I did a movie. Like, I'm an actor. Like, I can't get off of him. Watch you stay on him just because of pride.
It could happen. It definitely could happen. Let's move over to the real quick. Minnesota. I see Minnesota getting this one tonight, though. Do you?
Yes, I do. I do. No question.
The other series, I don't know. First off, if Halliburton isn't 100%, they might be toast anyway. Again, you can't. It's hard enough to beat the Celtics 4 times. To beat them 5 times, even tougher. And they just completely kicked that first game away. That was theirs. In the bag, have it. All you got to do is inbound the ball, hit a free throw, and you win. They couldn't do it. So they screwed that one off, and then didn't play terrible last night. Just Boston was fire, and Jaylen Brown was rolling. But I guess it's over anyway. But without a healthy Halliburton, then it might not even get back to Boston.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough, man. I feel like that was the worst possible way the series could have started for Indiana, because if anybody you expect to get nervous after losing Game 1 and then play worse because they're nervous, is Boston, right? Like, if they go down 0-1, like, they're the most panicky elite team ever, right? They're going to start, oh my gosh, we're in trouble, and just chuck 53s, right? So you had them in the situation. They survived, and now, I mean, look how Tatum's playing. Tatum is not good, and he still don't know what to do when his shot's not falling, and it's a tough ISO matchup. Like, he doesn't do any there's no off the ball, there's no backdoor, there's no posting, anything, right? Like, he's not starting at the elbow, getting the ball there so he can turn around. It's just all dribble up, shoot a three or drive. Like, they were so vulnerable, and I think Indiana missed it. They just missed it. Only thing going for them is they're great at home. They pretty much don't lose at home. That's where they score 130 a night. They look like y'all at home, right? They look like how y'all used to look back. but with no Hallie, can they do that? That's the difficult part. But like, Jason Tatum does not look good right now. There's a vulnerability there with no Porzingis still. Like, they had it. You don't come back from that. They're done. You don't come back from giving that game away against these Celtics.
Yeah.
Because at some point, if they do get close, Porzingis is coming back. And then it's like, we got another guy to deal with. So I said 5 from the start. 5 is looking pretty good, but
yeah,
you might be right. I don't know. They're going to hit 25 threes, watch, tomorrow.
They might.
I mean,
they're it's possible. I mean, they have a good team. I mean, and that's why I was rooting for them, Marcus, because I got sick of the narrative, and I couldn't argue it anymore because the evidence was there when people say the game has to slow down in the playoffs. You're not going to be able to run during the playoffs. You can't do that during the playoffs. And I've always contended, why not? Why? Is it just because everybody says it that you buy it and then you just slow down? Like, I understand it's harder to speed the game up and slow it down. Teams are just scouting for you now, so that has something to do with it. But you don't have to slow down. I mean, you can still push the ball up the court, move the ball, get up quick shots that are quality shots, and get a team to, like, you can suck a team into playing a fast pace too, because everybody likes playing like they play at the park. Like, just run up and down, let's have fun, it's free, everybody's having a good time. People used to get sucked into that with the Warriors all the time. Then they'd look up, they're down 20 and go, what are we doing? We're killing ourselves by running with these guys. But I like the fact we actually had a team that said, you know what, screw that. It's the playoffs. Let's run. Let's do what we've always done. So I was rooting for them, and it just looks like it wasn't meant to be. But still, getting to the Eastern Conference Finals for that team, I think, is a big deal.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I think it's a difference in, like, the confidence of the team doing it. The reason they say you can't do it is because, I mean, that seems like code for you can't make the shots you need to make. Like, you need to slow down and take high percentage shots because fast is lower percentage shots, generally speaking, right? But I mean, and you know, kudos to the Pacers, man. They just make shots, dude. Like, it's crazy. Like, even the game they lost, they started turning the ball over, right?
Yep.
Like, that's their thing. But they make shots, and they don't even have like great shooters. That's the weirdest part about it. Like, nobody's like T.J. McConnell and Aaron Nesmith are like lights out shooters, right? Like, they just make shots because they take the mid-range, they take it like crazy, and they take open threes.
Yep.
And they get out in transition. So I feel like they proved that you can, but, man, you better be sure you can hit those shots, because if you can't hit them, that you're cooked, because you're basically not set up on defense, and it's a track meet the other way. They just make shots. That's what they do in a very weird way. They have a team that make a lot of shots, but when they don't make them and they turn the ball over, they just don't have the defense to cover for them. So that's why they'll lose, because they can't guard.
I get that. But that's the thing, Marcus. It's funny because they will miss shots throughout the course of a game. They'll have a stretch where they'll miss shots, but they're so confident. Carlisle fills them with so much confidence in the way they play. They just keep coming. And at some point, they're going to hit 8 out of 10, and then you're going to feel it. You're going to be like, oh, damn, we're just up 17. Now we're up 4. And, like, okay, what do we want to do? Do we want to slow it down? Do we want to continue to run because we were having a good time going up 17? Now we're the ones that have missed 8 out of 10. So, like, I think they put a lot of stress on you, not just physically, but mentally. Like, do we want to play this? Do we want to keep up with them? And, like, Boston's a perfect team to do it with them. Athletes, they can run. They got 5 shooters all across the board. But at some point, you're going to get cold, they're going to get hot, then you're going to have to deal with that. Unfortunately, we're not going to have to deal with it much longer. That's too bad.
And the Pacers got that high ratio, the high percentage of ain't no way he making that shot.
Yep.
Like you don't guard that really. You got to make 5 before you, like, you're not closing out like crazy to Aaron Nesmith.
and them hard could get hot. But it's like, all right, you better get hot first. That's where it hits you because you don't expect these dudes to go crazy. Next thing you know, Miles Turner's hit 6 in a row. You better get out there. They've got that. Well, I ain't guarding that for real until they cook you. Now it's a 17-0
run. All right, my friend. Have a good weekend. Enjoy Eugene, and we'll look forward to talking to you again next week.
All right, have a good one. Be well.
All right, Marcus. Have a good one, man. Marcus Thompson, live from Eugene, Oregon. All right, coming up, we're going to take you right up until 3:10, and we'll get you ready for the Giants and the Metropolitans right here on the Sports Leader.
Tom Tolbert will only appear on award-winning Diamond Notes, and this has nothing to do with that. All-rookie first-team member Brandon Podziemski joined Murph and Marcus this morning. Check out that interview and more on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Memorial Day weekend. All I do is party hard, eat like a animal, and just enjoy life with family and friends. Doesn't get any better. It kicks off the summer, and nobody does it better than your sauce. Already, the pool is 90 degrees. The property is perfect, and we are ready to have a debauchery. If you saw the movie Caligula, you'll know what it'll be like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday at my house. If you're in Farmingdale, if you know where I live, come on, baby. Just bring your drugs, bring your booze, and that's all you need, and get ready to party hard.
Oh, no. Oh, I forgot about Stu Feiner. Oh, my gosh. That guy sells picks, by the way. Oh, my gosh. I love the part. It's if you started at the beginning again. Because I just love the part where he's going crazy, he's cursing, we're beeping it out, and then he just like kind of stops. He goes, already the pool is 90 degrees.
I love Memorial Day weekend. All I do is party hard, eat like a animal, and just enjoy life with family and friends. Doesn't get any better. It kicks off the summer, and nobody does it better than your sauce. Already, the pool is 90 degrees.
He's like going nuts. I mean, he's just flat out losing it. Like, and then already the pool is 90 degrees. I mean, I can't even imagine. Like, if I were with, I think I would have to go. If I were in Farmington or Farmingdale or wherever the hell Stu lives, I might have to go.
Just bring your drugs, bring your booze,
might have
and
to
that's
check it
all
out.
you need.
I might have. If I were in the area, I might have to go just to see what it's like. I'm guessing it's nowhere near what he says, but just in case it is, I wouldn't mind just getting a look at that. Debauchery, it's a debauchery, and we're gonna have drugs and beep and beep.
All I do is
and seriously, this guy gives out picks. That's what he does. He gives out picks.
If you saw the movie Caligula, you'll know what it'll be like.
You want football picks from that guy? I don't think so. Do I want like funny stuff like from that guy? Yeah, I do. But I don't want picks from that guy. But oh my goodness gracious. He is a piece of work. We need to find some more old Stews. I don't know if he has any new ones. But the old ones are incredible. The one he did on Brady was a really, really good one, too. But, yeah, the Memorial Day weekend, that's a classic one. Stu getting ready for the summer. I wonder if he's doing that this Memorial. I don't even know if he's still alive, to be honest with you. The way that guy is, he still with us? Good. I'm glad Stu's still with us. But with that rig that he carries around, and hey, who knows? That guy could drop at any moment. That is absolutely a possibility. Oh man, that's good. Is anybody into anybody watching hockey? I don't talk hockey much because I just figured no one cares. But I've been following the Stanley Cup playoffs. I've watched both games. First round of the Western Conference, first round of the Eastern. Got the Rangers going against the Panthers tonight. The Oilers took a 1-0 lead over the Stars. I'm kind of rooting for the Stars because I'd like to see Pavelski hoist the trophy. That'd be pretty cool. That's the one thing about hockey, though. You went on the road, it's like, cool, whatever. It doesn't feel like it means as much as basketball. Like, you just, you won on the home ice. Like, nah, road ice, home ice, whatever. If you have the good goalie, you're going to roll. So that was a sweet goal. That was a fun game to watch last night. There is nothing, in my humble opinion, there is nothing like overtime playoff hockey. It just isn't. Overtime basketball is cool, fun, but it's 5 minutes. You know, it's just back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Last night, Oilers Stars went double overtime. About 30, I think it was 32 seconds into the second overtime. McDavid I forgot who the assist was, but a sweet pass from the sideboard middle, and he just like deflected it right. It was really, really nice. Connor McDavid, of course it was nice. And they end up winning 3-2. But you never know when it's going to end. Like, it could end 10 seconds in. It could end 5 overtimes later. You just never know. And as soon as a lamp gets lit, it's like, oh, that's game. Didn't see that coming. And it's over. And it's even more dramatic when it's a Game 7. Game 7 overtime is literally in my opinion, again, the best that sports has to offer. Period. Bar none. William Floyd. It's better than overtime basketball. It's better than extra innings. It's better than overtime football. It's the best because you have no idea how long it's going to take. And then when it ends, it ends. Somebody's season's over. It's just like, hey, we're in it. We got to go. Oh, get down. What happened? We lost. Game's over. And you're ready to get in a handshake line, which I applaud those guys for doing. You know they don't want to do it. How could you? How could you? I mean, 7-game series those are brutal. It's a little bit of football, a little bit of basketball. It's just like you got to have the skill and all that, but these dudes are tough, and they get after one another. You don't want to shake their hand, but you do. That's just what you do in hockey. You shake their hand. You give them the shake and then tap them on the chest a couple of times. Good job, buddy. Good luck next year. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. And then you move on. And then you go play somebody else or you hoist the trophy one way or the other. So we're going to try to get Drew Amenda on at some point when maybe before the Stanley Cup Finals and break it down. Again, I know this isn't a hockey hotbed. I understand that. But trust me, when the Sharks get back into it and the Sharks are in the playoffs, I'm going to do what I always do. We will have Drew on every single day after a game when the Sharks play. I did that for like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years, and the area was into it. But when they're not into it, I get it. I mean, there's a lot of Shark fans that go to the games, and a lot of Shark fans, especially in the South Bay. Probably not a lot of Stars fans. Probably not a lot of Oilers fans. Just hockey isn't huge in the Bay Area, so we don't cover it extensively. But I do like hockey, and I do love the Stanley Cup playoffs. So I'll be watching that tonight. It was a good game. Rangers Panthers. That was a good first game, and we'll see if the Rangers can even it up tonight. So we got Rangers, we got Panthers, we got Wolves, we got Mavericks, we got Giants, we got Mets. What else we got? How about it? I mean, I guess we got Angels Guardians for those that are looking for a late game to watch. You're saying no, and I'm saying no. I don't even know how much of it I'll watch. I'll probably watch it. They have won 2 series in a row now. Trust me, that's huge. When you're an Angel fan, it's like, hey, 2 series in a row. That's massive. So, did anybody see this? I don't know if you saw it, Tim or Derek. There's a video of it on Twitter, and if anybody could find it, it's pretty funny how they kind of punked Shohei Ohtani, like he was getting pinch hit for. And I'm not sure exactly if it was last night's game when it happened, but Shohei's walking up the stairs, and he just like stops and looks, like, really? You get what? So they were gonna take him out, and he thought they actually pinch hit for him. And Teoscar Hernandez was standing behind him, and he started cracking up. He was like laughing because Shohei was like, I guess, okay. You sure? I doubt Shohei's ever been pinch hit for, ever. So they got him. And that was actually pretty funny. I did enjoy that, even though I cry every time I see him in a Dodger uniform. Not really, but kind of inside a little bit. All right, time to get you ready for the Giants and the Mets. Mets have been not so good lately. Let's see if the Giants can keep them in the garbage bin.
The Mets suck.
For one more series. One more series. Keep them there. See if Harrison can get it done. See if the kids can keep on rolling tonight. And we're going to be getting you ready with the pregame show right here on The Sports Leader. Mets Giants next. Take it away, Dirk.
Free! That's 9 frees.
Oh, my God! Oh!